What's up, everybody? Oh my gosh, this feels like really weird.
Does
Um,
it?
it does. It does. It's been a while. How's everybody doing? I hope everyone is doing well. If you are here, please comment below in the chat. We will look at your chats and be able to respond to them. But welcome back to another episode of Just Visiting. Jonathan has been away for a while, and you guys have just been stuck with me for a couple videos for some quick updates. So, Jonathan, how are you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm well. I'm well. What's been going on with you? How have you been?
Well, yeah, we had a huge move. Uh, so we moved
Yeah.
from a one bedroom apartment to I guess you could call it technically three bedroom,
Mm-hmm.
one and a
Mm-hmm.
half bath house, or
Yeah.
it's technically a duplex. It's a duplex that we're renting.
Oh, nice. Duplexes are
Yeah,
fun.
yeah. We did not realize how much crap we actually had.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, and we actually we should have. Okay, this is. Let me preface my comments. I've never done a personal like huge move before, right?
Hmm.
I've always only had like a box of stuff. Like
Yeah,
I could probably fit all my stuff into like 5 boxes. You would never even know I was there if I just packed up in the middle of the night. I could
I
leave, you
understand.
know.
Yeah,
Um,
I've been there.
yeah, and so I wasn't used to doing a huge move like by myself with one like with just one other person.
Hmm.
Um, and my wife has a lot of little things that aren't like necessarily related to each other. It's not like I could put like them in all one box.
Like
So
candles and like
yeah,
just random.
paint
Yeah,
brushes and
lotion.
like
Like,
little tubes of paint that are just hanging out by themselves.
oh yeah, that's
Um,
art supplies is probably crazy. I
yeah,
can
dude,
imagine. Yeah.
she has a whole section of the room over here in this. Anyway, um, so yeah, we're going to move. Funny story. Uh, I've actually only had to deal with utilities. I want to say twice in my entire life. The other
Hmm.
times I've lived with other people, and so they've always taken care of that stuff. But when we're moving here, I was like, calling around, make sure everything got switched on, like the power,
Yeah.
the gas, stuff like that. I
Yeah.
didn't realize I was responsible for the water, and so I actually hadn't got our water turned on the weekend we were scheduled to move in.
Oh no.
Yeah, and we didn't realize that until we got to the table with the lady, our landlord, and she was like getting us sign everything, and we're like, she's like, "So
Hmm.
you guys are moving in tomorrow, right?" And I was like, "Yes, we got the movers down. We're like, got the money, we're ready." And she's like, "So
Hmm.
you got everything cut on, like power, gas, water?" And I was like,
Hmm.
"Yeah, I got all that cut on." And then she's like, I was like, "Wait, water?" She's like, "Yeah, like the water. You got to have the water cut on." I was like, "Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that." I was like, I wasn't
We
like
need
at my
water. Yeah.
I was like, at my old place, I wasn't responsible for the water, and I was like,
Yeah.
I'd be fine. We'll just go ahead and move in. She was like, "How are you gonna like bathe?" And I was like, "Oh, okay. So water is that kind of important."
It's yeah, kind of.
And me as a man, I was like, I can go a day or two without bathing, but the
Yeah.
women in your life is like, it's so icky. I gotta have a shower.
It's actually the opposite in my house, but I sweat a lot. You've been around me. I'm
Yeah,
gross.
yeah.
I sweat all the time. So I have to take a shower every day cuz yeah, anyways,
I wasn't gonna
cuz
say
I'm
that,
gross.
but yeah, okay, I get you. Well, the other men can resonate with me, where it's
They
like,
can.
no, I can go
Yes,
a couple of days without showering,
they can.
whatnot. But yeah, so I forgot to cut the water on, and we were supposed to move in Saturday, and it was
Mhm.
Friday night, so the water company was already closed. So I couldn't call them to get someone scheduled out until the very next week. So we had to wait like 3 more days in our apartment that was already like basically completely booked and
Mhm.
packed up and stuff like that. And it was because we had to reopen all of our boxes to get clothes back out and stuff like that because we had only packed clothes. We had only set aside clothes for a certain number of days that we were just going to be in the apartment for.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, so that was pretty hectic. And my wife was supposed to help us move because we're doing it on Saturday, but she has work on during the week, so she couldn't help me move. So I was basically doing most of the lugging from one apartment to the other by myself, and I had like 3 trips, 45 minutes each way.
Mhm.
It was a long day. It was a long day, and then the next day we had the movers come out and help me get the big stuff.
Oh, that's nice.
So yeah, they were great. They were great guys,
Are
efficient.
movers expensive or wasn't too
Um,
bad?
well, it depends. I mean, obviously you have like your national brands stuff like that, like 2 trucks and a guy or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
And College Hunks, I think might be national brand.
College hunks?
Yeah, you ever heard of them?
That
No.
I think I I don't know. That sounds weird. That just
It's
sounds
just
like a
college.
weird.
It's just guys who are in
Like
college.
if my wife was like the college hunks are coming over, I'd be like, no, no, they're not. No, they're not. They're not coming over. Anyways,
But
it's
no,
weird.
no, no. No, we my wife eventually found someone who was reasonably cheap, so the
Mhm.
entire expenditure wasn't like anything
Too bad.
crazy or anything like that.
Okay, cool. That's
Yeah.
awesome. Well, it sounds like God blessed you guys and helped you guys with the move a lot. How big
Oh
is the
man.
place?
So
Like square
pretty
feet
big.
wise?
I honestly don't know the square footage. People keep asking me that. I'm like, I didn't ask, so I don't know.
How much bigger is it than your apartment?
Oh, much bigger. I could probably
Really?
fit our apartment in this like one room that I'm in right now.
Wow. Okay, so it's
Yeah,
at least one and a half, two times the size of it.
yeah, at least probably at
Okay.
least one and a half. I would probably at least one and a half.
Yeah. Okay. So that's probably then you're probably at what, like 1,200, 1,600 square feet. I'm guessing because your place was pretty small when I saw it.
Yeah,
So that's nice. That'll be cool. Well, I'm happy
yeah.
for you guys. And you got 3 bedrooms?
So this is the issue. This well, not issue. This is the thing. It's a 2 bedroom, 1.5 bath,
Hmm.
but there was a garage that got retrofitted into another room, and so we have like
That's
it's
right. You
called
told
a
me about
bonus
that.
room, is what they call it. But
Hmm.
yeah, it's a pretty big bonus room.
You're like, I wish this was a garage
I
for
actually
my
thought that
car.
at first, but not so much because
Paint
like
studio?
no, well, this I'm actually in it right now. This is
Oh,
this is going to be my headquarters.
your headquarters?
I'll show you
Man,
after the show's over, but I have a pretty sweet setup
yeah.
right now,
Oh,
and I don't
nice.
think my wife
Well,
is
I'm
gonna be
I'm
completely thrilled
jealous
about
because now every week I'll expect you to be like ready, and I'm
it.
gonna be you're gonna have to wait on me for like 10. It always takes me 10 to 15 minutes to set up everything because like I have to drag it out of our other bedroom and everything. I just don't really have a spot. Like
Yeah,
honestly, like we have the other bedroom, but there's a bed in there and it's kind of tight in the bookshelves.
yeah,
Plus, I don't have all the pops behind me, so this is a better backsplash.
yeah.
But
I just got a door right now. I haven't decided if this is like the permanent spot for this desk because I would probably like something else, maybe
mhm.
a different spot to put it on. But
I should buy you some posters, man. You get some posters hooked up in there.
yeah, she wants to turn this room into an art studio. She wants to like put all her art in here.
Why don't you put like a
I'm trying to
piece
get
of
her to
tape?
sell it.
Sell the room? Like
No, no,
rent
no,
it?
no, 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 no. We
Oh,
can't. We're not allowed to do that. But
I
I'm
was
trying to
very
get her to sell her
confused.
paintings. Like
Oh,
get rid of them.
yeah.
She has like so many paintings. Like it
She
was like
should.
a whole
She
thing
sh-
to get them over
she
here.
still hasn't given me an estimate on like on a thing for me and my wife because I want her to make a portrait of us.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
do. I was serious about that. I'd like to know how much she would charge.
She's pretty expensive, but we'll see about the family and friends discount.
I mean, I'll do whatever
Okay.
works. We could save up, if she's. But I mean, she hasn't sold to like an actor or anything yet. So one of these days when her art is hanging in a museum, then I
Then
can
she gonna charge the
understand.
big prices.
Yes, I
That's not
understand
how
now.
Atlanta works though. So
Oh, okay. Yeah.
everyone here already thinks they're famous, so they charge famous rates. That's the way it works around
That's
here.
I see. That doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense.
I
They're
look,
like,
man.
"You
I
don't
was
know me? You
only
don't know me, man?" Like
yeah. I'm
I'm
this
like,
guy.
"I'm
I
this
got like a
guy."
thousand followers on Instagram. It's like okay,
He's charged
what
by
is
the follower. Oh my gosh, that sounds horrible.
what does that mean? um,
That's great. Well, cool. Well, I'm happy for you guys. I'm glad it all worked out, and I'm glad you guys are there safe and everything. And guys, sorry about starting late. I don't know if you saw this, Jonathan, but I told everybody we were going to
we're
start
gonna be at 10.
earlier,
Yeah, I did see
and so
that.
I was like,
It
I'm
was my
not
fault.
holding up
I'll
my
take
end of the bargain.
responsibility for the day in some change lateness that we are experiencing currently.
I was like, we're gonna do it Saturday, and then we didn't get to do it then, for different reasons. But then today I was like, okay, we're gonna do it this time, and I posted that yesterday.
Oh, you did? You
Then
posted again?
yeah, I posted twice. I updated them twice. So that's why when you told me you were like, can we do like later? And I was like, I I guess, yeah. I was like, I kind of already told people, and I had people liking the post too, so I felt worse because I was like, those are people who are like, yeah, I'll watch, or they're liking it because they'll be aware of it anyways. But it's all good. It doesn't matter. We just need to put a video out though. I definitely agreed with that. So,
Yeah.
um,
We'll
but
get those swings of things. We'll be back this Saturday, regular scheduled time.
yes, we will. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. So it'll be fun. Anyways, let's go ahead and jump into our first topic of the night, which is going to be the NBA playoffs. So, playoffs have been a little crazy this year. I feel like they
Yeah.
have been,
Have you
but
been watching?
I've been trying to keep up to date with it a little bit when I can.
Look at
I'll be
you.
honest, I've been watching a lot of baseball, mainly
Okay.
because I got a free season of MLB baseball from my mobile provider. Like they just gave us a free season, so I've been watching a lot of Detroit Tiger games, and we suck so far. We're doing horrible. Like we're like one of the last in the league. And we've had some good games too, but like we keep getting spanked by people. It sucks. But anyways, I've been trying to check occasionally. If I had something to where I could watch the basketball games on my phone, like and get like I would keep up to date on it,
Yeah.
honestly. But anyways, I know the Suns are. How did Chris Paul do in the Suns?
Good. So the Suns won their first series.
Okay,
Devin Booker is injured right now.
Golden State's
He's
moving forward too, right?
Yes, they had
Okay,
their first game in the semifinals, semi conference finals.
okay,
Um, so the Suns are moving. They're moving forward. I think they're playing tomorrow. They're playing. Oh boy, I should know this. I want to say the Mavericks. I think they're playing the Mavericks. I'm pretty sure they're playing the Mavericks.
okay.
Um, the but Devin Booker's injured. I think he's going to be out for most. They said indefinitely, so there's not really a timetable on it right
Mm,
now. But it seems like he might be out for this series as well.
okay,
Um, on the Eastern side, the Bucks won their series, defending champions,
okay.
the Bucks. So they move forward. They're playing against my Celtics right now.
Bucks were my pick. Just remember that, guys. We'll see what happens. But if you go back and
Did I
watch at the
pick the
beginning of the
Nets? I
season,
feel like I picked the
I
Nets.
think you did pick the.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
got
Mhm.
swept. We swept those boys.
Yeah, but they were close though, right? Each game was pretty close, wasn't it?
Well, relatively speaking, yeah. Yeah, relatively speaking.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought.
But it
Um,
never felt it never when you're like when you watch each game, it never felt like the Nets ever had like full control where it was like, oh,
yeah,
they might actually win this one.
Kyrie had a good game or two, right? I was kind of
Yeah,
rooting for him, and I was like, I was
yeah,
hoping that he was gonna. I was just rooting for him because everything he went through through the season. I was just
yeah.
like I'd like to see him have a little bit of success, but
Like Aaron Rodgers, like Aaron
it
Rodgers.
yeah, it ended up being like if this guy would have been playing the whole year,
Yeah,
we could have
yeah,
been a lot
yeah.
better. That's what it turned
Yeah,
into, and
yeah.
I was
That's
like,
exactly what it turned into. That's exactly what it
yeah,
turned into.
it
Which was
sucked.
disheartening for me because I wanted him to lose because I didn't like him as a basketball player. Like
Hmm.
because I don't know if you know this, but he last year
Hmm.
I think when we were playing them in the playoffs, he like walked into the middle of our home court and he
Hmm.
stomped on the logo and smeared it. Like he stomped on it and then like twisted his foot into it and then walked away. And so I was like,
Wow.
"Oh, dude, you're like the worst now. Like I actively don't want you to
I
win
saw a
anymore."
video of him cussing out a fan. Granted, the
Yeah,
fan called him out first, but
yeah, yeah,
I was like, eesh.
yeah. He was throwing up the birds and everything at the fans and stuff like that.
Yeah,
That was game one. He
that's crazy.
basically he got fined like pretty heavily. So I think that was like the encouragement for him to stop.
I wonder. I wonder if he's. I don't know. I wonder if after this season he's just gonna be like, I
I'm
don't.
done with basketball.
Just like he doesn't give a crap about anything anymore.
Oh
He'll
yeah,
just
yeah.
be like, he just. I don't know. He kind of starting to have that attitude. But what did you think of Memphis this year? Jonathan Dupee said Memphis is good.
Oh man, Memphis is they're my current dark horse. They're just so young though, and then they're playing the Warriors. Their second series,
Hmm.
the Warriors look like really dangerous. Like remember when they had Clay, Draymond, and Curry
Hmm.
all healthy? That's what they're back to. And now they got a fourth guy named Jordan Poole, who's like averaging
Heard
like
of him?
25 points a game.
Yeah.
So like you got the three-headed monster already fully healthy, playing like they used
Hmm.
to play, and now you got a fourth guy who's basically playing like a really
Yeah.
really good number two.
I played with Jordan Poole actually on my basketball team, but not the same guy.
Not the same
But
guy. Not the same
no,
guy.
no, 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 no. I mean, the guy in the NBA probably would have destroyed him, but more than likely,
For the record.
no, no. Yeah, just so everyone knows, if he's out there, I challenge him to one on one. The NBA player. Uh, anyways, but yeah, I mean, I haven't really been keeping up with Memphis because I haven't been paying attention to basketball a whole lot this year, so I haven't really heard much about them. But
Yeah.
it seems like the seems like the teams that are getting good in the West are kind of the teams that haven't been good for a while. Like the Nuggets and the Sun in the last couple years. I mean, the Nuggets and the Suns have been coming back, and
Hmm.
Memphis is coming back. I remember when Memphis was
The
was
Mavericks are
decent
coming
when
back too.
they had Zach. Who was the guy? Do you remember his name?
Zach Randolph.
Yes. Yeah, I think
Yes,
so.
yeah, Zach Randolph, Mike
Hmm.
Conley,
Yeah.
Tony Allen.
Yeah.
Grit and grind is what they were called. That was one of my favorite teams in the NBA.
Well, he was, if I remember correctly, Zach Randolph was kind of one of those dudes who just like he would always. He was one of those guys who kind of had a good mentality where it seemed like you couldn't shake him. He
Yeah,
just every game he seemed like he just I don't know, like you couldn't really get in his
phenomenal
head.
post player. He was a
Yeah,
very awkward basketball player though.
that's true. Yeah, I can see that. I need to watch more. I tried to watch. I watched. Granted, I watched a little bit more this year than I did the year before, so I'm getting better. Did you watch any? I know we're talking about the NBA, but did you watch any of the draft? Do you know of anything
The
about the
NFL
draft?
draft?
Yeah,
No, I could really care less.
you're
Honestly,
not really an NFL guy.
no, I am. I just don't really care this season about football. Like we've had so many issues with my team personally that I'm like, I don't really care what's going to happen next season. There's like
Yeah, I'm
whatever hope
excited
we
for
had
the.
of like
Yeah,
making a playoffs or anything like that.
hmm
I don't know that I really can
I'm
count on
excited for the Lions, man. We got a good coach,
it. Another
and
one,
no, it's
another
the
new
same
guy.
guy. Same
Okay,
guy.
same guy. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I like him. I like him.
I was concerned you guys might have fired him.
No, 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 no. Yeah, the I would. It seems like all the fans and the city really respect him. I think if he got fired, I think the management would be in really big trouble as of right now. Now, if he has a crappy year this year, they might throw him to the
Well,
wolves. I don't know.
I think you should expect not to have a great year. Like, I don't think you should expect to make the playoffs or anything like that. But
No, but I'm expecting a 500 season.
okay.
That's what I'm expecting. I'm
Oh,
expecting a.
okay. I will have to see your schedule, who you're playing.
I don't know yet. I don't know yet. But
But you're
I'm just.
expecting like 8-8, or sorry, there's an extra week added now, so you couldn't actually. You had to be like above
Couldn't be
500.
500. I.
Unless you're tying. Unless
Yeah.
you're going to do
So
another tie. If you do a tie, then I guess you could.
we had a
You
tie.
guys
We
are
had
good.
two
You guys are
ties
good for
this year,
that. Yeah,
right?
you know what I'm saying. You guys are good for ties.
That's true. That's true.
I wonder if you guys have the most ties in like NFL history, because that just seems
I
like
don't know, man.
a very
It's
Lions kind of
it's the
thing.
worst way to win in football too. It's the worst way to win. Like I'd rather lose. I'll
Yeah.
be honest. I'd rather lose. Like I don't want to tie. I don't really want to tie. But anyways,
I
that's
still don't
neither
get why
here nor
that's
there.
even a thing in the NFL when you can just like. I guess the bargaining agreements with the
I
players,
think
they're like, we
probably a
don't want to get
European.
hurt and stuff like
There
that,
was
and
a guy.
whatever.
There was probably they probably got they probably got a European dude to come over as a kicker, and he was like, "You guys don't have a tie here. Why don't you have a tie? You guys should." When we play football in European football, I have a terrible accent right now. He's like, "You guys should. We have a tie. Why don't you guys have a tie?" And then they were like, "That is a genius idea. We'll get lots of people. It's probably a marketing reason." They're like, "We'll market it to people." And everyone around the world who watches like not American football, they'll be like, "Did you hear American football has a tie now?" And they were like, "Really?" And then they started watching, probably. But I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's not it. I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure
think
it's
I don't think
because of
that's true either.
the players bargaining with the NFL. Like, we don't want to get hurt, so in the regular season, so just make sure the game ends.
Yeah,
If in the first overtime, no
yeah.
additional overtimes.
Anyways, we're talking about the NBA. We're talking about the
Yes,
NBA. Sorry, I brought up some
yes.
comments and now we're off track. But
Well, the Nets got swept, so Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving are both sitting at home right now.
mhm,
This has been the funniest storyline to me because so many of the quote unquote analysts who I don't even believe anymore. So many of them had predicted that the Nets were going to beat the Celtics in a 6 or 7 game series. It was going to be close, down to the wire, but the Nets were going to
mhm,
win. So many of the analysts had picked the Nets to win the entire championship, like beat
mhm,
all the teams in the East and win a championship this year. Even though they were seventh, they were literally seventh, ranked seventh in the league this year, and they hadn't been good really all year. So
mhm.
it was hilarious to me. And then the funniest part was listening to them all try to backtrack after they got swept and going, oh, well, Kevin Durant didn't play that well, so no one could have saw that coming. And, the Celtics are who we thought they are. They're a really good team. And so, they've been the best team
Excuses.
since the All-Star break. And that's like, oh, okay,
Mhm.
so now the Nets aren't a good team. Oh, okay. So you were wrong is what you're saying. But you don't want to tell us you were wrong.
And
You're
James Harden was right.
Oh, we'll
Oh
see. We'll
gosh.
see. I mean, they had a pretty easy matchup.
I hope he fails so hard. I don't like that man anymore. I'm so
Okay,
done with him.
I think that's
I'm
a
so
general
done with
consensus in the league right now. Is that he is most people don't really like him.
He's just,
But Joel Embiid is hurt now, so I don't know how long he's going to be out for. So it's going to be up to Harden to carry that team if they're going to beat the Heat. That's what they're playing next.
Well, the Heat's they were the number one in the East, right?
Yep, number one in the East.
Yeah.
I don't like their chances. I don't think they're going to win. I don't think they're going to win probably with Joel Embiid, but I definitely don't think they're going to win.
Who do you think has the best chance so far out of everybody?
If I'm being unbiased, I probably have to go either my number one pick is probably the Bucks right now.
Really?
One of their top two players got hurt, Chris Middleton, and they still were able to beat the Celtics pretty convincingly.
Wow.
But my other pick would probably be the Warriors because the Warriors look really good right now.
I feel like I'm tired of the Warriors, but they're turning into that team where you can't ever be like, you just can't ever like count them out. Not to sound like.
I mean, especially if they're healthy, like you really think about this stat. I originally heard someone say this, and I was like, wow, I can't believe that's true. Every year the Warriors have been healthy, they've gone to the championship games.
Yeah.
Every single year that they've been healthy, they've gone to championship. And it's like that to me is like mind blowing. So like the last
they've had relatively the same team.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they've swapped, rotational players, but the main core has usually been pretty good. I don't know, but the Warriors seem pretty dangerous right now. My Celtics, they are third. They're probably third on my list. Man, the game today was brutal. It was brutal to watch. It was a brutal game to watch.
Well, let me see who we got tomorrow. We have Philadelphia at Miami and Dallas at Phoenix.
Yeah, so, Dallas. Yep.
What are your picks? Philadelphia versus Miami. Who you got?
I'm going Miami. I think they're going to come out strong. It's probably going to be a blowout, like a big blowout, the first game. Miami's going to play at home, so it should be very simple for them. I don't imagine they come out flat. They got a great coach. They got a great cast of role players, and Joel Embiid is missing this game, so I don't expect
if they get beat bad, what quarter do you expect James Harden to fall out because he hurt his ankle?
That's actually a really good point because that's what he tends to do. That's really what he tends to do.
Dang, man.
I might say like so late first, early second. That's when the game is going to start getting away from them. And I think he's going to be quote unquote playing hard. He's going to be quote unquote playing hard.
Yeah.
And then he's going to like go for some layup or something like that and come down awkwardly and just be like, "Oh, buddy!" And then he's going to go into the back room for observation.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to come out in like street clothes.
I mean, I'd love to see him play. I'd love to see him play Chris Paul. Honestly, that would be hilarious. I feel like there'd be so much trash talk in that game. Like when they were on the Rockets, that was just a terrible matchup for them.
Oh yeah,
it was just.
Yeah. I never thought it would work in the first place. They're both two very highly prone injured players, and James Harden has a history of being really bad in big moments. I mean, like that 2012 finals that you guys went to, he was horrible in that finals.
He was
absolutely atrocious.
He couldn't take the pressure. I mean, to be honest, he's not the only one on that team who couldn't at the time, but it just was. Yeah, he couldn't take it either.
Oh, did you hear what Charles Barkley said about Kevin Durant? About your boy, or your old boy?
He's not my boy anymore. He's trash. He'll never work in this town again. You hear me? What did he say?
He said that there's a difference because this was after the Nets got swept. So Charles Barkley was probably the only person who went on record to say that this Nets team could not beat the Celtics. He was like this is before the series even started. He's like, let me tell you, there's no way this team is beating the Celtics. I can't even do his voice really good. But he's like, there's no way. He's like, there's no way. He's like, this is probably gonna be like 5 or 6 games, and this is gonna be easy for the Celtics because they just can't. They don't have enough pieces to beat the Celtics, or they don't play defense or whatever. But anyway, after they got swept, Charles Barkley was like, look, there's a difference between being the bus driver and being a bus rider. He was like, I've been a bus rider. He's like, I know the difference. I've driven the bus as well. He's like, there's a different pressure that comes to driving the bus. And it was like, and KD, he didn't say this, but these are I'm summarizing what he's saying here. It was basically like KD is a better bus rider than he is a bus driver. He's just not good at driving the bus. Is what he was saying.
He didn't say that, but he like basically
He
said that.
basically implied it. Yeah.
Yeah, because he knows Katie. He doesn't want to just like put that out there, you know.
Well, I
That's
mean, it's funny though because Charles Barkley has never been one to mince words. I'm pretty
yeah,
sure it was like, if I remember correctly, it was basically like KD was a bus. He's a better bus rider because when he was on the championship, obviously with the Warriors, he didn't really have to do that much. Let's be honest, he didn't have to do that much because Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, like, I mean, you're going to get open shots wherever you look.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But let me. I want to ask something. So one of the things that the Nets said was that they did not need a coach. So when they were in their infancy, they were trying to determine who's going to be next head coach for the Nets. They actually got a really good coach fired, so that they could bring in their own coach. Kevin Durant and Kyrie wanted to bring their own coach, and they end up basically handpicking Steve Nash to coach for them. Steve Nash has zero coaching experience. He literally came from playing point guard. He's a good point guard. Now he's like a head coach for a dominant team. And there was an interview where Kyrie was basically saying, "Well, we don't really have a head coach. Steve is just like another one of the guys, basically. He's like, I could be a coach. Kevin Durant could be a coach. You know, anybody can be a coach. He's like, honestly, we're probably going to change the way that you think about coaching in this league. Yeah. And a lot of people noticed that while during the series, Steve Kerr didn't make a lot of coaching adjustments as far as getting them easy looks. Because Kevin Durant was just they were basically like, we want to play one-on-one. We want to just go out there and hoop, basically.
Wow. So
I want to know what you thought about their take on we don't need a coach. Good players don't need coaches.
Well, okay, this is from a white boy who played basketball in a little podunk town. So I mean, you can probably imagine where I'm going to come from.
Respected
in Oklahoma.
The most respected. So, okay,
thank you. I appreciate that.
Analyst. Hey, you're as much an analyst as what's that guy's name? Stephen A. You're as much of an analyst as Stephen A. Okay, you've literally done probably more than he's done.
The blasphemy. The absolute goal. The goal.
Every time I see him next to Jalen Rose, I'm like, this is not okay. I don't know who thinks this is okay. Like, Jalen Rose actually played in the NBA.
He always does that thing where he's like, Are you telling me that Carmelo Anthony is not a big time player in this game? Are you telling me?
Everything with absolute certainty. Like his opinion is the most correct opinion to have. It's a travesty. It's the worst thing ever.
I think
can't get any better. He's the worst player.
I think the Key and Peele substitute teachers sketch was based off of Stephen A. Smith. Can you imagine? Insubordinate and churlish.
Yeah. Those are actually probably the words he's used in several different interviews.
Anyways, I would say so. Obviously, that is. I think this is kind of a newer thing in the NBA. Like, it's a 2000s thing. I feel like in the 90s, coaches were a lot more respected, and then you saw all these players, kind of out of nowhere, that started becoming like coaches, and it was like, oh, anybody can be a coach. That's kind of what it felt like. You know what I mean? Like, like, I'm not trying to knock Jason Kidd, but Jason Kidd was a coach. Is he still coaching? I don't.
And that's a funny point you bring up. Jason Kidd actually did horrible as a coach his first time coaching. And so then he basically got fired from 2 different jobs, and then he sat on the bench for, I want to say Steve Kerr or Greg Popovich, for like a couple of years, and now he's back coaching. He's like doing much, much better.
Okay, gotcha. I mean,
he's coaching the Mavs actually.
I mean, my thing is, I was gonna say this. I mean, nobody may not. I don't know if anybody will believe me, but I was gonna say this before you said that. Is like, I think if players want to coach, they need to be an assistant or an offensive not coordinator, but an offensive coach, something like that before they get into it. Coaching is necessary, if anything, not for plays, but for egos. Like that's literally why you need a coach. You need a dude to who's a man who can walk into the locker room and be like, I mean, he's probably going to curse him out, but someone who's going to be like, you guys need to stop thinking that you're better than each other and just play with each other, so that way we can actually win a basketball game. I mean, if you look at, listen, as far as me being an analyst, I mean, I've watched The Last Dance, so that was great. and I've watched some 30 for 30s, so I obviously have great knowledge. But I'm kidding, obviously. But the thing is, if you watch The Last Dance, for instance, you can hear about how wow, I can't remember his name. Who was the coach for the Bulls?
Phil Jackson.
Phil Jackson. Yeah, you can hear about how Phil Jackson, like, one of the main things he had to do to get that team to work together was literally he had to help Michael Jordan overcome his ego, and he had to help other people overcome their ego on the team so that way they would work with Michael Jordan, because that's literally like, I can't really speak for other sports as much, but I know for basketball a lot of it is like, I mean, a lot of it's like, oh man, like, this dude messed up. He didn't make the right play, so therefore I don't respect him. So therefore I'm not going to pass him the ball anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's that type of
No,
thing.
yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
he's just going to mess up again. You know what I mean? So it's like, a lot of it is that you have to kind of prove yourself on the court, and you have to prove yourself, kind of off the court as well. But it's more of an on the court thing where it's like, I need to know that this guy has my back, and I need to know that he can read me, that we can read each other and work with each other.
Chemistry, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So that is what the coach is for, if anything. Plays are important, but you don't really hear, in my opinion, you don't really hear much about, like, the last thing I heard about was Phil Jackson's triangle offense, right? What is that probably the last big thing you heard of, besides like besides like Hack a Shack and stuff, which is a good play. But like, I mean, what was the last like huge, off like playbook thing that
Oriental
came?
offense.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I would probably say Steve Kerr's offense. That's the last thing I heard. I don't know what it's called. I mean, I guess you could. I think you could probably boil it down to just like motion offense, where it's just like everyone's constantly moving and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But I thought his offense is probably,
that seems like something that like Greg Popovich did. You know
yeah.
what I mean? Like Greg Popovich was always like, make the extra pass. Like, that was kind of
Mhm.
like what you'd always see with him with the Spurs. So I mean, I see coaches, especially in the super team era, I see coaches less as hey guys, this is the play we're gonna run, unless they've been in it for a long time. Because I'm not saying they don't know what they're talking about, but I think you're almost there. Your number one job is to manage egos before you're
Yeah. Oh,
managing the
yeah.
actual game of basketball. I mean, that's and based on what they said about Steve Nash, like, he has no respect there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's literally, like, they don't respect their coach, so therefore they're not respecting one another. Like, they don't care about, they're probably friends, but friends isn't going to win you a championship. You have to be more than friends to win a championship in the NBA.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's my take. So
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I thought that was the dumbest thing anyone has ever said in basketball in a very, very long time. That you don't need a
yeah,
coach to win a championship. Like,
that
I
tells
know,
you that tells you exactly where their mentality is at as
yeah,
a team. Like, that tells you all you need to know.
yeah, but this is my thing, and I mostly agree with you about the drawing up plays and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of the NBA offense isn't that detail oriented, where you have, like, a whole playbook or something like that.
It's
That you
very
lean on.
lightly structured. It's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like,
It's mostly like just get the ball to your best player, get him some open space so he can, do whatever he wants to do, or pass, or
yeah.
kick and
It's
shoot,
like, hey
stuff like
guys,
that.
you're not moving the ball around enough. Move the ball around. Like, it's very simple. It's very simple stuff. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And you can.
yeah. To our untrained eyes, to our untrained.
That's true. Well, I was just gonna say, if you look at like, when coaches are like mic'd up in the huddle, it's it's like, hey guys, we got to make the extra pass. You got to move it around. This guy's been open tonight. You got to make sure and get the ball to him. It's kind of like observational stuff.
Yeah, it's like, hey,
It's
we gotta
just,
get back in transition. Like, hey, everyone crash the board, stuff like that. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, I'm not. Of course, we're not hearing every single huddle, but that's just, it's general stuff.
yeah.
If you understand the game of basketball, then you'll understand kind of what.
I will say though,
what's going on.
there is a. I think coaches are more important in the playoffs than they are in the regular season. Because in the regular season, like, I mean, people really don't play defense that often.
That's a good.
Every game isn't that important, so you can kind of just do what you do, which is where you lean into your superstars and they kind of win games for you.
Yeah.
But in the playoffs, I think it gets a lot tighter because defense is heavier. Everyone knows what you normally do, so they try to take away your strengths and exploit your weaknesses. And so I think at that point, you need a coach who is respected enough to say, hey, you can't do what you normally do. I need you to do something differently. So, for instance, the way that Boston was guarding Kevin Durant was unlike anything anyone's ever seen. I mean, he literally had the worst series he's ever had in his entire career. And they were being physical with him, and they were doubling him basically every time he touched the ball. They were sending a double team to him, and they were swiping at the ball every time he grabbed it. Uh, so I think they could have benefited from having a coach who could draw up an easy play. Like, hey, we're
Mm-hmm.
going to set this pick here, this down pick here, get you an easy screen to the basket, and you
Mm-hmm.
just have a wide open shot.
Yeah, and I mean, and a lot of times, like I was gonna say, coaches like another big part besides ego is what they're there for is to help players like readjust their focus on what's
Yeah,
going on. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
Like you just said, running a simple play. Like if a player's in a slump, hey, we got to get Katie a shot, an
yeah.
open shot
An
that we
easy
know he
shot,
can make.
something super easy.
Yeah, so that way he can get right back in it, right?
Yeah,
He can get that feel back, he can get his form back a little bit, whatever might be going on mentally, so he can adjust and go forward. So I think that's a big part of it too.
yeah.
But anyways, I cut you off.
Yeah, well, what you saw as the series progressed, it was KD start second guessing everything he was doing. Right,
Mhm.
he didn't know when he was supposed to pass, when he was supposed to shoot, and that's when a good coach steps in and says, "Hey, I'm going to draw you up an easy play, and this is specifically what I want you to do. Don't do anything else. I just want you to take this shot right here, this mid range, in your spot where you normally take it. That you've made 20,000 career points at this spot. I want you to just take this jumper right here. I'm gonna have it wide open for you." And that's going to get you in the rhythm going. In the next play, I'm going to draw something else up for you on a different side of the court. Just to get you in rhythm, because that's what KD was missing for most of the series was rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
And also, he was playing like 45 minutes a game. Like
Yeah, that's exhausting.
That's for somebody who's 30
Too
years
much.
old, who's been playing
Yeah.
for like almost 20 years. Or something
Talk
like
about
that.
when you
Like,
need a coach, right? Like
yeah,
pull him out of
it's
there,
a game
like, get him
manager.
out.
But again, like if you're not respected by your players, like you were saying, like to tell KD, no, I need you to come sit down right now. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
I hired you. I got you this
Yeah.
job. Like, you can't tell me what to do. I'm the one who tells you what to do.
Yeah.
Or like, tell Kyrie, hey, I want you to stop taking as many threes, and I want you, drive into the paint.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you think you know my game better than I do? Like, I know my game is the kind of attitude it seemed to have towards him coaching.
Mm-hmm. You don't want to coach. You don't want to coach who's just one of the guys. You definitely don't want that. That's like saying you. That's like saying you want a friend who's never going to tell you the truth. You know what I mean? Like
yes,
you want like what you really want in those situations is you want someone who's more than a best friend. You want someone who's going to be like, I'm going to tell you what you're doing. That's messing everyone up and what you need to correct.
Yeah,
to actually go forward.
Even the great players like we're talking about Steve Kerr. He even did that with Steph Curry, and telling him what shots to take and what shots not to take. It's like you need that kind of even Michael, getting Michael to trust the triangle system was Steve Kerr talked. I mean, Phil Jackson talked about how that was one of the hardest things he'd done was getting Michael to trust that he should be able to get the ball out of his hands and still score 35 points a game.
Yeah, definitely, which made him a better player.
Exactly,
made him a better player. So
a much more efficient player.
What do you think, real quick, because we got to move on to different topics? What do you think of this? What do you think of this comment?
There's only one Howard that I know, and I don't know what he's currently doing. Is he a coach right now?
I don't know. Look him up because I don't. Again, I'm the wrong person to ask about this kind of stuff because I'm just not on top.
The hot temper. Oh, he's coaching for Michigan. Oh yeah, I do remember that. I don't know what he. Oh, he's suspended for the rest of the season. Okay, there's a YouTube video. I don't want to bring that up, but he's okay. Oh, I didn't see what. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't watch a lot of college basketball. I know everyone's really into it. I don't find it that entertaining. I don't know why. I tried to get into it. I just don't find it that entertaining.
I only watch those Golden Eagles.
We are the best team in the country. So
was it USA Conference USA or whatever we're in? I can't remember. Anyways, I don't actually know. I don't know what he's been going on. What's been going on with him? I haven't been watching very much I didn't watch any March Madness, which is strange because I usually watch at least a game or two.
Maybe it's because they're paying the players now.
Go Pokes! I gotta share that one. That's right.
Stop it.
Come on. Jonathan's a Gamecocks fan. I think he is. He's not a Gamecocks fan.
Yeah, man.
He's not a Gamecocks fan anymore.
We just stole Oklahoma's best quarterback.
Who's Oklahoma's best quarterback?
Yeah, man. He got a transfer from Oklahoma.
Wait, from University of Oklahoma or was he a high school player?
No, from the University of Oklahoma.
Good. We don't. I'm glad. That's our. I don't root for OU. OU sucks.
We're about to be good next year, man. We're about to be on top.
Well, okay. We won't have to play you. I mean, unless I doubt you'll be going to the national championship or anything. You guys aren't that good.
You never know. You never know, man. Hey, we're on the come up. I'm telling you, baby, we're on the come up.
You say that about your Carolina Panthers. They're never up. They're always on the come up. They've been coming up for years.
I'll have you know, we went to a Super Bowl in the last decade. Okay, so don't tell me we're not on the come up. Okay, in the last decade, we have been to a Super Bowl.
And
you know how many teams can say that? Not many.
Hey, that's fine. I've never said Detroit is on a come up. You know why? Because we've been down there a long time. All right, wade in the water. That's how I feel. I mean, we're just in there, man. We're just in there. We're getting out. But one of these days, we will. But anyway, did the Panthers draft anybody?
We got an offensive lineman who's supposed to be really good. It's whatever. Mm-hmm. I really don't understand why we're not trying to go after the guy from the Browns. What's his name? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
I should know his name.
What, quarterback?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the guy from OU?
Yeah.
Blake, what's his name?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Baker Mayfield,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Baker Mayfield. I don't know why we're not going after him. I really don't understand that. Like, we clearly have a quarterback issue. Why are we not in the Baker Mayfield sweepstakes? I think the Browns.
You guys have Cam Newton
for too much.
No, you got to.
He's on the team anymore.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say all you got to do is put Cam Newton 5 yards from the touchdown in the red zone. All right, and he'll make it every time.
That's the only thing he can do.
They'll just. That was a really funny. I started watching some of those games. It's hilarious. I mean, Cleveland did okay this year, didn't they?
Yeah.
They did. They weren't great. But I'm wondering if Baker Mayfield's going to be another like Johnny Manziel situation.
I hope. I don't think so.
He's not as reckless as Johnny Manziel, but
that's my main thing. He's not as reckless. Yeah. He is still a Brett Favre kind of guy. I'm not saying he's not, but I do think Cleveland is just a horrible situation for anybody. Like, you put anybody in Cleveland, they're going to be bad. Like, I don't know anybody who's ever been good in Cleveland. And so I think, and he also was injured for most of the season. He's also injured for most of this year, and he had to get surgery. So he's supposed to be much better coming back this year. He had a stellar rookie year. So I think that should carry over somewhat. I don't know. I would love Baker Mayfield. Okay, if you actually need to pick over Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, or Cam Newton, I would take Baker Mayfield 100 times out of 100. I don't know. Maybe I don't know football well enough to understand the difference. But I respect your opinion. I don't think either one of those guys are starting quarterbacks anymore. I don't think they are.
I think, you know what? I think every team needs a Matthew Stafford. Man. That commercial you sent me, by the way, was hilarious.
Yes,
I loved it so much.
It was
that AT&T commercial. Oh my gosh!
They had another one. I'm gonna send you the other one they have with LaMelo Ball, where he's basically the new Lily, and he's like, yeah, man, one day I'm gonna get that trophy, and I'm gonna get my name up there. And they're like, wait a minute, what do you mean? You already won a Rookie of the Year? He's like, no, I want to be the what is it, like the manager of the week or something like that. And then his dad pops out. He's like, this is my son LaMelo. Like, yeah, he can do anything. And he's like, yes, sir. It's hilarious. AT&T is winning the commercial game right now. They're really winning it right now.
Oh my gosh. Do you want to watch real quick? Do you want to watch the Matthew Stafford one real fast?
Sure.
We'll just watch that one. That one's hilarious. I'll put it up. I'll find it. Find it real fast. It made me laugh really hard because at first I had a hard time putting it together, and then when I actually watched it all the way through, I was like, this is hilarious. Was it for Lily? It was Lily and Matthew, right?
Yeah,
that's what it was. Found it. My old stomping grounds. Used to work for AT&T. Glad I don't anymore. They had good discounts. I mean, I'll give you that. I like their discounts.
That was perfectly casted. The script was perfect. The wink at the end was even more perfect. It was a great
you got to have the wink, right? Here we go. Okay, let me know if you can't hear it. Let's watch it real fast.
When I'm out for March Madness, people can get a free Samsung Galaxy S22 when they trade in a Galaxy. Any year, any condition.
Oh, I get it. So you can take your old phone that you've had for 12 years and loved every minute of and trade it in for something new that suits your life now?
That's right. Yeah.
Then enjoy immediate success. Even though you'll never forget your old phone,
It's a great trade.
Life-changing.
Get a free Samsung Galaxy S22 with any Galaxy trade-in.
Oh,
Any year,
man.
any condition.
I swear, man. Wait, I should pull up the ball one, because like that's only fair. I haven't seen that one, but it just summed up how every Lions fan felt. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah,
Like,
and he didn't even crap on you guys, even though your franchise has been horrible for so many years.
That's why I respect him so much. I'm like, thank you, and I'm glad. I'll be honest. He put his time in. This is how I feel about every player that comes to the Lions. If you put your time in there, it has been a losing franchise for a long time. They need to understand that. Like the higher ups need to understand that it's been a losing franchise. So when people come, celebrate them, thank them for their service. They're like veterans. It's like, thank you for coming and fighting in this war for success. Now go ahead and be free and go do what you want to do.
So here's my question for you though. Do you think they're going to retire his number?
What's that?
You think they're going to retire his number? Matthew Stafford. Do you think the Lions organization is going to retire his number?
No.
What? That's crazy to me. That's honestly bonkers to me.
They would retire. Why would they retire his number? He hasn't won a. They would retire Calvin Johnson's before they retire Matthew Stafford's.
I get that. I'm not saying they shouldn't retire Calvin Johnson's number. I'm just thinking like 12 years that he put in with that organization, and like all the losing seasons, taking all the blame for that. Like he has. I'm pretty sure he has like most of you guys' passing records. Like all your passing records. I'm pretty sure he owns most of them.
That might be true. I feel like it would.
You
be
want a
sad.
Championship?
Yeah, man. Of course. Maybe he'll come back. Maybe he'll come back. No.
Answer this question for me. Why does Calvin Johnson get his number retired? He was there for like what almost the same amount of years, right?
I mean, you're right. They both broke record. Like Calvin Johnson broke the receiving record, and Matthew Stafford broke the throwing record. But I don't know. I don't know why. I guess receiving feels more revered than throwing. Then you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I don't know.
I guess. Oh, well, I will give you this. Calvin Johnson is probably one of the greatest wide receivers we ever had in like NFL history. So yeah, I can understand that being the reason. Like, okay, we had the greatest receiver, so we might as well retire his number.
Yeah.
Even though we gave him a statue. You guys gave him a statue, didn't you?
I think so. Yeah.
Because that's just Obsidian. Yeah.
It's a transformer. No, Megatron. I hear you. I see you in the comments, Megatron.
Do you know if you guys retired Barry's number? I feel like you did retire Barry's number.
Yeah, we did. I'm pretty sure. Okay. He's revered. Same thing at OSU. He is revered at Oklahoma State. You know.
So again, I don't understand. Why does Barry Sanders get retired, but not your boy Matthew Stafford? 12 years. 12 years.
No, I concede. You're accurate. He should. It feels wrong to do that when he's won a championship for somebody else.
Okay, that's fair.
That's what feels weird. Like Calvin Johnson retired with the Lions, so that you know what I mean.
Sign that man when he's at the end of his contract. This is what I don't understand, and I think every team should do this. Like when a player who's been with your organization for a decade at least is about to retire, like just bring them back for a one-day contract. All right, 1 day contract for no money or like whatever the minimum is, and then let them retire as that person. Like if Tom Brady is about to retire, sign him to a 1 day contract to the Patriots, just so he can retire as a Patriot. Like that just makes sense to me. I don't know why you wouldn't do that.
Because I guess the recognition is still there. You know, like he still won all those championships with.
I guess,
with
but like,
Patriots.
But I still would want him to retire. Like when Paul Pierce retired, he should have retired a Celtic. I don't know why they didn't re-sign him to like a 1 day contract just so he can retire a Celtic. He's been a Celtic for most of his career. Doesn't make any sense to me.
I don't know. It's semantics.
It's money, I think.
It's money. Here, let me.
You don't want to pay him with the veteran minimum. It's a 1 day contract. Like you have a ton of those. I don't understand. Like he's He's like 40 now. Just sign him and let him retire a Celtic. I don't get it.
I don't know. Hold on, we'll talk about it in a second. I haven't watched this one.
Mellow Ball, you're still here. Reliable like AT&T 5G. Hey, what's up, little man? I'm gonna make this the regular. You know, come in every day, put in the work, put in the hours, and one day that title gonna be mine. But you already have Rookie of the Year. Nah, Employee of the Week.
Oh my gosh,
I'm Lily now.
There he is. Nothing my son can't do.
That's a fact.
AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure, even in the
Oh
madness
man,
I hate him so much.
I
Oh my
love
God.
LeVar Ball. I think he's one of my favorite people in the world right now.
Of course you do. Oh my gosh.
I mean, he's less.
Listen,
He's actually like a lot
he is-
quieter than he used to.
he is. Yeah, he is a smart businessman. I don't know if he's selling very many sneakers anymore.
Oh, probably not.
But-
Probably not.
I mean, he sold some. I remember he sold some when his kids were up and coming, right? Like that's kind of when he made his money.
Yeah,
there, but
well, they had some sort of falling out. Like he dissolved. I think he dissolved BBB.
Triple B.
Yeah, I think he dissolved it because
Big ball of brand.
They were. I think he had some issue with the accountant or whatever, and so they
Yeah.
dissolved the whole brand. So I'm not even sure if they're still selling shoes or not. But
Yeah.
what I love about him is he's just a great father, man. He bet on his sons. Like I love that. I love that idea. I love the idea of like my son's the best. My son is the greatest of all time.
You
Like,
think he's
my
a great
son.
father?
Yeah, man. I dig it. I don't know his personal life, so I probably can't say he's a great father, but I love the idea of like saying your kid's the best, like on a national stage, you know.
Pride cometh before a fall. That's all I gotta say.
What you want to be like? My son sucks. He's the worst. I could beat him in basketball. Like what do you want?
No, there's just a you know, I don't know. I think the father has an ego. So therefore, like it feeds to this is why it's bad parenting in my opinion. He's passing that down to his kids, which I'm not saying that if you're in the NBA, you shouldn't have some sort of chip on your shoulder and you shouldn't have some sort of, you know, I get that people in the NBA have some sort of ego covering, so to speak, so that way they can take stuff. But I don't think you need that all the time. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. There's certain players who don't. I don't know. There's just certain players who don't have to act like they have so much swagger all the time. They can just be secure in who they are and go play basketball.
Yeah.
And you know, I felt like he fed that to his sons and was like, you're the best, you're the best, you're the best. And I'm not saying that they always thought like I'm the best in the world, but I think they started having this ego thing from that. But I will say, you can definitely tell that his kids have fun with him. You know what I mean? Like you can tell that there is like a type of, you know, the son, whenever you see the sons around their dad, he's like, you know, they're all laughing and joking around a lot. But I wonder if they wouldn't have been good in basketball. I mean, I don't know. They're still waiting on him, right? Isn't Jello the one that they're?
Yeah, Leangelo. I don't know why. I honestly don't know why anyone's picked him up because I thought he was the better of all three of them. I mean, I thought it was the youngest.
I thought the youngest was.
Well, LeVar says LaMelo's the best, but I don't think LaMelo's the best. Well, just watching them play together, I thought like LiAngelo to me has an NBA body, right? Like he's like stout, he's big, he's tall, he's physical, he's a great shooter, or at least I thought he was.
Well, let's be honest, none of them are as good as he claims they are. That's evident. That's evident. You know what I mean?
Well, they're not better than Steph Curry. No, not this.
They're good enough to play in the NBA. That's all I'm trying to say.
And start in the NBA, which is even crazier. Like
does LaMelo or not LaMelo?
Yes.
Sorry.
Lonzo, he's been injured all season, but he plays for the Chicago Bulls. He's their starting point guard.
He did get injured, didn't he?
Okay. Yeah, he got injured like midway through the season or something like that.
Because I remember seeing him play. I guess he does start, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I just remember when he was on the Lakers, and that was horrible.
Well, the funny thing is Lonzo actually does not have his dad's personality. LaMelo has his dad's personality. I think LaMelo's the cocky one.
Yeah.
But Lonzo's very quiet. He's very quiet, and he's not like all up in your face about it or anything like that. I mean, I'm sure he talks trash because that's just what you get from your parents.
He also kind of proved himself in college.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He took the harder route, which is a little. I mean, for a guy like me, it's a little more respectable. But I understand going overseas and making some money. You know, it's just kind of like, you know, whatever. One thing I wanted to ask you before we move on. What did you think of LeBron? He said recently, he tweeted like next year this is not going to happen.
Oh
and
my
he was
gosh.
like, you remember seeing that? He was like,
like,
this is the worst. This is the worst watching the playoffs from my house, is essentially what he said. I'll see if I can find his tweet.
I saw this tweet. I'm
going to show it for the audience, but what did you think about that?
I still don't think LeBron will ever win another championship, so I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's on. Like that contract that they signed, and we talked about this before, but that contract that they signed Westbrook to is gaudy. It's so gaudy. No one in their right mind wants to take that contract on. And if you do take that contract on, you're going to have to get rid of some big pieces along with that contract. They don't have any draft capital, so you can't trade a first round with them to get them out to your books because they don't have any first rounders. They don't have any draft capital to trade with. And so you're talking about losing some very valuable pieces, and then that means your team's only going to get. I mean, and I can't even think about what valuable pieces they have. I mean, the only person they have is only person they have is Anthony Davis, and he's always injured. So I don't know who really wants him, but also I don't know if the Lakers want to trade him because I mean he's the future of the Lakers franchise. Is what he's supposed to be.
Well, this is what he said real fast. He said, "I can/will not miss the postseason again for my career. Sorry, I can't blur this word out, guys, but this crap hurt. Okay, back to watching these games." It seemed like one of those things that was like, who are you trying to, who's this tweet to? Why are you tweeting this? Like, who's this for? It's not for me. I don't care. Like, show me. Don't just tweet about it. You know what I mean?
He's not the same LeBron. Let's be honest. He's not the same LeBron. He can't carry this team anymore. And they need more. Their team is way too old. Someone, I think Charles Barkley equated it to like the retirement home. Like the team is just, like they have Carmelo Anthony on their team. Like, come on, you're scratching the bottom of the barrel now. I'm not saying Carmelo's not good. I'm just saying he's not like a championship guy who's going to get you over the top, right? You got like DeAndre Jordan and like Dwight Howard. It's like all these guys who are like way past their primes. And they can't guard a chair. Like this is a young person's game. Like you need young players to play with you. So I don't. They would have to do something crazy in order for them to make even the playoffs next year. Because every team looks really good next year. He's his son. I don't think Bronny's going to be the solution. I really do not think Bronny.
I don't think so either.
I think it's going to be really. It's going to be really cringy to watch them play together. Honestly,
he's going to be like, okay, so when the ref has his head turned. Okay, just like fall backwards and act like someone hit you, and then be like, "I'm the prince." You're gonna call flop on the prince. No, I'm just kidding. I've heard LeBron has said that to refs before, that he's the king, but I don't know if that's true. Anyways,
I don't know. Unless. So this is the thing I can see. I could see LeBron leaving the Lakers. I know he loves Los Angeles and all that kind of stuff, but the only way he makes another championship run is if he leaves Lakers and goes somewhere else where there's a young team. Like if he goes to like, no.
You don't think so?
Work. No, he doesn't have the ability to carry any team like that. They need a superstar. He's like a star at this point. Honestly,
you don't think he's a superstar? Well, he carries himself like a superstar, and they treat him like one. But you're saying he doesn't play like one.
Well, yeah, because the injuries are catching up to him, right? Father Time's catching up to him. He just can't.
He doesn't play as many games as he used to.
Yeah, I don't even think he played 60 games this season.
He sat out. I watched the Lakers like there were majority of the time I did watch a Lakers game. He wasn't playing.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just like oh he's taking a rest day from a back to back. It was like he was injured a lot this season too.
That's true.
I think the injuries are catching up to him. I don't think he can like dominate like he used to, where he can just like he used to be able to like drive to the cup every time he wanted to, right, and like with ease. But I think he's slowing down. I don't think he likes the physicality as much as he used to, because it's just hard on your body at that age. When you're 38,
he doesn't like to. He plays a little more standoffish than he used to.
I'll give him credit for this. He's a much improved jump shooter. He's a much improved jump shooter. I think he's like over 35% from three. And so that's kind of become his game. So he would need to go somewhere like maybe the Grizzlies or the Suns. He could probably go to the Suns, or I don't know. The only way I can imagine him winning a championship is if he goes.
What if he goes to Toronto?
Toronto
with Damian Lillard.
Oh, you mean Portland?
Sorry, Oh,
Toronto.
You mean Portland? Sorry. I apologize.
I was like, Toronto. Damian Lillard's going to Toronto? Well, no, they were talked about him like, he wanted to jump. Like, people were like, oh, Dame's going to leave Portland because he hasn't won a championship yet. And so I was like, oh, maybe he might go to Toronto on like.
Sorry. I meant Portland. You know what happened was the colors in my head are similar. So that's what I did.
That's fair. And they're not like unreasonably like too far from each other. They're both northern cities.
No.
So.
Okay, this is the last question we're going to answer in sports. So we do need to move on. But do you think Westbrook will ever win a championship?
Oh no, he's definitely for sure. And I don't even think that's a hot take. I think that's a very mild take.
I actually think he's right on the other side of his prime. I think he's like he was at his peak, probably his last season at the Thunder.
Yes. Okay. Yes, I agree with that.
He's kind of like he's like right here. So like if this is his peak, he's like on the downward slope right now. He's not like way down here at the bottom where he's trash. He's just like you know what I mean? Like he still has worth as far as like a trade and people. You know, maybe if he's on a team by himself, he'll I think he'll get his.
He'll only ever put he'll only ever put up statistical numbers. He won't do anything towards winning.
I don't know if he cares that much.
No, I don't think he cares.
I'll be honest. Well, I mean, he doesn't carry himself like he cares about winning a championship.
Dude, he won an MVP. That was I think that was his only goal. Like a championship was nice, but I think once he won the MVP, he was kind of like, okay, my career is set in stone.
Yeah,
like I'm going to be.
He worked hard for that MVP.
Oh yeah, for sure. Props to him.
Maybe harder than most people have worked for a championship. I'll be honest.
He dragged that team full of nobodies to the playoffs. So I give him all the credit for that. That was an accomplishment in its own self.
I wouldn't. By the way, to answer the question in the chat, I wouldn't want him on the Thunder. So I mean, we've talked about this in past episodes. I wouldn't want him on the Thunder. I think the Thunder needs to move past him. They are moving past him. Ooh. I didn't hate his time on the Thunder, but I do.
The question though, do they retire his jersey?
Do they retire his jersey? They might.
Zero. Really? You think they would?
For the MVP, maybe. I don't know. The Thunder's a young team, so I could see them making, churlish decisions like that.
That's fair. They are a young team, but zero is a very common number, though. I don't like. Would you really want to retire it? Meaning no one else can ever wear it. If it was like something like 19,
here's the thing,
it's like okay.
I don't think anybody on the Thunder is going to get their jersey retired except for Nick Collison. Okay, so let's just put that in perspective.
And that's a shame because Kevin Durant should definitely have gotten his jersey retired with you guys. Like
he should have, but he's a traitor, so we don't need to go down.
20 years will be over that, and you guys will retire his jersey. 35 will be retired in 25 years.
He's not welcome to work in this town again. I told you that at the beginning of the show. Okay.
Wait, talk about inside the restaurant in Oklahoma.
No, he doesn't. No, it got torn down. Got bought out after he left.
Oh, okay.
He actually shut down his restaurant. I want to say either like a week after he left or it was like before. Everybody was trashing it with comments. It was really funny. They were like,
they were snakes in the garden.
Yeah, they were like, there's snakes in the kitchen. They were like these are legit. They were like, they said something about like there's too much salt like in the food. Like they were talking about how he's salty about. They were hilarious. They were really funny. I remember looking them up. It was like right after he left. Everybody went to just trash his restaurant, but he was pulling it out because he doesn't live in Oklahoma City, obviously. So I do think he moved the restaurant.
I get it. I get you guys are upset, but come on, man.
No, I'm more upset.
Work he put to put you guys on the map.
I'm more upset about Thunderstruck. Okay, that movie was garbage. The movie was so bad.
What do you expect from a basketball player?
I expected Space Jam, the greatest movie of all time.
Wait a minute, which one?
The first. Don't even get me started. The second one is I hate the second one so much. And not only the Looney Tunes weren't even as good. That was my problem.
Yeah. You know what? What grinds my gears? You know what really grinds my gears? Hearing people go, "Well, the first one wasn't that good either. It's just nostalgia." And I'm like,
"No, okay, it's not. Stop. The first one is good. Go back and watch
the first one. Is actually a good movie. No, Michael Jordan is not the best actor ever, but he is a serviceable actor for the story.
Have you watched it recently? Did you watch it?
Dang, I feel like I watched it in the last year or two.
Listen, Bill Murray was in that movie.
Yeah.
You had freaking what's his name? Why can't I remember? Wow, I can't remember the Celtic of all Celtics. Larry Bird. Larry Bird was in that movie. You had man, I can't remember any of these people's names.
Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley. You had the Patrick Ewing was in that movie. Yeah, like you had so many. Like you had. And then what did we get in Space Jam 2? We got a bunch of CGI'd versions of like Klay Thompson and
Anthony
then we got
Davis,
a WNBA player that nobody knows who it is. I was like, this is trash, man.
I didn't get why they did that, but okay.
Well, you know why they did that. You know why they did that.
It's a woman's game.
They should have showed LeBron dunking on her at one point. I'm sorry. We're gonna talk about Space Jam 2, and I hate Space Jam 2 so much. And they did too much. There were parts that I did like of it, but they did way too much. Like, it's a crossover. It's crossover. Look at all this. Like, he's in DC Comics now. He's in Game of Thrones. He's in all, and I'm just like, stop it, quit. It's too much. It's too much. And I
all
thought.
Right. On the line of movies, since we're talking about movies,
we're talking about movies.
We're gonna
talk about Morbius, right? Is that what we're going?
Eric's about to give us a hot take on Morbius.
Underrated, underappreciated, underdeveloped.
Oh, you got me.
I got you. I did.
You got me. Oh, that's funny. Underdeveloped. Yeah. Yes. Underdeveloped.
Okay.
So you don't have any hot takes on this movie. Is that what I'm hearing?
So I do have a caveat.
Okay. Caveat.
And I apologize to my wife. She was just like, because I was kind of upset about this. We actually missed the first. We ended up missing the first 20 minutes of the movie.
Oh snap!
Yeah. So here's the thing. Okay. I don't think the movie would have been any better with the 20 minutes.
No.
But I can't fairly say that, like, when I say there's no character development, I don't truly know that because I haven't watched the beginning. But from what I saw, I'll get into it in a second. But basically, where we walked into the movie theater, it was my fault. I decided to choose, like, instead of the 10 o'clock showing, I was like, well, she's got to go to work early in the morning. Let's just go to the 7. And she said we could go to the 10, but I was like, let's just go to the 7. And she got out of work at like 7:15, and it started at like, well, I picked her up at 7:15. The showing started at 7:15. So by the time we got there, it was 7:30. It was like 7:40 something. And so we had missed. Hold on, just a second. Sorry. Oh, you got her, baby. Okay. We had missed like 20 minutes of the show. So we missed. So basically, when I walked in, he had just changed into Morbius.
You didn't miss anything, man.
So I didn't get to see like what turned him into Morbius, and I didn't get to see the character development and what sickness he had. But from what I saw,
okay. Well, yeah, you may have missed a little bit. Let me retract. You may have missed a little bit.
But from what I saw of the movie, the characters are they're like, this is a love interest. This is the like every man's best friend. This is the father figure. Like, and those are the character types. That's all you need to know. Like,
yeah, then they had a hat full of things, and they're just like, okay, father figure, that guy.
Yeah.
He looks like a father to somebody.
And I already knew where the movie was going. I was I was like, oh, that guy's gonna be another vampire. And it was like, oh yeah, he did become another vampire.
Dude, I was literally like, okay, I don't want to do. I guess it doesn't matter if we do spoilers, right? Let's just go ahead and say spoiler alert.
Okay. Spoiler alert. Also, Jonathan, I want to hear all your takes first before I want to hear your rant.
Okay.
So
I don't even have a rant for this movie. I really did not care. I didn't want to watch it in the first place. I'll be honest. With you. I really
I have a stinger for the rant, so we're gonna play it.
Okay. I honestly don't have a rant for this movie. It was funny. We were going to go watch the movie. My wife was like, "You excited?" And like we were in the theater. She's like, "You excited?" And it was like nobody in the theater. It's like me, us, a couple behind us, and a couple like way in front of us. And I was the whole movie theater. It was like 50 empty seats. And I was like, no, not really. I was like, I really don't want to see this movie. She's like, why are you watching it then? And I was like, well, I gotta watch it for the show so I can comment on it. But I really don't want to watch this movie. Like, I know it's going to be a bad movie. I know this is going to be bad. And for those of you who might say, Jonathan, that colored your perception of this movie. You're completely wrong, okay? Because I went into this movie with zero expectations. No expectations. This movie had nothing to do but go up, okay? Like, I was already thinking this is going to probably be the worst superhero movie I've seen in, like, the last 5 years. But no, this movie was like, no, we're gonna be just bad. We're gonna be really, really bad, and we're not gonna even try. Now, this is what I will say. I want to say some good things about the movie first. I like Jared Leto. Jared Leto was actually really good in this movie. I thought not really good, but he was good. He was better than he's been in any superhero role in a while.
I'm gonna say one thing. They do Jared Leto dirty in every superhero movie he's in. Because like I didn't love his portrayal of the Joker, but they cut out like a majority of his scenes in that movie, and you could tell he worked really hard in that movie.
Yeah.
And I felt the same way about this movie. I was like, he's working really hard for this character. And I was like, you can tell if you watch the movie, you can tell so much has been cut out. Like, there were so many. I saw so many bad like camera cuts and everything. Like, there's one where he's like, I can't remember what it was, but there's one where he's like looking at the bats, and then they do like this weird cut on the side, and then they like, and I was like, okay, there was apparently a scene there, and they just like like moved it. So, anyways.
Yeah, I like Jared Leto. I like the woman for the most part, but her character was so like
basic,
forced into the script that it didn't seem like she served a purpose until the very end. And I was so mad that they made her another vampire. Oh, I didn't like that at all.
That made no sense.
Yeah.
You said good things.
I liked the idea of the first 20 minutes, which it was like these two kids who like are struggling with a disease that's killing them, and it's hard for them to even feel normal because the disease just eats away at them, so they can't even like experience normality like the other kids do. Dude, there was this horrible scene, right? Where like, I don't know if you heard about this scene, but Morbius is leaving to go to the special education program or whatever, because he's really smart or whatever. He fixed this machine like with a paperclip because he's just so smart. For some reason, they don't explain any of this, but he's just really smart all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And he's about to leave his best friend, and so he gives his best friend this little origami piece that he made or whatever, and inside the origami is a letter.
Okay.
And the boy, like, it falls outside somehow, and so the boy, like, he's like, you know, crippled boy or whatever, he goes outside to go pick up his letter or whatever, and then the kids from the school that's next door see him, and they start mocking him and like picking on him for being disabled. And
really,
they take his little origami thing, and he's like, "Just give it back to me." And they're like making fun of it because Morbius wrote him like a heartfelt letter. And they're making fun of him. They're like, "Ha, you stupid kid!" Like, yeah. And then he's like, "Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Give it back to me." And then so they push him on the ground and start stomping on this kid, this disabled boy with a disease. And they start stomping on him.
That's so messed up.
And then so the father figure guy runs outside. Stop. And so the little the friend guy who was on the ground getting beat up, he jumps up and starts wailing on this other kid. Just starts wailing on him. And so I'm sitting in the movie theater and I'm like, he's gonna be evil. It was so plainly obvious. Like, he's literally gonna be evil because he did that one act. Now we're supposed to know, oh, he has a bad streak in him. So that must mean he's going to be evil later on. But the hilarious, the horrible part was, I'm like, where do you find these kids at? Who are like, hey, there's the crippled disabled boy. Let's pick and beat him up. Like, we don't even know him. He doesn't go to school with us. But let's laugh at him and beat him up for being crippled and disabled.
Like no context at all.
Yeah, zero context.
Not like they've seen him before. Not like
it's just like they just random kids come out of nowhere and they're just like picking on this kid. And it's like literally start jumping him, and I start laughing because I'm like, this is hilarious how preposterous this is.
I always hated in shows how they were like, haha, he's different. Let's go make fun of him. I was like, nobody's like that. I've never met anybody in life who was like, this person's different. Let's go pick on him and beat him up and make him feel less than. And I'm like, nobody's like that. Like there's usually some sort of like build to that.
Yeah, there's some sort of dynamic or something like that.
It's not like the first time you meet someone, you're just like, I'm gonna go curb stomp them. Like,
man, we gotta exactly. We gotta really stand up for stereotyping bullies. That's what we need to stand up for. # no more stereotypes. That's what we gotta start. No more stereotyping bullies, okay? It's not okay. It's never been okay.
I just want I want character development with my bullies.
But here's my question. Isn't the bully always a stereotypical white guy? He's this big muscle head. He's on the football team for some reason, and he doesn't know anything about anything. But he knows that this little nerdy kid needs to get beat up. He needs a lesson. He needs a teaching too. Like, that's not the 21st century. I mean, no one does that anymore.
Is it always a white kid? I don't know.
I don't. Well, I guess no.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think.
Spider-Man, Tom Holland Spider-Man actually was an Indian kid.
He didn't
diversity.
really get bullied though. I'm gonna be honest, he didn't get bullied though.
No, he didn't. He did not.
Diversity.
That's what we're going for, right?
That's true. That's true. Anyways, what else did you like about the movie, or if that's
it?
Okay, what did you hate about the movie? Because you kept asking me when I was gonna see this, because I was like, okay, Jonathan's obviously got words to say about this, but I saw it way late. Like I saw it Friday finally. I'm trying to see it forever. But anyways, what didn't you like about the movie? Because then I'll go into what I talked about.
I didn't like any of the characters' development. I didn't like doing the whole it's the same powers, but he's a villain. Like, it's the same guy, but he's a villain this time. I thought the whole plot was totally contrived. It had no purpose to seem legitimate. They weren't even trying to make it realistic at all. I really didn't like any of the villains in the story. I didn't understand most of the characters' motivations, like why his friend suddenly turned evil. Like, I understand his friend being upset at him, but I don't understand why he turned evil. Like, why did that make him evil? Morbius didn't turn evil, so why was he evil? I didn't like the bats. I hate the bats. I didn't like that the bats turned into a fist and beat his friend up. That was so stupid. I hated the last fight. I completely hated the last fight.
I did as well.
I don't know.
I don't know why they're trying to make him Batman. I thought that so many times. I was like, wow, this movie really loves Christopher Nolan, The Dark Knight, or Batman Begins.
Everything was so dark and you couldn't see.
Well, how many times did bats fly around him and he stood up like this? I was like, the person who wrote this loves Christopher Nolan's Batman Begins, and they loved the beginning of Batman versus Superman, where Bruce literally flies in the air with the
surrounded by bats.
With the bats around him. I was like, what? Why are there so many?
It's
bats?
Metaphorical. No, I'm just kidding.
It screams metaphorical. Anything else? What else did you hate?
The music was average. It made me hate the trailers even more because of the trailers. I felt like the trailers misled me. I thought the movie was going to be a lot funnier, and it wasn't funny at all. Almost in any part where it was supposed to be funny, it wasn't funny. I completely hated the end credit scenes. The end credit scenes was probably the worst part of the movie to me. Just completely butchered the entire whatever universe they're trying to create was completely butchered by the end of this movie.
Yeah, it was bad.
And man, Sony really knows how to take a good thing and really make it just horrible. I don't want them to have Vulture. That oh my gosh, they're gonna do such a disservice to that character. He was so great in Spider-Man. Oh my gosh. And now they're gonna just abuse him.
Here's the thing. So this is what I'm gonna give my thoughts about the movie, and we're gonna make this part short because there's just not a lot to talk about this movie. Like it's a gloss over movie. It's like you don't even need to see it.
Yep. Everything everyone said about the movie, that's what it is.
The end credit scenes are literally you don't need to watch them because they don't make sense. You don't need to watch them. They don't there's no reason, because even what they do set up doesn't make sense, and there wasn't any reason for it.
There wasn't
to
any
be
build up
set
to it.
up. Yeah, there's no which I think there would have been. I think there was a better version of this movie. I'm not saying it was a great movie. I'm not saying it was Academy Award.
You mean like the first Suicide Squad movie? There was a director's cut that made it slightly better.
Not slightly better. I'm gonna give it. So let me preface why I say this. So this movie, if you followed it in development, this movie was supposed to come out before Spider-Man: No Way Home. It was supposed to have. We saw in the trailer. We saw in the trailer that there's a scene where the Vulture gets arrested, and he says, "Oh, Dr. Michael Morbius." There was also a scene where we see Spider-Man behind Dr. Morbius that's painted on a wall.
Did you see that in the movie?
No, it was not in the movie.
Okay.
I looked for at least what I saw of the movie. I didn't see the first 20 minutes, but I did not see that anywhere in the movie. So there's all these hints that this is connected to a broader universe, and then when Spider-Man No Way Home came out, they delayed it a few more months. And then also, even before Spider-Man No Way Home came out, they said that they were re-editing the movie, that they had cut some stuff. So again, it's one of those things where I'm not saying that this movie would have been better, like better in the sense of like this movie would be worth watching. That's not what I mean. What I mean is this movie probably would have benefited from the original version. Like if we could see the original version, we'd probably have more positive things to say about it. May have been a little more.
No Way Home.
Yeah, correct. So I think if the pandemic didn't happen and we would have seen this for what it was supposed to be, it may have been a little bit more interesting, and at least some of the questions we got would have been answered. Like, and the reason I say that, I'm only saying this because I think it deserves to be said. I think the movie deserves someone to be like, listen, the people who cut this movie or the studio really jacked it up, because there's just parts that don't seem to go together in this movie.
Yeah.
Like there's parts that don't seem to fit, especially the end credit scenes. Like you can tell when I saw the end credit scenes, which it's literally like all of a sudden the Vulture appears.
He's just like loving life.
He's like, well, hopefully they got better food here or something.
And
he
wait,
like the Vulture
travel dimensions.
So Michael Keaton's the Vulture from Spider-Man Homecoming shows up in the Morbius movie at the very end, and he shows up in their version of prison. And then you find out that, oh, he's getting just randomly, they're just like, oh, well, there's a news, they cut to a news reporter clip, and she's like, this person, the Vulture, I forget what his name is in actuality, he's gonna be let out because he just randomly appeared in a movie cell or in a prison cell. And then it cuts, and then it goes, and you just see him being escorted out of prison, goes to the credits. Then after the initial credits, there's this random scene where Michael Morbius is like driving, and then he just like is looking out the window dramatically, and then he stops, and then he gets out of the car, and he's like, he looks, and then the Vulture comes, and the Vulture's in his stuff, and then you can clearly tell, like, the editing, the sound mixing on Michael Keaton's voice is horrible.
Yes. Oh gosh, it sounded so weird.
He's like, hey, I think we should team up. And he's like, because basically this is a very good summation of what he says. I think we should team up because Spider-Man. And then Morbius goes, okay, I'm listening. And it's like, Morbius doesn't know who Spider-Man is.
Yeah.
Like there's like, and that's literally like what it is.
Do you know why he know who Venom is? That's what I didn't figure out. How does he know who Venom is?
It's in the Venom universe.
But do we ever see Venom, or like we don't know that he knows Venom, or that he's in the same universe as Venom? Because I don't know. Was there any connection in the movie?
Yeah, so they mentioned something. Adolin pointed this out to me. They mentioned something in San Francisco. They're like, something happened in San Francisco, and that's where Venom is in the Venom movies. Oh, and the cops mention it. And I believe in the Venom movies, Venom is like a known being, like he's a known person, like across the country. At least that's what they portray it as. So I'm assuming that that's how they know each other, because he's probably heard of him. But again, to your point, I'm not defending the movie. They should have put some sort of skeptical of that. And to answer the questions in the chat, I was interested in this movie because I wanted to see how bad it was going to be. So for those people who don't know, Morbius, the character, is a Spider-Man character. And they teased very heavily that this movie was going to be connected to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the MCU. And it's about a dude who, in the comic books, it's a dude, he gets like bit by a bat, or he has some sort of DNA thing, and he turns into a living vampire, which just means he can walk during the day and stuff like that. But real quickly to get through it, the movie was horrible. It felt very cookie cutter. The only reason I would watch it again is just to see the first 20 minutes, and I don't even know if I would do that. All the characters, Jared Leto does a decent job acting. It's a forgettable movie. It's one of those movies you're going to see in 20 years, and you're going to be like, oh yeah, they made that movie, didn't they? It's gonna be like a Daredevil with Ben Affleck, or
oh man, yeah,
something like, it's gonna be like that, and it's gonna be laughable. Like I bet they make a better version of Morbius like way down the road, and people are like, oh wow, that was horrible. The characters are all cookie cutter. Like, I don't really see why the girl likes Morbius. Of course, I missed the first 20 minutes, but I also heard from other people that there's no really indication why they like each other. The best friend who became the other vampire, it's just a trope that's been done over and over in superhero movies, where it's like, oh, there's a bad version of the good guy, and it was just
like Iron Man 1, basically. It's basically Iron Man 1, but like a really, really bad version of Iron Man 1.
Yeah, because Iron Man 1 actually at least had some sort of like motivation and build up to it. You know what I mean?
And the villain, I mean, while the villain may have been just serviceable for the plot, the character that they were building in Iron Man was more than enough to compensate whatever the
and I mean, the guy who played Obadiah Stane did a great job. I mean, he
built this in a cave
with a box of scraps. I love that line so much. It's so fun. And he's like, "But I'm not Tony Stark, sir." I love that line so much. It's great. But anyways, yeah. So I mean, the acting in that movie, there's no comparison. But anyways, it was one of those things when Iron Man did it. It was a little bit of a trope, but not as bad. Like, you kind of started to see it. X-Men had Sabretooth, right? Mm-hmm. And then Spider-Man 3 had, the Venom, so evil Spider-Man, sort of. And then that's when you started to see it more, was after that. You saw Iron Man, you saw the Incredible Hulk had a bad version. Then it kept going. But in this, it's just the trope's been done so much, and the sad thing is it's done so poorly. Like, there's no motivation, there's no build up, there's no what's going to happen. I was in the movie theater for 5 minutes. I already knew what was going to happen. Once I saw his friend show up, I was like, oh, he's going to turn into a vampire, and that's how the movie's going to end. They're going to fight each other. Also, that, like, there's no laws. They don't explain how Morbius can do what he does. They do in a really short 5-minute scene. They explain his echolocation, and that's it. And then, because he just talks about how he feels the whole time, if I remember correctly, he's just like I feel stronger and I feel like this and that because of the bat. Yeah, and it's like that's pretty much it. Because he's a doctor, so he's researching himself.
Yeah, and he communicates with the bats. He's like, I feel a kinship to the bat. But why couldn't his friend do that? That's why I couldn't understand. I didn't understand
exactly. That. So again, these are some of the things that, like, for instance, you don't really understand why he can fly.
Yeah, he just does.
He just does. Also, we haven't seen his friend fly. Mm-hmm. Like, his friend doesn't seem like he can fly. From what I picked up in the movie, it looked like what they were trying to portray is like if there's a current in the air, he can like
ride on it.
Yeah, he can like ride the current. That's what it seems like, because that's what he did with the train.
Yeah.
But that's all I could get from it. I was like, I don't understand.
Know though. That's confusing though, because the current, he jumped in front of the train, right? So wouldn't you expect the draft to come behind the train?
I don't know. I don't know. Like, because like, I was like, so is it the forces? In the comics, he can just fly. Like, that's I would rather, like, he can just fly now. Like, I'd rather that. It's a superhero movie. Like, this movie is so far from science at this point. Don't try to root it. Like,
you got a guy injecting himself with bats. So like, yeah, we're pretty removed from science here.
Exactly. Like, let's just go forward. What else is there? Okay, so like he ends up the whole. So here's the thing that kind of sucks for me. Morbius in the realm of Spider-Man is a really interesting character. Why? Because it's Spider-Man versus a vampire. That's a cool thing, right? That's interesting. Take Spider-Man out of the equation. That's the problem with a lot of these villains. That was the problem with Venom. Venom, it was an okay movie. What would have been better if Spider-Man was there? Because that's where Venom comes from.
No, you're right. I mean, a lot of Marvel, like the heroes make the villain. So like, because I mean, if you really think about it, Marvel doesn't have that many great villains. They really just don't.
No, I mean,
their heroes have to compensate for the villain.
Spider-Man has all the cool villains. that Marvel has, essentially. You know what I mean? Like Green
Yeah.
Goblin,
Dr.
Sandman,
Octopus.
Doc Ock. They all are kind of interesting in their own right. There's other interesting villains. They're just not as notable, and they're not as interesting generally.
Yeah,
So.
but and most of them you couldn't do like a solo movie on by themselves because it
Yeah,
just
I would
wouldn't be
agree.
that compelling without their superhero counterpart being in the movie. But with
Yeah.
DC, you have tons of amazing villains that are not just Batman villains, but like I think you could do a Lex Luthor movie that would be amazing.
Yeah.
That'd be like so cool to do because like they just have their own recognition.
You could do like a Joker treatment for him where he kind of does a slow turn to like,
Yeah,
I don't want to, not insanity, but like egotistical, like maniacal genius type of thing. You know, that would be cool. But anyways, so with his powers, right? There's the reason I kind of stopped for a second is because what's interesting about the character. So the artificial blood, the concept of like how he could have artificial blood versus real blood was kind of interesting. I found that a little compelling. Like I was like, that's kind of interesting. But the
Did
thing
you
is, they don't
understand it though? I didn't. I feel like I didn't understand. I didn't fully understand. Like he had the watch on, and then he was like counting down. Then he was like,
I understood. So he was saying like, because he had real blood before, and he could tell how that had felt when he attacked everybody. He had real blood, so he could tell how long he estimated about how long he could last on real blood versus he was timing how long he could handle artificial blood. So what was basically the what's not hypothesis, but what they ended
theory?
up finding, yeah, the theory was that if he would have human blood, like real blood, his strength would be like a lot more, and he could live a lot longer on that versus the artificial blood. Essentially, I felt bad, but I had this thought. I was like, okay, so this movie is about a vegan vampire who who's missing his hero counterpart, and is just gonna fight this other guy it's veganism versus
Carnivores?
carnivorous people. That's what the movie's about. Because it's like this dude's like, we can be, they'll never laugh at us again, and they'll, all these different things. And he's like, we can be one of them, and we can be greater than them. And he's like, I just want to. I didn't really understand. Also, I didn't understand why he was so comfortable drinking people's blood. Like I was like, that's kind of gross. Like that should be a natural thing that you get to, right? Like,
Yeah.
like, because Jared Leto's character was kind of appalled that he did that. He was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that. And this guy's just like, it's cool. Like I'll just drink some blood. It's fine. It's like that would be something that you couldn't just do that. You know what I mean? Like you'd have to be accustomed to that. Like you'd have to have that hunger for it, and then you'd do it, and then you'd be like, well, I feel better, and then you'd have to do it again, and then you'd be like, well, I really feel better, and
Why not just rob a blood bank? That's why I couldn't understand. That's like the whole movie. I kept thinking like, okay, at some point he's gonna go to a blood bank and
also,
realize I can have actual blood.
It's supposed to be implied that the reason that Dr. Morbius won't use human blood is because of his right, because he's a doctor, right? So he made an oath to always keep people safe and protect people, to always help people, to never to harm
his girlfriend.
Yeah, never to harm. Well, his girlfriend like did that on purpose, which was weird. She was like, make good use of it, and then he was like, because he needed it to be as strong as the other dude, and then this is the whole point I was getting to. It was a very long trail to get to it, but very long because this movie has so many things that you can talk about that are ridiculous. He bites his girlfriend at the end. His girlfriend gets killed pretty much by the other vampire. Mm-hmm. And then she's like, make good use of it. And then she's just like turns her neck over and she dies. And so then he like very slowly and doesn't want to do it. And then he, his animal side of him comes out. He bites her, sucks like all of her blood out. And then at the end of the movie, like you said, she comes back to life and she's apparently a vampire. The thing is, he's not that kind of vampire. And they even said that in the movie. And every other corpse that he's ever bit and drained blood
has not come back to life.
Has not come back to life as a vampire. So it doesn't make any sense. It's just like
love. It's the power of love.
No, it's not the power of love. It's just like you got to give me some reason that this is happening. Like it doesn't. It's just anyway. So the movie was really bad.
What do you think about the cops in the movie?
Okay, so like I gave them a little bit of a pass because I didn't know how much of the movie I'd missed, to be honest. I was guessing I'd missed about 20, 25 minutes. So I was like, I don't know if they're in there longer. Their acting was horrible. The one guy with the mustache was funny, but they kind of seemed like they served
the
no
black
purpose.
guy or the other guy?
Not the guy from Fast and the Furious who goes, woo! Not him. The he does that in every movie, man. Every trailer. He's the woo guy. You know, they're like, it's about family. Woo! Like he does every time. But anyways, no, the Hispanic dude with the glasses and the mustache, he was kind of funny.
Yeah.
And he was the guy who brought like holy water to interview him. That was kind of funny. But they served no purpose. Like they didn't have to be in the movie. And again, this is why I don't think their acting was great. And because their acting was great, the performances wasn't great. The performances are bad. But the thing is, they would have served more of a purpose, I guarantee you, if they hadn't cut everything out. Like there was so much that, to me, when I watched the movie, I saw where they had just cut so much stuff out, and I was like, this doesn't even make sense, like what they're doing. Anyways, so here's my thing: is like the character of Morbius is interesting. Like Jared Leto gave a good performance, and to be honest, I would love to see this movie in the hands of Marvel, where Jared Leto is still Morbius. To be honest,
Yeah,
I thought he did a good job. There was times where he was a little over dramatic. Like he would always go to this like heavy breathing thing where he was like, and then it was like, what are you? Okay, like it was just kind of it was weird.
Did you see the cop teleport though?
The cop teleport.
Did you notice it in theater? When like teleport? he flies up, like Morbius jumps and he like jumps all the way through like a bunch of stairs, and the cop's just like, shoot him! Bop, 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 bop. He starts shooting at him.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
And then he like gets on the roof, he's like running around, he throws his bag around, and he's like,
oh yeah, that made no sense.
And then Tyrese is like, freeze! And I'm like, how did you get up? How did you get up the stairs that quickly?
I was also like, Jared Leto just proved that he was way faster than this guy with a gun. Like I was like, I wondered why he let himself get captured like that. Yeah. I was like, did you let yourself get captured, or did you just think that was weird? I like the character of Morbius, so I was kind of like, I really wanted the movie to be better. I would love to see a Spider-Man movie where Morbius is in it because I was told by a lot of people that the 90s animated Spider-Man cartoon was good. I've watched the majority of it, and there's a whole like 5 or 6 episode arc where it's about Morbius and how he becomes Morbius and everything. And it's pretty interesting. Like it's like I was kind of like, I would kind of like to see that live action, like him versus a vampire. That would be really cool.
Well, you might see it, man.
No,
you heard
not with this.
You heard what Vulture said.
You want to team up?
The last thing I remember is Spider-Man. Spider-Man's the reason I'm here.
And Morbius doesn't know. Morbius doesn't know who Spider-Man is. Makes no sense. Like he doesn't know who They don't have Spider-Man apparently.
Well, maybe he's coming.
Maybe
that's what this whole thing's going to
be. Tobey Maguire. Or Andrew Garfield.
In the Spider-Verse movie, right? We get to see one of them two come. I honestly do think we're going to get Tom Holland in that movie. I think we're probably going to get Tom Holland and maybe Tobey.
What? Oh, in the cartoon? The animated?
Yeah, an animated movie.
I think we will too. Apparently, they were already in talks for the first one, but it never happened. Interesting. So I think you're right. Anyways,
look, let me just say this: I love who they casted because he is legit one of my I really like him as an actor. He was on New Girl. The guy that got to be Tobey Spider-Man, basically. Let me look it up.
Who are you talking about?
Spider-Man, man. What's Spider-Man?
Oh, the guy who plays Peter Parker.
Yes. I didn't want to say that because I thought that'd be confusing.
Oh, Into the Spider-Verse.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I like him as well.
Yeah, but I really would have preferred it to be Tobey. I don't know why they didn't just do that. Like, why not just make it Tobey? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. But again, it could just be a slight. Maybe he's a variation of Tobey. That could be a very easy
an
explanation.
infinite universe, right? So like, They can bring Toby in. They can bring Andrew
Here's
in.
my question for you. I listen to my guy Young Ripper. Big shout outs to his channel. If you're not subscribed to his channel, go subscribe. If you don't, then unsubscribe to our channel. No, I'm just kidding.
Whoa. Okay, we've barely got like 12 people. Okay, so
no, I'm kidding. But he's very much against multiverse. He said he doesn't like it because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't like
I've been watching some of his videos. I watched that one today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
The clip of it.
Maybe you can better explain what he talks about with the multiverse.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in a minute.
So his take is it creates an environment for poor writing because you can just fix everything. You can fix everything and there's no stakes because it's like, well, we can just have people from another universe come help, or we can retcon it by, oh, that was in an alternate universe. It doesn't matter because fans didn't like it. I understand his point. And the thing is, that's probably what companies are going to do. I would be happier if they explored the multiverse and then closed it. But the thing is, like, his point essentially is like, well, once you open it, you can't close it. But I'm kind of like, I would rather, so like, for instance, if I would rather have like that technology. So if there's technology that's created to get to the multiverse, I would rather somebody be like, hey, the person who created that technology, like, say, for instance, it was Tony Stark. Tony Stark died, and now nobody knows how to create that technology again, at least for the next 100 years.
So maybe like it was just serviceable for that stretch of comic run, maybe.
Yeah, because I don't think they're gonna, in my opinion, I don't think they're gonna leave the multiverse open forever for Marvel. That seems like too much of a headache, right? Like, because then people are like, well, why doesn't this person come in? Because the multiverse. Because you think of how many times people are like, well, how come Thor didn't come help this person? You know what I mean? It's like so many people already asked that question. A multiverse is going to be, in my opinion, kind of crazy. But I find it interesting. I know he would probably call me a normie, which is fine. He likes that term. He considers normies people who don't read comic books and they just kind of jump on the superhero bandwagon. Which, I mean, that's fair. I kind of am. I've been watching the movies for a long time, and I've read a few comic books. But he would also say that it's somebody who doesn't have appreciation for the character, which I do have appreciation for the character, in my opinion. So like I get it, but I think the idea of a multiverse is cool because I don't think it's something that's real. So I find it interesting. I find that science interesting.
Yeah.
Where it gets too much, in my opinion, where I don't like it, because I guarantee I would be surprised if he said he didn't like Spider-Man No Way Home. Like, that would surprise me. Like, I don't know anybody who didn't who he hasn't seen it.
No.
Oh, that's right, because he's not watching like Marvel and DC stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
He actually said he watched Into the Spider-Verse and he didn't like it.
But maybe he wouldn't like it. But I mean, most people that I know, even people who are comic book fans, who would probably agree with him, they enjoyed that movie that I've watched on YouTube. It's interesting, it's fun, it's cool. The thing that I don't like is literally what I was just talking about. Literally what I was just talking about with Spider-Man 2 or Space Jam 2. Like Space Jam 2, they did a multiverse in that movie, and it was so overwhelming. It was way too much. It was like, I don't want that much of it. I just don't. I don't want a movie that's full of crossovers and no plot. Yeah. Like that's way too much.
I still don't understand why they didn't get Superman to help them. It would just seem like the obvious pick, or Flash,
right?
Literally just stop time.
Yeah, I know. Like, just pick it, and they already had somebody who could run really fast on the other team, like just the Flash. So, anyways, so that's what I don't want to happen with Marvel. If Marvel opens them, I want them to semi-permanently close it when they're done with it. Well, and what I mean is,
I get what you're saying. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, that's basically it. Like, I just want them to semi-permanently close it. I say semi because obviously 20 years, 30 years down the road, if they're still doing the same continuity, I would be surprised if they were. But if they were still doing the same continuity, then, maybe you would open it up for a movie or for a adventure. I like what Into the Spider-Verse is doing. Like, they're kind of just doing their own thing with with those with that idea, right? So they're like, this is the multiverse. We're gonna leave it over here. We're gonna. It'd be cool if Marvel did that. If Marvel just did like, this is the multiverse, and we're gonna explore it here in this show. Like, and they kind of did that with What If. But if you're gonna, if you're gonna do the multiverse, kind of keep it away from the main. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Anyways, all that. Yeah.
I like the multiverse, the idea of it as well. Mm-hmm. And I would love it to be just like a washer kind of deal. So we can like come into the multiverse, take a look at what's going on, but it has no bearing on what's happening in the actual universe. Like the 616 has no bearing on what happens in 616. There's no crossover is going to happen. Maybe every once in a while, like you were saying, maybe we get a little crossover, but for the most part, it stays within its own universe. We don't get multiverses collapsing on top of each other or none of that nonsense that DC does every 10 or so years.
It's cool for like those small instances. When it's overdone, it's not fun anymore.
Yeah,
I would agree with that, because I've seen where it becomes too much, and it's just like, it's not fun anymore. It's not cool. Yeah. It's just kind of like, it's like, what's going on here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I would like, but I like the idea of like taking a character who was traditionally something and making them something else when it's good writing attached to it. Obviously, like I don't want like what Marvel has been doing more recently with making what's his name, the Black Spider-Man,
Miles Morales.
Making Miles Morales like every different character of the Marvel universe. I don't want that. But I do like
I agreed. Yeah.
Like, what if the spider had bitten somebody else? What would their life have turned out to be? Like those kind of ideas.
That stuff's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Elseworld or What If stories. Those are interesting, because those are real questions that people ask. Mm-hmm. That's why that's interesting. But when you the best. I like Miles Morales Spider-Man. I think they do too much with him as of recently. Like, it's just like the current thing that's out right now that you just referenced, where he's literally like every character in the Marvel universe. I don't find that stuff fun. Like, that gets kind of tiring after a while. It's like, Miles Morales isn't really a Thor type of character, so why would I want to see Thor? You know what I mean? Like, you're literally just changing the entire character and
Black Cat's Guardians. I forgot about those. Oh, sorry. Black Hispanic Asgardians. That was my fault. It was my fault. I misgendered him or misraced
Black
him.
and X.
Yeah, Black and X. Black and X.
Like Latinx, but Black and X.
That's a good one.
But yeah, I mean, to answer your question, I think the multiverse gets a little tiring when it's gonna be fun for this realm of movies that they're doing. Like, I'm looking forward to Doctor Strange: The Multiverse of Madness coming out this weekend, which is crazy. I'm looking
this weekend?
I know, yeah.
Dang, dude, I forgot.
I know, I really want to see it. I'm gonna try to figure out how I'm gonna do that, but because I didn't buy tickets, but it looks like in my area, like a lot of the movie theaters are still open. Like there's a lot of showings still available, so I'm hoping I can see it before Saturday, but we'll see.
I don't know why, but I'm not expecting this movie to do that well in the box office. I don't think it's. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be a Spider-Man No Way Home. It's not. Definitely not. That's like a once in a lifetime kind of movie. But I'm not sure how important people view Doctor Strange, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Like if it had been an Iron Man or a Captain America, or
I would. Okay, well, I disagree with you there. I think Doctor Strange is. I think he is underrated in the eyes of like money. Like I think he can bring people in. Like okay. I think he has a bigger following than people think. I love his character.
Okay.
My issue is that the movie's not going to be about Doctor Strange. That's honestly my main concern.
It's going to be about Wanda.
It's going to be about everybody but Doctor Strange. That's what I'm concerned about. So like, it's going to be about
Doctor Strange in this movie, right? So it has to be.
Well, we have multiple versions. They show anyways. But my concern is like, so I like Doctor Strange. The first movie was amazing. I loved it. Like, I thought it was great. I understand people's comparison with like Tony Stark and stuff. I get that, but
I didn't see it until people said it.
I didn't either. Like, but I understand where they're coming from. Yeah. I do think their types are a little bit different. Because they're arrogant for different reasons, I guess.
Yeah, and their arrogance is like it's even done differently. Like Tony's arrogantly sarcastic. Doctor Strange is just arrogantly straightforward.
Yeah, that's a decent way to put it. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, like, I see what you're saying. Like, um, yeah, it's like Tony's arrogant because he knows he can get the better of you, and Doctor Strange is arrogant because of what he knows.
Yeah.
It's like I know that like I'm bigger than you because I know that there's multiple universes and there's multiple dimensions, and like, and Tony Stark is just kind of like, well, I could kick your butt right now with my armor, like he's that kind of person. But anyways, I think he has a bigger, like, I loved the first Doctor Strange. I thought what it did was amazing, and I was very excited for Doctor Strange 2. Now that they're doing this, I'm excited for the movie, but I'm kind of like, I want a Doctor Strange story. I don't want Captain America Civil War for everybody's sequel. Like Captain America the Winter Soldier was amazing. I loved Captain America the Winter Soldier. That is how you do a sequel. I don't want another sequel that's hidden, you know what I mean, within all these other things going on. Like, that's just I don't like those. Just make it its own movie. Just call it the Multiverse of Madness. Don't put Doctor Strange as the top, as
Yeah,
the
don't
top
make this
line.
a sequel movie.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that, cuz it's just not, I don't know. I don't like that personally. So anyways, so I'm worried it's going to be more about Wanda, and it's going to be more about all the new characters they're adding. Like, apparently, if Professor X is in it, it's going to be about Professor X, and it's going to be about the mutants, and it's going to be about America Chavez, who's supposed to come in, and it's going to be like, and it's like, well, it's kind of about Doctor Strange, but it's not that much about him. You
I
know what
heard
I mean?
Deadpool might
Like,
be in this movie. You think Deadpool's gonna be in this movie?
I would love that. That would be awesome. I think they could do it. I mean, why not? It's just a cameo. That'd be funny. You know what I mean? I could see that. I think he probably will, to be honest. But
I do. I feel sentimentally about what you said about Deadpool. I feel like he would take away from the movie.
yeah. I mean, if he was in like a small end credit scene, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
an credit scene. I just can't give you a cameo in the movie. I think that would just be like, I would want more of him. And
like, what would be perfect is like if he came in an end credit scene, did something funny, and then was like, my movie's gonna come out like this. Like, this is gonna be when my next movie's coming out. Like, that would be
prophesying here.
That would be perfect. That would be perfect. They did that with the first one at the end of the first one, right? Like, he was just like, Deadpool 2 is going to have Cable in it, and he was like, it's coming out around this time. That would be great. Like, I think I would like that personally, but I don't know. I'm not that excited about. I mean, I'm excited about it, but I'm nervous. I'm just nervous to see this movie because I think it's going to be, I don't know. And the reason I say Spider-Man No Way Home, I'm sorry, I'm talking over you.
Okay.
The reason I say it's not going to be as great as Spider-Man No Way Home, someone made a good point. They said a lot of that money, half of that money, is because Tobey Maguire was in that movie. They said, and he wasn't being like, he is a Tobey Maguire fan, but the guy who was saying it was just being like, he's being honest. Like, people know Tobey Maguire's in the movie, and there's tons of people who watched Spider-Man when they were a kid, Tobey Maguire, and they don't watch the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah,
you know what I
I'm
mean?
sure there are. Like,
So,
I mean, like that was our generation, or that was, well, we weren't even really that old when they came out. When the first one came out, so that would have probably been like,
say, 10 years older than us.
Yeah,
if you're born in the 80s.
So those people are probably like, what, 30s and 40s now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So like, they're gonna watch it if like, oh, Toby's in it. Yeah, I'll totally watch that.
So they probably maybe take their kids to see a couple of the Marvel movies, but they probably don't, like, they aren't invested in the movies. Exactly. But when they heard Toby was going to be in this one, and it's his Spider-Man is going to be a part of it. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah.
I mean, my dad went and saw it with my sister, so
that's tell you a lot.
Well, he had heard
see the next Avengers movie. I don't think
he liked watching it with me, and so every time I see him, he's like, well, I was hoping someone was going to ask me to go see the Batman, but nobody asked me. That's what he told me last time. I was like, sorry, Dad. Like,
Papa.
I was like, I got to see it immediately. You're not free. Like, anyways, but yeah, I mean, Doctor Strange, we'll see. But in other Marvel news, we should move on to Moon Knight, because I really want to know what you think.
Did you want to rate Morbius before we conclude the Moon Knight?
Oh my gosh. I'll give it. Oh man, I will give it. Let's be fair. Let's give it a fair score. I'm gonna give it a. It's gonna be a 2.3 out of 10 pumpkin heads. I was thinking bat stuff, and I was like, I don't know what I was like, One thing I did like about the movie, well, I never said anything I liked. One thing I did like about that, I liked how they did his, I liked how they showed his speed. That's pretty much it. That was cool. I always got this cool, like, there was this cool action stuff every time I
the ball bouncing part.
What was that?
The ball bouncing part where he's like tossing the ball around and we see it like.
And he moves really quick and then catch it, or then he would catch it. That was cool. The fight, I didn't like that the fighting was encompassed in it though, because you couldn't see what they were doing.
Yeah.
And then also the special effects were horrible on his face. They weren't very good either. They could have been a lot better. I was like, they tried to do like this horror thing and it just didn't work out. Anyways, 2.3.
I was telling my wife that I was like, I feel like this movie thinks it's a horror movie, and then it remembered that it's a superhero movie. I was like, wait.
Remember, Doctor Strange is supposed to be a horror movie. That's what they said.
Well, yeah, because my boy's doing it. My boy's directing it, right?
Sam Raimi. Raimi, yeah.
Did you know? Sorry, this is. Let me go ahead and give my rating before I say this. My rating is going to be 2.
You can give it a 1, man. It's all right. I know you want to. Not to copy me.
No, I'm not gonna give it a 1. It wasn't a 1. It wasn't like a 1 to me is like Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's like a 1 to me. Like Daredevil was like a 1 to me. Like they didn't like.
Really, I was gonna ask you if you liked it better than Daredevil.
Yeah, much better. And, like to me, Daredevil was like making fun of the character. It's like, look how wonky this comic book stuff is. Like, could you imagine if this was in real life? It'd be so crazy. People be like dueling on the playgrounds. Like, no,
out in the open in front of a bunch of kids. This blind guy.
Could you imagine going back to that time when the movie came out, and then like someone who just came out of the theaters and watching that movie? And then going like, let me show you Daredevil in the future. And then show them Daredevil on Netflix. They're like, yes. Why wouldn't they do this? Why
they'd be like,
this?
Yeah, and then they'd be like, what's Netflix? Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, can you imagine being Ben Affleck's agent? It's like, man, I'm telling you, this is gonna be a great movie. It's gonna do great. And then they're like. And then Ben Affleck would just be, oh my gosh, I'm sure he was furious.
Oh, well, my thing is imagining like DC calling Ben Affleck up to do Batman, and he's like, I don't know, man. I did one superhero.
He said he did that for his kids. Like,
the Daredevil or Batman?
Batman.
Okay.
Honestly, I've always thought in my head, if I ever meet Ben Affleck, I'm gonna shake his hand and I'm gonna be like, I want you to know you did a phenomenal job as Batman. Don't listen to what anybody else says. Okay, you put in so much work into your body and into the role. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
okay?
during one of the most tumultuous parts of his life too.
Oh yeah, exactly. He has so much personal stuff going on. Like I would give the man a hug. I'd be like, listen, man, you did a good job.
Now, what would you say to Ezra Miller?
Don't yell at my wife.
Don't come into my house at night telling me you're.
Are you drunk?
Talk about your white privilege, right? Yeah. Can we talk about that? No, I'm just kidding. Let me give my rating. 2 syringes. 2 syringes. So I'm gonna get 2 bloody syringes.
Oh, that's
bloody syringes out of 10.
Good. 2 bloody syringes. That was better. I like that. Yeah, I give it a 2.3. I mean, I can't give it a 1 something because it's not it. The problem, honestly, the problem with the movie is that it's a cookie cutter bare bones movie.
Yeah.
It's literally just like a.
We just need to make this movie because we're trying to build a universe. So
it's a high school play with a budget. It's just like, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's
that's
like
good. That's good. And they should put that on the tagline for the movie: a high school play with a budget.
It's literally like I said, it's like love interest. Why does she love him? I don't know, but she's the love interest. Like, and it's like main character. Why is he?
Don't
the
worry
main
about
character?
that. She's hot. Don't worry about that.
Why is he the main character? Because his name is Michael Morbius. Like, and Morbius is the name of the movie. It's like, this is the best friend. Why is he the best friend? There's not really a reason. They just both have the same illness, so
Yeah.
Anyways,
why is his best friend completely like unabridgedly rich? Morbius needs money, so
I
his
heard
friend
for
is
a
rich.
lot of people he kind of turned evil out of nowhere for no reason.
Yeah, I thought that too.
Okay, because
again, there's that scene when he's a kid when he beats that bully up for beating him up, but he like punching, and the guy's like, stop, and he's like, ah! He's just like going in on this kid, and so I'm guessing they're like, this is the prelude to his evil, like he was evil, before the powers or whatever. But when he's like an adult, he seems like a well-adjusted guy. He just wants to get better. Like it doesn't seem like he's like secretly plotting to take over the world or anything like that.
Yeah, I just can't give it a 1 something because it like if it's like a 1 point something, that means that it didn't even do that well. Like it didn't even, like, you know what I mean? Like you don't even know if it's a love interest. It's like there's this random girl following him around. I don't even know. Like or it's got to be so bad that it's a parody and it's not trying to be a parody. Kind of like what you said with
Daredevil.
Yeah, it's like
Green Lantern.
Yeah, or the Green Hornet. Oh my gosh.
Oh, the Green Hornet.
Have you seen the Green?
Who thought casting Seth Rogen in a superhero movie was going to be a good idea?
I hate Seth Rogen. Oh my gosh, it's so annoying. And he doesn't look good in that movie either.
No,
he doesn't look good. He doesn't. That honestly could have been a cool movie if you've ever seen the old show. Could have been.
I've never seen the old show, but I did see that movie.
The movie was bad. Anyways, all right, let's move on. So I want to know what you think about Moon Knight because I haven't talked to you about it, and 5 episodes have gone by. The finale's next week. We haven't talked about it at all. That's how long we've been away from this podcast. Moon Knight hadn't been out yet when we started, or the last episode we did. Moon Knight hadn't been out yet. Yeah, now it's almost over. We got 1 episode left. So I want to get your thoughts. I want to see if they're similar to mine, and
probably not.
That's fine. That's fine. You tell me what you think of the show so far.
It's nothing special. I don't think it does anything that's really crazy. Mm-hmm. I don't feel any connection to the characters. I felt a little something when he fell over the railing, and I was like, "Oh, that's disappointing." But I just, in the back of my mind, I'm like, he's going to come back. Like, there's going to be some way in the last episode where he comes back, and that way he can complete his alter ego personality.
Oh, spoilers, by the way, guys. Obviously.
Oh, yes. Obviously,
you guys should know this by now. Anyway. You're talking about the last episode where Steven fell off, right, into the sand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think the story was pretty good for the most part. I was a little shocked that I didn't even see it coming that that Steven wasn't the person, the original, that he's the byproduct of what's his name?
Mark Spector?
Mark. Yeah, Mark's. I realized he was the byproduct of Mark's.
I was hoping for that, personally.
Really?
Because in the comics, that's how it is.
Okay.
Mark Spector is the main. That's fine. I just watch videos and stuff, and so that's how I was kind of hoping for that, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Man, I think Hollywood does a disservice to women sometimes because they write them so annoying often, and it makes me feel bad because now I got to talk about how annoying I think his girlfriend is at might or his wife, who might soon be his divorced wife or his former wife.
I don't think that. I hope they don't get divorced. I don't think they will, but I'm hoping they don't.
Oh yeah, me too, obviously. Yeah, but I also don't like. I don't really like Mark that much. I feel like I'm struggling because I understand he went through something traumatic, and so that's a lot of the reason why he doesn't want to be open. But his not being open is causing people to die and causing people to be hurt unnecessarily. And so it's like kind of frustrating for me to like watch him like keeping secrets, even though he knows his secrets are the reason people are not doing well. The villain isn't anything special either. I like the idea of the Egyptian gods, and like I like that whole thing is cool. And Amit,
like the lore.
Yeah, the lore stuff is cool. I like all that stuff. I even like the little conference meeting they had where they were like talking about the different gods and stuff like that.
Do you like just to cut you off real fast? Sorry. Do you like Ethan Hawke
as an actor?
Like in the role, do you think he's doing a good job?
Yeah, I wish they would talk a little bit more philosophy, just so we can understand what the show is trying to tell us.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Okay.
and at least in that regard, I think the show has done a good job of explaining, like talking about mental health and stuff like that. I think it's done a
Mm-hmm.
great job of doing that. Um, but I don't think it's done a good job of talking about why Amit is wrong and why, uh, what's the god that Moon Knight serves? What's his name?
Crap. Khonshu.
Khonshu, yes, Khonshu.
Khonshu.
Why
Yeah.
Khonshu is right, because Khonshu seems like an evil guy. I don't know why, but like since the beginning episode, I've been like, Khonshu seems like he's gonna be evil. I don't know why, but he just doesn't seem like he's very good at explaining himself whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like he's kind of just doing this rogue kind of style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I think the last episode probably might answer a lot of the questions that I'm asking right now. So I don't want to bag too much on the show. It just doesn't. I don't feel any connection to the show. So if I like stopped watching it yesterday, I wouldn't have been like, "Oh no, Moon Knight! I really gotta watch that show."
Mm-hmm. What was your expectation for the show when it came out? I know you didn't have very many because you were like, I don't really know the character that well.
Yeah. Well, I kept hearing he was the Marvel's version of Batman, so that's what I was expecting. But this is not Marvel's Batman at all. This is not anywhere near Batman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you want to know what I think?
Yeah. You love it, I'm guessing.
I don't enjoy the show.
Oh wow! I'm actually look. I'm genuinely shocked. I was like watching. I was like, I bet you Eric likes this. I don't know why, but like, I bet you he likes the show.
No, I don't. Man. I hate to say. I'm very disappointed. I hate to say it. I've been like just moving through this show, just like
underwhelmed?
Slowly. Oh yeah, very underwhelmed.
Wait a minute, do I like it more than you? Is that crazy?
No, I think I like it more than you personally.
Okay.
I think you just didn't have the expectations I did. Okay. So that's why it probably hurts more for me. Listen, I don't know a ton about the character. I probably barely know more than you, to be honest. I really don't know that much.
You know a lot more than me. I didn't even know who Mark Spector was, or I know he had a alternate personality. I know any of that stuff. I've never read anything.
Okay, maybe I know a little bit more. I know. I would say this. I'm not a Moon Knight reader. Like I don't know much. I've never read his comics. I only know the basics of the character. So like that's all I know. So think of the basics of Spider-Man. That's my level for Moon Knight. I don't know very much. I know that he has multiple personality. I've actually learned stuff since the show has come out. So I know a little bit more maybe now, but the last two episodes, in my opinion, have been the best episodes of the show so far. I've enjoyed them. They've been the most interesting because we're getting a lot of character backstory. I think the character backstory is fun. Like I thought his mom was horrible to him.
Yes.
I was like,
what a demonic parent.
Oh my gosh. And his dad, like, I was like, stop being such a wimp. Like, you better go talk to that woman. You know what I mean? Like he did not have a strong father.
I did not understand why his dad would let her beat him like that. I did not understand that. That was
my gosh,
so crazy to me.
Like I was telling my wife, I was like, because she thought it was horrible, and I said, just realistically, like if you were beating our child, like I would step in. Like nobody, like I would hope she would step in if I did something like that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I didn't understand. You don't do that.
I thought his dad would have died. So that's why his mom was able to do that.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. And
but his dad was perfectly alive when his mom died. So I'm like, I don't know what is happening. What were you doing?
We could get into it later, but it feels like effeminate man stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like in the other Disney movie that's come out. Have you watched what's that movie called? Turning Red?
Turning Red? No. I've heard bad things about it. I don't care much about Disney movies.
I watched it because I wanted to see if parents were being over dramatic or not. So
were they?
Yeah. But
okay.
But we can talk about it another time. We can talk about it another time. but their concern is well placed.
Okay, that's fair.
They're being over dramatic. Their concern is well placed. That's where I'd put it. Anyways, so Moon Knight. The first episode I liked it. We've gotten no Moon Knight. We've gotten it's called Moon Knight. How often have you seen him in the outfit fighting crime as Moon Knight?
Not much.
We've never seen him do anything for Khonshu. Like they keep saying Khonshu, like he makes me go out and do these things. I'm like, I haven't seen you do any of those things. Like, you know what I mean? Like and I really don't like that I'm not enjoying the show. I'm just not enjoying it. Like it's like it's like every other Marvel show that they've put out. I was really excited when they were going to do this because I thought I would like the shows, and I just haven't enjoyed them. Like I really haven't. Like I liked Loki, but there were parts of WandaVision that I liked, but they're just not.
What about Hawkeye? You didn't like Hawkeye? You didn't like Yelena coming back, reprising her role?
I didn't like Elena coming back, but I thought she was funny and she did a good job. Like, you know what I mean? All of them have been subpar, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it's not, it's not like a new season of Daredevil coming out. It's not like, it's not like any of the Netflix shows. Like, I would say the Netflix shows, a lot of them had good character development and good character writing.
Oh yeah.
A lot of them were very well done. And I'm like, why can't you? I was expecting that kind of character development. Like that's like, I'm not saying that I was expecting the grittiness of those shows. I was expecting the character development of those shows. Like those characters went through stuff and I was like, I didn't get any of that. Like, like it's not, that's what frustrates me probably the most. Moon Knight, I thought Steven was interesting at first, then he became annoying. Steven
annoying. Oh man. Steven's the worst.
Stop it. Mark, you gotta stop it. Oh my gosh, I'm scared. And I was like, shut up.
I would never let you win. I would never let you have my body. It's like, you need me right now. Like there are people trying to kill you.
I was happy when we got over that state. Like it was actually really funny when they met each other in the psych ward and then they hugged each other and they were like, oh my gosh. That was really funny. The best episode was probably the character development episode. So like the last season or the last episode, in my opinion, that was probably the best one. It was the most interesting for the character because that's the most character development we've seen, to be honest. Like we haven't really seen any character development. I don't really know who Mark is because we haven't seen that much of him. Like I feel like I understand him better now. But Steven, I don't know. Steven, there was nothing redeemable about his character besides that he was kind. You know what I mean? Like he was kind. Like he's kind.
But he was like naively kind.
Yeah. Like it. I wanted to like him, but I didn't like him. Like that was kind of like because he had that like sweet, kind demeanor, but it was just like you didn't want to hurt him, but it was just like, bro, you don't have any spine. Like you're like you're really terrified and you're scared, and I get it, but like you're not making the show interesting. Like that was the problem. Like some of the cooler scenes were in the first episode where like he falls asleep and then he wakes up and he's like, you know, that was really cool. Like in the first episode where he falls asleep and then all of a sudden he's got a gun in his hand and like people have died and he's like, what has happened? The show is, you know, they promised that the show wouldn't hold back or something like that. Like it was going to be, you know, they show blood. That's basically been it. Like it hasn't been the goriest thing that we saw, which we didn't even see, was when that guy was getting opened up on the table, on the sacrificial table. Again, I liked the suspense of that episode, but it was still underwhelming. Like I've seen things that are like, I don't know, they could have amped it up more. But I liked the Indiana Jones feel of it and everything. His wife is, whenever you're getting a married couple together, in my opinion, the best thing you can do for them is get them to work through whatever is going on and then let them become a team. That's good TV, in my opinion. What you saw with Hawkeye and his wife, excellent. Like in my opinion, every scene we ever saw with him and his wife being supportive, I was like, that's awesome. Like, you know, like that's so cool.
Yeah, I kept thinking at some point she's gonna turn into the, you know, the classic nagging wife that Hollywood always does.
And I'm like, can we just like get like what would be beneficial for both characters is if they grew past that and realized like have Mark open up a little bit, even if it's through Steven, which it was, have them open up and he'd be like, okay, this is just, it's a part of me. I'm scared. This is why I'm scared, because I had a woman who beat me, when I was a kid, and it's hard for me to open up to anybody anymore because every time I try to open up to her, she'd smack me. Like that's really good character development. It can be. If you end up just breaking them up because she doesn't understand, like that's every show does that. You know what I mean? Like it's just not. How many times have you ever watched a show where the girl or the guy broke up with the other person because, well, I just don't understand, and it's because the guy won't tell the truth or the girl won't tell the truth. You know what I mean? Like that's so overdone.
It's generic, yeah.
Go watch Arrow. It happens every season. It's really bad. So I mean, I like Khonshu. I like the lore.
That show should honestly be called Secrets. That's what that show should be called. Because that's literally what every episode and every season is about. Someone has a big secret, and they're not going to tell them because they can't trust nobody. And all of a sudden, everyone finds out, and everyone hates that person. But then they have to rally together to make sure that they protect the city or whatever.
Season 1, 2, and 5 are great. That's all I love. Season 5. I'll always stand by that season.
Anyways. 1, 2, and 5. I thought you said 1, 2 through 5. I was like, what?
No. Season 3 was not good. It was anyways. Remember that fight scene that we watched in college where it's season 3 and like he destroys Ra's al Ghul so easily at the end of the like he got his butt destroyed in the middle of the season, and then like at the end of the season he's like, I just killed you, and it was like, and then he gets beat up by the dude with magic. And then it's like, that didn't make any sense. Like, anyway, Damien Dark. Anyways, sorry, I'm getting off on an Arrow tangent.
Anyway, they didn't do power levels in that show very well.
No, it was bad.
Yeah,
it was really bad. I always felt like
can get beat.
And then like Oliver would get beat up by like his schlubs that he, from the 5th season, like the people that he picked up there. Like in the 6th season, he'd get beat up by them. I was like, that makes no sense. Like he's way better than all of them. Anyway, so the show is just okay. It's not. I agree with you. I'm more disappointed than you probably are. That's probably where I'm at. So hopefully the last episode's good. But the thing is, the whole episode's gonna. And guess what? It is the shortest finale of all of the Marvel shows. It's the shortest finale. Like it's 40 something. It's shorter than WandaVision. It's shorter than. I saw the article. The article said season finale runtime breaks record, and I was like, oh, it's gonna be like. Is this going to be like an hour and a half? Like, because all the episodes have been long, right? Like, they've all been like roughly an hour. I was like, is this going to be like an hour 20, an hour and a half? And then I click on it. It's like, it is the shortest finale of all of the of all of the Disney Marvel shows. And I was like, are you serious? So I don't know what's going to happen. They're probably going to force it all together. And I like Ethan Hawke's character a lot. Every time he's on screen, I'm kind of a little more drawn to the show. I find him interesting. And that's, your point is fair. They could probably I felt like I understood what was going on. It's order versus chaos, right? So that's, in my opinion, that's just what they're going with. Mm-hmm. So anyways.
So Ahmed was like, we need to kill people before they even make the mistake. And Khonshu was like, no, we need to punish them after they made the mistake. Yeah. And Ethan's character is saying, well, Khonshu is doing it way too late. We got to get them before they even can make the mistake. Yeah. And I don't feel like the show has done a really good job of trying to explain why that point of view is wrong. I agree it's wrong. I agree it's not good to punish someone before they've done the evil that you like. Well, I mean, I guess Steven does kind of make a good point when he's like, would you kill a child?
That was kind of funny, wasn't it? When he's like, I stop. I don't cross the line when it comes to kids. Or something like that. He's like, that's where I draw the line. I'm sorry. Are you a kid? Are you a kid killer? I can't. He said something like that. It was really funny.
Yeah, that was kind of a good point, but I kind of wanted more. I mean, we've been diving into his character a lot, so I guess that's probably why they haven't had time to do it. But
they could have. I mean, to your point, they could have shown Moon Knight doing something like that. You know what I mean? They could have shown. They've never shown Moon Knight actually doing what Khonshu says. Like, hey, go. This guy did this. Go get him.
Yeah, he seems very disobedient because Khonshu's always like, kill him, do it. in this life, and he's just like, no. So, like, I really don't understand the dynamic because it doesn't seem like he listens to Khonshu at all. Like he even broke his deal with Khonshu because he was like, Steven's not gonna get involved, and now Steven's heavily involved in everything.
Yeah. The costume's okay. Like I like.
Dude, I love the suit. I love the suit. The white suit. Oh, that was.
You like the white suit. Okay,
yes,
but not
the white suit. Not the costume's okay. I like the hood of the costume and everything like that. But when he gets into the white suit and not just the mask, I love that.
I'm confused because I don't know why that's Steven's suit. I don't know if it is Steven's. Because I was like,
someone. Dang, I heard about this somewhere. Someone said that it's like a specific suit that Steven has, the alternate personality has.
See, but that doesn't make sense
to
me.
Like Midnight Man or something like that. Go ahead.
Mr. Knight.
Mr. Knight. Okay, yeah.
But I thought in the comics that Mr. Knight was a assassin / mercenary who would kill people he was for hire. Is what I thought. That's what I thought, but I mean, I'm guessing I don't understand the character fully, so but I also, I heard about stuff in the comics, like what the character's like in the comics, and I'm like, that would have been more interesting. Like, I guess Stephen Grant, that persona is a billionaire. And I was like, that would have been, in my opinion, that would have been more interesting than like this nobody person who you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because then his life just gets even more devastating. Like, he's like, you don't exist. Oh, crap. I don't exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I already had nothing, but now I don't exist. So I don't know. That would have been... I thought that could be a little more interesting. But anyways, the show's just kind of...
Also, I think Khonshu's a huge idiot. Like, that trial was completely so stupid. It was just... Oh, my gosh.
They didn't listen
to... He says before they go in, we need to make sure our evidence is airtight or something like that. And he goes in with no evidence. Zero evidence. Just accusations.
Yeah, I felt the same way. He didn't do that at all. There are certain things in the show that are cool that mainly come from the lore. Like the Hippo Goddess was funny. I like that. I liked the... I'm one of the few people that has seen the show. Didn't watch the second season. I need to watch it. Or was it the second season or the third season? I don't know. I'm one of the few people that watched Legion, and it was very reminiscent of Legion. Dude, Legion is a great show. You should go watch it. Okay, I know
it's on my list. It is honestly on my list.
It's a good show. It's one you got to stick with though. You got to watch it through the whole first season to really appreciate it. But it reminded me of that because that's kind of what happens in Legion. He's in a mental hospital and. They talk to him about his meds and all that stuff. And then he finds out that what he has is actually real. So that was kind of interesting. The thing is, it's going to be over with in the next episode. Like, I didn't really understand why they did it that way. Because I was like, it's just going to stick. I don't know. Like, the show's almost over. You know what I mean? Like, they were like, is it a dream? And I was like, it's obviously not a dream. We're 4 episodes in. You know what I mean? Like, anyways,
I don't understand. I still don't understand why we're getting all these short episodes, these short seasons. Like, if we're going to do a TV show, why not just do at least 14 episodes? That would just make sense to me. I don't know why we're doing these 6, 8 episode seasons.
I think Marvel's just still trying to figure out TV. I don't think they really. I don't think Disney rather. I think they're trying to understand streaming service TV shows because each show, I believe, their viewership has dropped off for each show. Like,
that makes sense. They've gotten less and less relevant.
I don't know if Moon Knight had more people. Hawkeye was the lowest, and I thought Hawkeye was one of the better shows. Out of them, I thought it was one of the better ones. I didn't like the ending, but I thought it was one of the better shows. But also each show has overpromised and underdelivered. Like each show has overpromised and underdelivered. You know what I mean? Like with Hawkeye, they were like, we're gonna get you're gonna get to see more of him as Ronin. You're gonna get to see more of him as Ronin. And then it was like we saw one episode of him.
Flashbacks.
Yeah, it was a flashback. And then the Ronin we see isn't even him. It's what's her name dressed up as him.
Well, he does put on the costume to fight Echo that one time.
Okay. So, anyways, it was just.
I still don't understand how she got the upper hand on him. I mean, he did whoop her, but I thought she was going to win for a second there.
I like that he beat her up pretty good in the last. I was like, okay, you can't show him as like a weak.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
like,
obviously proven himself.
Yeah, he's on the Avengers. Like, if he gets beat up by this character, he doesn't deserve to be on the Avengers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seemed like the first time he fought them, he was just kind of taken by surprise, and then he was like, okay. But yeah, I mean that show, they were like, you're gonna get this, and then you watch it and you're like, this is not what I was expecting. And they said Loki, they were like, Loki is going to have the biggest, like they said this. They said Loki's gonna have the biggest effect out of all on the Marvel Cinematic Universe out of all of the shows. And like it was just the episode at the end where you see something about the timeline, but you haven't seen any of that come to fruition. Which it probably will, but it's just kind of like that was it, You thought it would have effect on more events, I guess. So I mean, they just, I don't know. And then like with this show, they were like, Moon Knight, it's gonna be one of our like darkest shows that we've ever done.
It doesn't feel very dark.
No, it doesn't feel very dark, and you can tell it could go darker, and it probably should. You know what I mean? Like with your whole point about like, what the story is about, you could take that a whole lot darker. You know what I mean? Like the idea that we should kill people before they commit crimes versus after they commit crimes, when they should receive punishment. That whole thing is like, they should, you know what I mean? Like they could, that's almost, it's close to the Daredevil Punisher argument that we got in season 2.
Which was really well done.
Yeah, it was very well done.
Gone back and watched that specific scene like several times.
Yeah, that's really well done. So I mean, like, and that was a dark. They did a good job on that. That like the level of heaviness that it had was really good. Versus like Moon Knight, it definitely deserves to be heavier, but they're afraid to. And Moon Knight in the comics, like his comics are really gory and dark. Like he uses his moon thing to like cut a person's face off, like while they're alive, like he's holding them and he's like,
this isn't your mama's superhero.
No, yeah, I mean it's not little kid stuff. So it's like,
here's my question to you. I am almost 98% sure there is a third personality. I don't know anything about the comics. I don't know anything about the character. It's probably already in the comics, so you're like, yeah, of course there is. But I'm 98% sure there's a third personality, because he blacks out at one point, kills a bunch of people, bloodies them, and both of them say we didn't do it. So there obviously has to be a third personality in here. Okay.
What do you want me to say? I mean, I think they're hinting at it pretty heavily. I think it's pretty obvious, but yeah. That's all I'll say on that. I just think it's pretty obvious that there is one. So
I don't want people to take away from the show that mental health is cool to have, because I feel like that's becoming the message in America. Like I've been on TikTok. Okay, I've seen the things that people talk.
You've been on TikTok? You have a TikTok?
I do have a TikTok account. I do.
Oh.
Don't go to it. Don't follow me.
Jonathan Talks.
Sure if I'll ever return.
At Jonathan Talks.
Yeah. I got lost for like hours one day just on that thing, because
you were like,
it's like going to the zoo. It's honestly like going to the zoo and looking at like I'm not even like trying to be funny. Yeah. Like it's honestly like going to the zoo and seeing the most peculiar people, and then I realized what the founding fathers were afraid of. Like I was like, wow, this is why like at the beginning of the creation of the country, everyone was not allowed to vote, because some people, and I want to say this kindly, some people are not smart enough to vote. Like I'm not for democracy. I've never been a proponent of democracy. I never will be, because not everyone's smart enough to vote. That's just like a fact. Like if you can't get to the DMV to get your license, you don't deserve to vote. You're not smart enough to vote. I'm sorry. Like if you don't know how to like get a free license from the DMV, you're not smart enough to vote. I'm just sorry. You don't deserve to vote.
Some people are
like an IQ test, like you get to the voting poll and they ask you a bunch of questions. Are you human? That kind of like robot question, where it's like pick the
do the box box thing.
Yeah, and if you fail it, you can't vote. You're not smart enough to vote. I'm sorry. Like if you can't pass this, you're not a capable.
They're like, but the car barely crosses that other one. I thought that. They're like, nope, sorry, one time.
We said pick the car. Yes, you pick that box because it's in there.
Yeah,
we need some sort of like. My point is, There are some people on there with obvious mental health issues, and they're bragging about it as if it's okay, and it's like everyone should be like me. It's like I was like watching this one girl who has like 10 different personalities in her head, and she like let us greet, like she greeted, like each one of the personalities greeted us, and they have a different name, a different hairstyle, a different accent, and a different personality. And I'm like, this is not okay. She should be getting help. Someone should be like trying to help her find her original self.
I want to say, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying, but now we're in, just now we're turning mental health into like, oh, it's okay. Everyone should have it. Everyone does have it. And you don't need to go seek help for it. Don't go seek help for it. Just be who you are. And it's like, that's not okay. That's not okay. That's how you get a deranged society, when you allow mental health to run rampant and no one's taking care of it.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure they're not really doing a great job of showing it so far, but in the comics, I believe it's more of like a cross to bear. It's like this is a part of him and he just like struggles with it, you know?
Yeah.
It
doesn't seem cool. It's not
Mark
like
Spector does.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it messes up his relationships and it messes up his, you know what I mean? Whereas it's kind of like, you know, Mark's wife is kind of like, I like this side of you, you know, like, and then I can understand. It's almost like you're kind of scared it might become like an
normalized.
It's like, it's fine. Just be happy with who you are. If you have multiple personality problems, like, that's okay. You know what I mean? Like, I can understand that not being a good message.
Well, I'm just saying, like, we've retroactively gone back and changed, you know, defined terms of mental health in the past. So this is we're nothing but a slippery slope at this point. We're on nothing but a very, like, we're not even at the top of it. We're already sliding down it, and I'm afraid that if we don't, you know, get course correct, we're gonna have like people having sex with animals, and it's gonna be completely acceptable in society.
Yeah, we're kind of, I'm sure we're pretty close to that.
Absolutely.
Anyways, what was I gonna say? In the comics, so originally the character, I found this out when the show was starting, which I almost kind of like this better. This is where you probably see the Moon Knight is Marvel's Batman type thing comparison. Is in the early comics when he was first created, the 3 different personalities were 3 different personas. So it wasn't like it was one person, Mark Spector, and he would dress up as this other guy who was a billionaire, and he would dress up as Moon Knight, and he would dress up as somebody else.
Well, so wait a minute. So it's not like 3 different people in his head. It's just 3 different.
Like,
it's like Bruce Wayne and Batman.
Exactly. It's like Bruce Wayne and Batman, or you know how Bruce Wayne in the comics and in the cartoon show, he would go and dress up as other people, right?
Yeah, like a common, like he had multiple personalities.
Costume. Yeah, like he would go and dress up as like to do undercover work. He would go dress up as a person who, I don't know, works in a mill, and he would be like, okay, I'm going to go in here and do that. It was more of that type of thing where he had these 3 different personas that he would like, okay, I'm going to go be the billionaire today because I need to go do this. Okay, I'm going to go be Moon Knight tonight because I need to, I know something's going down. And then the other thing was, I don't know what the third one was, but essentially those were the differences. Well, then the writing changed later on, and they became 3 different personalities, which kind of added a little bit more of a spin. And they say the comics were better with that. But the thing is, they're not really being true to the comics, so I don't really know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When are they ever anymore?
Yeah.
Which I don't know. It's just anyways, the show is just lackluster. It feels like it's missing something. To quote your boy, normies are gonna like it.
Well, they'll like anything that Marvel does at this point.
I don't know. Like, I'm starting to miss Phase 1 more and more and more. You know what I mean? Like, I'm starting to miss that, and I'm like, that's weird. Like, I thought I liked all this crossover stuff.
Do you think the first Avengers movie was actually Marvel's greatest downfall because it was so successful? They're like, everything must cross over now. It all must work together.
Maybe, I don't know. Well, Phase 2 was pretty good. There was just a couple bumps in the road, but Phase 2 was okay. You know what I mean? There was Thor: The Dark World, didn't do that great. Age of Ultron didn't do that great.
Iron Man 2 did not do that great, right? Wasn't that Phase 2?
No, that Iron Man 3.
Iron Man 3. Well, that one didn't do that great either, right?
Iron Man 3 was the first movie after Avengers. And then I really wanted an Iron Man 4, and they just didn't, anyways. But hey, you got your She-Hulk show to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
You don't look like it.
Well, I mean, I can agree with most of what you said. I think a lot of the shows have been underwhelming. I still think that Captain America and the Winter Soldier is still my favorite show, hands down, not even close. For me personally, not. You
mean Falcon and the Winter Soldier?
Oh, is it Falcon? I thought it was Captain. No. At the end of it was Captain America and the Winter Soldier, because he becomes Captain America.
If you go look up the show on Disney Plus.
Oh, okay, it's called.
It's called.
At the end of the show, they showed the title page, and it's actually Captain America.
That was just to make all the people go, "Yeah, we got a black Captain America now!" Like he's
America's black.
I just saw this dude all of a sudden in Chicago, like jacking a car, and was like, "Didn't you hear? Captain America's black now. Give me your car." And then he just like, I don't know why.
Why does he have to be robbing someone? Why can't he just be walking the subway to get a sandwich at 2:00 in the morning, like every other normal black guy does in Chicago?
Hey, it's that black guy from Entourage.
Entourage. It's called Empire. You dig it?
I don't even watch the show. The black guy would probably say that. He doesn't watch Empire. Like, they actually said it's that N-word from Empire is what he said, which doesn't make any sense.
You know what's funny? I actually imagine that that would probably have been more accurate. It would have messed up the name of the show. They would have seen it.
Oh, definitely. That's so funny.
Hate crimes always tickle my funny spot. Fake hate crimes. I'm gonna say fake. Don't get us, YouTube. Fake hate crimes.
That's so funny. Anyways, yeah. So Moon Knight, what are you giving it so far?
If
we're gonna rank it,
7. I mean, more like 6.5. It's not that good. I don't think it's the worst of the shows, but I don't think it's that great either.
I would honestly give it a 5.5.
Really?
Yeah,
I do like it better than you.
I guess so. I mean, it's just missing a lot. You know what I mean? Like it's missing a lot. I don't really know how to describe it. It's just you can tell, like, it's honestly, you know what it's missing? It's missing a simple story of, you know what I mean? Like, why can't we just open with there's this guy in a white hood and like in his suit with the crescent moon on him, and he's beating somebody up, and then you just see him. You know what I mean? Like, why can't we open everything like Daredevil? I guess is what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I just wish superhero. I wish when they're introducing a superhero, like his origin, let's just make it a little more simple. You know, let's just streamline it. Just streamline it for the first season.
Or we can just make a Iron Man 1 for everything. Like, I think that was I'm gonna be honest here. I think that was the best way to do it. Like, if you're gonna bring in a character that no one knows, they don't know the backstory, and you have to explain all this to them, instead of trying to make a villain who has a purpose and has a goal and has a mission that you have to clearly define, explain, and give them something. Just make a standard villain for villain's sake, right? And then that way you can spend more time on developing the character to let the audience understand who they are and why they're doing what they're doing. And you can really explore his, childhood and stuff like that in the other episodes, because everyone knows the villain is just evil for evil's sake, just so our hero can at the end beat them.
I thought I'm probably a little bit of a simp for Iron Man, but I thought Obadiah Stane was. I'm not saying he was like top tier Marvel villains. I'm just saying I thought he had believable cause in action.
Oh yeah. But I'm saying like his general take was not capitalism. I was about to say capitalism, like a socialist. His general take was I want to take over the company because I want to be the most powerful man, or I want to get into weapons trade, or whatever you want to boil down his convictions to.
Well,
But I just didn't think they were that deep.
he wanted to take
That's my
over the
point.
company because he felt like he deserved it because he had been working with his dad for so long, and then it was just given to his son.
Yeah.
Even though, so that was kind of his thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, they're not like, he's not like a Thanos. He doesn't have like a super deep, complex philosophical
That's true.
reason for
I see what you're saying now. Like, just like a basic.
Yeah, just make it something really simple. Something really simple. Don't do same. I mean, you can, but you don't have to. You can just make it some random drug lord who's doing real evil things, and we got to stop the guy.
I feel like it's not hard to do like a classic story of good versus evil,
Yeah.
And we actually haven't had that in a while. Everything's like so nuanced. It's like it's okay
evil,
to like
man? Who's evil?
Evil is subjective.
Everyone's evil. This is what I didn't understand about Ahmed. If she's trying to stop people from doing evil before they ever do evil, wouldn't that just kill everybody? Because everyone at some point does evil. Or is it just like murderers and rapists? Is that who we're stopping?
That's a good point. They never describe what is evil.
Yeah, because the old lady dies.
He decides.
Old lady dies. Yeah,
he decides what's evil.
He
Ahmed
kills that old lady,
evil.
and I'm like, she's at the end of her life. What evil is she gonna do? It sounds like she wants to be on the good side, right?
She like steal prescription meds for herself. That'd be bad. I needed the pain pills. Yeah, man. I don't know. Like, I want to like the show. I don't know. We'll see. And then, anyways.
Also, if you don't do something evil because you're afraid of the repercussions, does that really make you good, or does that just make you less evil than you could be if you had no fear?
I don't know.
Because he said that like in their little area there was no more crime, and it's like, well, is that because people aren't going to commit crime, or is that because they're afraid that if they think about committing a crime or they plan to commit a crime, you're just going to kill them? So they're not really being good. They're just being not evil.
Well, would you rather be feared or loved? That's kind of what you're asking, or feared or respected.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand Ahmed's whole thing. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
Well, I mean, it probably shouldn't. If you think about it,
because she's evil.
Yeah, is it a she
or a he? I don't know. Maybe they're non-binary.
No,
I don't want to assume anyone's gender here.
It identifies as a god.
Okay.
The god.
Proper pronouns. God.
Anyways, we'll see how the finale is. You know what show I'm not looking forward to, and I don't really want to watch for the channel, but we're probably gonna have to anyways.
Are you going to say
Miss Marvel? Yeah.
What was that?
It's Miss Marvel. I'm gonna fight the bad guy.
Actually, I might have high hopes for this show. I think it actually might be funny and good.
It seems like it's aimed for. You watched the trailer, right?
Yeah.
It kind of seems like it's aimed at for like little kids.
Yeah.
So I'm not really like. I'm kind of like.
Is she a Muslim?
Yeah,
she's Muslim. Oh,
the way you said
I'm not gonna like that.
The way is she a Muslim? Like, oh, she's a Muslim.
I'm not, guys. Let it be known, I am not a bigot. Okay, I don't hate Muslims or anything like that. I do not like that Westerners whitewash Islam.
Calls himself a boxing
to make it palatable, but
doesn't even like Muhammad Ali.
Again, Westerners, we whitewash Islam to make it palatable, and we don't address the real things about Islam. But the moment we got to talk about Christianity, everyone has to talk about, what about the Crusades? The Crusades were so bad. What about bombing abortion agencies? That's so bad. It's like, okay, bro, whatever. I'm guessing she's going to be like, the hijab is the best thing ever. All women should wear the hijab because it's a freedom. It's freedom. What it really is. It's about freedom and peace. Hijab wearing.
Do I need to play the Jonathan Rants clip again?
I don't know. Do you know what would happen to a woman in Iraq if she wasn't wearing a hijab? Like, that just, oh my gosh. That is, we were talking about Young Justice earlier, and that's one of a part of the new season that they talk about wearing the hijab and hijab. Look at that. The jab. It's all about the jab. It all comes back. Go get the jab.
Man, that would have been hilarious if they would have thrown some sort of vaccine hook into the season. like, like they were like, like one of the people come back from Mars and they're like, I don't feel so good, and then they're like, you need to get this vaccine, and then they were like, but what if it makes me worse? And then they were like, no, like you need to save. Everybody could die on the ship if you don't get this vaccine. Like, okay, I'll take it, and then he saves everybody. And they're like, see, he's better. That would have been. I would have laughed so hard at that.
Listening to authority is always good, even though Lex Luthor is literally the authority of Earth, and no one listens to him, and they're supposedly the good guys.
And there's good people on both sides. Didn't he say that? Didn't he say that in the?
He did say that.
It's just so on the nose, man. Like you gotta. Like I was telling my wife, I was like, I liked it when they just hit it. That was I prefer that. If you're gonna put it, just put it in there where I can't notice it. Don't be like, don't just obviously put it out. Like it's just so bad. Anyways, it's funny.
I was saying I was looking forward to the lightheartedness of the Miss Marvel show. It seems like it's going to be funny.
It might be.
I'm always like obviously I don't like that they've changed her powers. I actually did like her powers.
Yeah, I wanted to see the super, fist. But, they're saying
whatever.
that maybe that would be too grotesque for live action.
Have you not seen Fantastic Four?
I know. That's what I thought. That was my argument.
What?
Like. Yeah.
You guys have done worse things with CGI.
What are you gonna do with Mr. Fantastic? Like, oh, did you hear real quick? Did you hear? I don't know if you care or not, but Fantastic Four, like the Marvel movie that was coming out, it lost its director. The director was dropped.
Oh snap! Really?
Yeah, the director was John Watts. He's the person who did all three of the Spider-Man movies. Like the Spider-Man Homecoming series, he directed all three of those.
Okay.
He was gonna do
something else that I knew him from.
Maybe. He was gonna do Fantastic Four and he dropped, and I don't know why. They haven't said yet.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask you about. I just saw. You know who's directing? You know who's directing? I was about to say Game of Thrones for some reason. You know who's directing Guardians of the Galaxy 3?
James Gunn is.
Did he come back? Because did he direct the last movie? The last Guardians of the Galaxy? I thought he got fired by Marvel because he made some sort of inappropriate joke or something like that on Twitter.
So there were really old tweets, like when Twitter first started. I think that's how old they were. And he said some inappropriate stuff about they were molestation jokes.
Inappropriate or.
They were gross. They were gross.
Like, but not fireable. He wasn't like, let's go murder the Jews.
Well, I don't think anything. I really, if it's in the past, I really have a hard time firing anybody over something they said like 10 years ago, unless it clearly applies to their life today. You know what I mean? Like,
unless they still believe it.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it clearly applies to their life today, then yeah, I'm gonna have a problem. Then they're gonna be fired. But anyways, but no, he made jokes about molesting kids, and they were. It was it was gross stuff. I don't like what he tweeted, but they fired him for it. And then the cast, like Dave Bautista, was like, "I'm not going to do Guardians 3 if you don't bring him back." And then there was a bunch of rallying behind him from the fan base. And he to his credit, he put out like a letter like, "I do not agree with these things anymore. I've always thought that and it was a long time ago. You can tell he's not the same person. I mean, it's pretty. If you look at like what he's tweeted even in the recent months and kind of how his comedy was changed, he was a young guy doing like really dark comedy at that time. He was doing like his own movies and indie movies and stuff. So that's kind of where he was at. And he even said like, I've grown as a person since then. And lots of like Chris Pratt came out, and anyways, it was a good thing. They brought him back in, and then he's doing Guardians 3 now. So, but that was a while ago, man. That was before the pandemic.
Dang, really? Before the pandemic?
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. I
thought like DC scooped him up because we were just looking for anybody to like direct something good.
DC scooped him up in the midst of that, and then Marvel hired him back.
Oh, okay. So they fired him, but then they were like, "Oh, we're getting too much backlash for this. Let's hire him back."
Yep, exactly. That's what they did.
Nice.
Yep, and then I guess he said this is going to be his last Guardians movie. So he's not
tough. He's only done 2 though.
He's done 3.
So he did do number 2.
He did do number 2, yeah.
Oh, okay. Did he get fired after the movie came out, or
Yeah, it was
he
after.
got fired before the movie came out, and that's why it wasn't that good.
No, he got fired. It was after the movie came out, and then before Avengers: Infinity War is when he was brought back on because he helped with Avengers: Infinity War because he worked with the Russo brothers to help with the Guardian parts because they were
Okay.
like, we want to get the characters right, so can you come in and help us with this part? And so he did. So why do I know all this stuff? It seems kind of pointless, doesn't it? Pointless information. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with the Fantastic Four. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. I just, John Watts, I think, was a good pick for that because the Fantastic Four, they're not really dark and dreary. They're kind of fun. They're like a fun, kind of light. I mean, they can go to dark places at times, but they're mostly like lighthearted. So I thought John Watts was a good pick for that because he did a good job with Spider-Man, and Spider-Man felt that way for the most part. So, we'll see. We'll see who else they get. Man, was there something else Marvel related that happened? Oh, there was something DC related. You saw that what I sent you, right? About your precious show.
Precious show.
About Batwoman?
No, I didn't. You sent me something?
Yeah, you didn't see that?
No, I didn't see it.
Batwoman got canceled, man.
What?
Yeah, the show was canceled because it's trash.
That's kind of.
You know what else got canceled? Got canceled?
All of them?
Not all of them. No, not all
Oh, okay.
of them. No. Your wife's favorite show.
Legends of Tomorrow?
Yeah, it got canceled.
Wow.
I know, man.
Cleaning house.
Just boom. I think they're just realizing that they can only go so far since Arrow has been shut down and that was the mainstay of the show. That's my opinion. Plus they just got bought by Discovery. You know what I mean? So Discovery's going to probably.
I thought just HBO or Warner's got bought by Discovery. I didn't know CW was under. CW.
Yeah, Warner Brothers owns CW.
Oh, I thought. Okay, at some point somebody was selling the CW, right? Or the CW rights, or the CW.
Yes, and Warner Brothers still has them. But yeah,
Okay.
they were thinking of Warner Brothers was thinking of selling the CW network.
Okay.
Because I want to say it's because they were like, we have HBO Max, so why are we doing this? But
then Discovery came and bought everything, basically.
Yeah, yeah, they bought Warner Brothers, so they own everything under Warner Brothers Media, which is, DC, Harry Potter. I don't know what other stuff they have. They have a lot of stuff though.
Yeah. Okay.
All those networks, the CW. I think they probably canceled it because they're probably trying to clean house and start over.
You gotta think those shows haven't been making money for a while now, and then Warner Bros. Was just kind of eating the cost because it was progressive or whatever.
Yeah. Did you let me see.
So wait a minute, they're not getting there. For some reason, I thought Legends of Tomorrow was already renewed for another season.
No, it's canceled, man. They're not coming back. I mean, so
Dang.
usually, I mean, I could be wrong in this, but usually when it's canceled, that means even if there was another season coming, because I read there was another article that was talking about what about the Legends of Tomorrow cliffhanger or something like that. There were people but when it's canceled, that means
it's done.
we're not doing any more seasons. We're not even doing a half season. It's done. Even if there was supposed to be a new one coming, because I think both shows were planning to do another season.
Absolutely.
Because that's just what happens, right? They're always planning to do more. So
just those two shows got canceled?
Yeah, that's the weird thing, right? Because what is there? So there's still Black Lightning, right? There's still
Black Lightning's done.
Black Lightning's done. Okay,
yeah,
I didn't know
they
that.
have their season finale or series finale already.
Oh, okay. They had a series finale. Okay.
Yeah. And Supergirl's done. They already have their series finale.
What else was there?
So there's Flash.
Oh, Superman and Lois is still going.
Yeah, but that's an HBO Max show, right? I thought Stargirl, Supergirl, or Stargirl and Superman and Lois were HBO Max shows.
Superman and Lois is actually still going on the CW.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So, but the episodes upload to HBO Max the same week. so it's like the day after they upload to HBO Max. So
is Stargirl is Stargirl still on CW?
Stargirl's on HBO Max. I think they got another season coming too. And Superman and Lois is doing, but Superman and Lois, like, it's, you've watched it, right? No, you watched one episode. Okay, well, if you watch the show, I've watched, I think I'm halfway through the first season. It is really good. If you like Smallville, well, it has some Smallville vibes, but still
Smallville 2.0.
Yeah, it's not as tiring though. Like, because like they actually show Superman, so that's the thing that you got annoyed with Smallville after a while, is like, when is he gonna be super? Like the first 5 seasons, you were like, okay, cool, and then you were like, all right, like, like, I like Clark, but like, can he put on some tights and?
Man, wasn't he at one point like in the Matrix where he was just like wearing the robe?
No, he was in no, so he was like in there was the part for like 3 or 4 seasons, because he found the Fortress of Solitude and they had the uniform in there. Wasn't that it? Is that what you're referring? Oh, wait, what are you talking about? The Matrix?
I thought he was not. I didn't mean like he was literally in the Matrix. I meant like he was wearing a long black robe, and he was.
Oh, that was the 9th season.
Metropolis.
He's wearing, because he's like, I'm fulfilling my father's purpose, which that was always confusing. Like, I never understood. I was like, is your father good or bad? Because like in the 10th season, the writing got kind of bad towards the last couple seasons. But in the 10th season, he's like, I found a new way to fulfill my father's purpose, and like, I'm doing it as Superman, or I'm going to do it as Superman. And I was like, I don't understand. Like, I never understood the relationship with him and Jor-El, because they showed Jor-El as like bad in the early seasons, and then he kind of like then Clark kind of like agrees. Anyways, we're getting off on a tangent. but yeah, but Superman and Lois, if you watch it, it's kind of removed from that universe. So like, honestly, Superman and Lois is a show that they could probably continue doing without ever having to connect it to the Arrowverse. And Stargirl's probably similar, I would imagine. I haven't watched Stargirl though. Is Stargirl like that, where they could probably?
I don't know. I haven't watched Stargirl either.
Oh, I thought you told me you did.
I watched an episode once. I think I watched the first episode. It's not a bad. It didn't seem bad. Like, it's not like, Well, I don't know. Let me not comment on it. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully it cancels Titans. If you're cleaning the house, Discovery Plus. If you're cleaning the house, bro. If you're really cleaning the house, Titans has got to go. That is not a good show.
Well, here,
everyone on that writing staff needs to be fired. They need to go find new jobs elsewhere and not writing things, because they're not good at it.
I feel you.
Whoever's the director of that show, fire him too. And if he's attached to any other projects, fire him from those projects. He does not need to be on doing anything whatsoever that's related to DC Comics, because he's not good at his job.
So I wanted to,
even if it's Greg Berlanti, I want him gone. He's horrible. He's the worst thing that's happened to DC.
I am tired of Greg Berlanti. I will say he is like a producer or executive producer on Superman and Lois, and it's not woke. So far.
Yeah, well, I could really care less. I think he's literally the scourge of DC. He needs to be.
I'm tired of him. He's got a certain flavor in all the shows that gets really sappy and annoying.
Absolutely. But also, I mean, a lot of the actors said they had problems with Greg Berlanti too. So
really, I don't know.
There wasn't that. I think that was Cyborg said he had issues with Greg Berlanti.
Cyborg did?
I thought he said that. I could be wrong.
What's his name? Ray Fisher?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. This was something I wanted to talk to you about, and I know I kind of want to talk about it now. I know we're running long today, but it's just because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. We haven't been on in a while.
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Hold on just a second. But it's about, I kind of talked to you about this because I told you that Discovery bought Warner Brothers in DC. They actually put a exclusive article out this week, at the beginning of this week. No,
snap.
2 weeks ago.
Is it good news? Are they like rehauling everything? I know they were talking about like they were going to take a look at all the DC stuff to get it. I don't know what they really.
So you may have heard about it, but I'm going to read the article because it's fairly short. But they did an exclusive with Variety, and it's about exploring the overhaul of DC Entertainment. So I wouldn't put all your
No,
I wouldn't put all your faith in the company, but what they say, I would say sounds good. Like I actually watched your boy Rippa. Sorry, not Ripper. I'm gonna sound like a white kid. Your boy Rippa. He was saying that he doesn't care. Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
but you can,
he's building his own comic universe, so he's competing
yeah,
with them. So
yeah. So I mean, I get it.
I take his words when it comes to like comic stuff with a grain of salt, because I'm like, well, you're the direct competition, so I understand why you have a gripe with them, but also you're like literally like you want them to fail so that you can
Yeah.
succeed even more.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I'll read this for you real fast. So let me bring it up. And so I'll share with you some of the key points that and lots of people have been reading this. This is kind of the main article that everybody's been sharing. They had the exclusive for it. So says the new owners of all things Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman are exploring an overhaul of DC Entertainment. Multiple sources close to the situation told Variety it's been less than a week since Discovery closed its $43 billion deal for Warner Media, joining one of the largest producers of reality programming with one of the most venerable entertainment brands under the new moniker of Warner Brothers Discovery. That's what it's going to be called now, by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
Why?
So, like, they're just they're claiming it's a merger. I don't know why. It's like, why don't you just call it Discovery Entertainment or something? Or like, I don't like Warner Brothers Discovery, but I think it's because people recognize Warner Brothers and they recognize Discovery as something different, right? Like Discovery's like educational.
Well, I mean, yeah, the WB has been around for a very long time, so the brand recognition on that thing is probably.
So that's why they're merging. They're calling it a merger, but really Discovery bought them because they closed the $43 billion deal for Warner Media. So they own them, but they're calling it a merger just because. David Zaslav is the CEO of the combined companies, and top leadership have been toying with the idea of turning DC into its own solidified content vertical, the sources said. So what that means is basically there would be a DC Studios. There would not be like Warner Brothers Studios and DC's underneath that. It would be like, okay, there's Warner Brothers Studios and there's DC Studios. So DC would control everything DC does, if that makes sense. Kind of like how Disney has Marvel Studios, right? Disney doesn't have, you don't see Disney whenever a Marvel movie comes up, you see Disney Studio or you see Marvel Studios. So that's what they mean by that. The move would potentially affect DC feature film development in the Warner Brothers Pictures Group, streaming series at Warner Brothers Television, and the creative arm within DC proper, all in an effort to have the disparate elements more closely aligned in order to maximize the value of the superhero stable. So that's important. More closely aligned in order to maximize the value of the company. One often seen as punching up against Marvel, and then it says, thank you. Before the merger closed, Zaslav vetted candidates with experience in creating and nurturing blockbuster intellectual property with the goal of potentially finding someone to serve as a creative and strategic czar similar to what Marvel has in Kevin Feige. So they're trying to find a... by the way, is my picture clear? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, my Wi-Fi is being weird. So they're trying to find a Kevin Feige. They're trying to find somebody who can be in charge of the overall planning, probably of the storylines, which that I would say that's good. They've needed that. What's your take on that so far? I don't hear we're trying to be like Marvel. I hear them saying we need some sort of organization.
Yeah.
And this is really all I hear.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it kind of feels like they want to stop losing money and stop being socially, crucified every time they come up with a new movie.
Yeah.
So that's good. That's anything than what we've got currently, I think is a step in the right direction. So that's probably where I'm going to end on this. But we'll see.
I'm gonna finish. It's almost done. So let me see. Where was I at? One of those candidates included Emma Watts, a former top film executive at 20th Century Studios and Paramount, but it does not appear that Watts will take the job. One insider suggested that Zaslav was less interested in finding a creative guru and more eager to hire someone who had the type of business background needed to keep all the different factions at DC working more harmoniously. Insiders say that Zaslav believes that the success of the merger, one that has left the company highly leveraged, will rest in no small part on unlocking the full potential of the DC Comics universe of characters. Discovery insiders believe that although DC has achieved cinematic success, it lacks a coherent, creative, and brand strategy, which is true. I mean, they're literally saying that like there's no cohesiveness to what DC does. And that's a problem. So, which is what most people are, that's what most fans are echoing. So that's at least a good thing. This is where it gets kind of, you might agree with this, and I've seen a lot of people be happy about this. So it says Discovery believes that several top shelf characters, such as Superman, have been left to languish and need to be revitalized. So what they're saying is, you guys aren't even doing something with the most popular superhero character
in the existence
of superheroes.
Oh my!
So they're pointing that out deliberately. Is like they're not even. You guys aren't even doing anything with Superman. You know what I mean? Like, where's Man of Steel 2? So, you know what I mean? Like, essentially, that's what fans have been yelling for a long time, right? Is like okay, Man of Steel. Most fans have come to appreciate Man of Steel, whether or not they love what the movie did. That's beside the point. They've kind of been like, okay, it's not as bad as we thought. And I've seen this. They also believe, I don't think he's a second build character. I mean, I get what they're saying. They're saying like,
that's weird wording. That's weird wording.
Yeah, that they're saying, well, like if it's a Batman movie and the Joker in it, the Joker's going to be second build. It's like, well, yeah, but he's kind of a big character. DC has also started figuring out ways for its big screen films to be inspired more streaming content. So HBO Max show Peacemaker, which was a spinoff of the Suicide Squad, as well as upcoming planned series on Colin Farrell's The Penguin and Gotham City's police force. But the company believes that DC must do more to grow its approach to comic book fare, including bolstering gaming. So they believe in the gaming side of it, so maybe there'll be more gaming coming. I don't know. Under Walter Hamada, who took over DC Films from John Berg and Jeff Johns in 2018, the unit has achieved more consistency in terms of both critical and commercial reception to the company's movies. So they might keep her, I don't know, or him. He is under contract until the end of 2023 and could play an important role in whatever Zaslav has planned. They've pledged to find $3 billion in synergies in the newly merged company, a signal of how important cost cutting will be to the. Yeah, I know. To Warner's new owners. Mining DC's library of characters could help control spending, as Warner Brothers Discovery owns the underlying intellectual property. And then obviously it says like these are the movies coming up that are still coming, and that's it. So
wait, is Flash on there?
Yeah, the Flash is still on here. Or no, Flash is not, but I don't know why they're not. Zachary Levi's, this is like upcoming. This is just a note added by Variety, though. I mean, it's just upcoming DC Films projects include a sequel to Zachary Levi's or Levi's Shazam, a sequel to Jason Momoa's Aquaman, the long-awaited franchise started Black Adam, with Dwayne Johnson, the third installment of Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman. So,
are we getting the third one? Oh,
yeah, that's been proven. I'd give it a shot. I'm not anti-Wonder Woman. Are you anti-Wonder Woman?
We'll see. I mean, the second one gave me no hopes that a third one's gonna be better. So
I think a third one could be better, personally. I mean, that's just me. But
better than the second one, yeah. Better than the first one, I doubt it.
That's gonna be hard to top, yeah. So, anyways, it seems like they're very business oriented, which, as you would expect, a lot of people. I've heard some people point out they're a little scared that they don't care about the characters, and that they're just gonna like churn out movies. Yeah. But I mean, did DC care about the characters before? Zack Snyder. Some people argue Zack Snyder did not, but I would say Zack Snyder. I would say he cared about the characters personally, but
I would say Zack Snyder. I wouldn't say he cared about the characters, but I would say that he knew about the characters at least, and he was trying to be true to the characters. But I don't know that he cared necessarily. I think he was really interested in telling his own story with the characters.
I don't know if you're going to find anybody who. That's just hard. Like, I get.
Yeah.
I don't know if Kevin Feige cares about being true to the characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he really cares about the comic book characters. I think he cares about the characters he's created, but I don't think he really cares about comic book Iron Man or comic book Mandarin. I don't think he cares about comic book Mandarin at all, as we can see.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, but I like that they're talking about, hey, we're going to try to have some sort of cohesion. We're going to try to have something formulated to where they can connect.
Yeah.
At least in an organized way. And I also like that they're like, hey, movies like The Joker prove that like you can do movies that aren't just the top main three. You don't
Yeah.
have to just do a Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, but you should be doing a Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that doesn't mean you only have to stick to those. You can do other characters as well that are successful.
Yeah.
So,
but also I like that they highlighted what the fans actually appreciated, right? Because the fans love Joker, fans love Superman. Obviously, we want more Superman. And he talked about video games. I mean, DC hasn't really had a lot of video games besides the Arkham series. I mean, if you think,
and most of their video games have been profitable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean the ones that they put out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I mean that this is all sounding good to me personally. I don't know about anybody else, but this is all personally sounding good to me. I'm on board with it. Do I think that they are going to give the kind of care that I would the characters? Absolutely not. No, I don't expect them to. I don't expect any business to do that because they're a business at the end of the day. They care about the bottom line. Yeah. And for me, it wouldn't be about making money. It'd be about loving the character and trying to do right by the character.
I wish more people would look at it that way. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But they're obviously going to be doing business first. That's it's a business. So
yeah. But that does mean that is good news though for us because it means that we can cut the fat on some of these shows that have been sustained because of other projects that they've done, right? Like Supergirl has been losing money for decades, probably, or not decades, but like for years since she come on the show. She's probably been losing money.
I don't know anybody. I remember the first season and the second season. I think people watched, and after that, I just don't know very many people who watched because it got so into messaging. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I think shows I don't know because I don't really trust any corporations nowadays. I mean, I don't think I'm the only person who's like that either, but I want to say that they don't really seem concerned about messaging. They seem concerned about making money, which is kind of a good thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can be. That just means that your dollars have more of an impact than the messaging that they're trying to do. So if you go and a project tanks, like, and this is also sending a message to the other shows and other movies and other directors who are going to end up working for Disney. It's like, hey, this is about a business. We don't care about your little LGBTQ plus thing or your little, women's rights thing, whatever your messaging is. We don't care about any of that. We want you to make us some money. So if you can't make us some money, then don't come here. And so shows like Supergirl and Batwoman don't get made again. And then the other shows like Titans will see this and go, hey, we better fix whatever we're doing here, or we may be on chopping blocks next.
If nobody's watching it.
Yeah. And this fear should create competition, which should then create a better product.
Yeah. See, the thing with Marvel is like Marvel's so big and has so many fans now because of what they've done that even some of the stuff that they do poorly still makes money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like even some of the stuff even some of the movies that Marvel fans overwhelmingly agree are bad, Captain Marvel, make $1 billion. You know what I mean? Like that movie I'm pretty sure it made $1 billion, but majority of Marvel fans, if they're being honest, they put that at the lower tier of the list of their favorite movies because it wasn't good. Like even from an unbiased standpoint, it just wasn't a very good movie. So I mean,
you're right. It actually did make $1 billion.
Mm-hmm. Which is crazy.
It's actually the 12th highest grossing movie, a superhero movie of all time.
Well, you think it was a lot of first, right? So it was a new character. They also this is right after Infinity War. We want to see what the next movie is going to be.
Yeah, and they did advertise it like that, right? Like they were like, "Hey, you need to go see this movie because it's gonna tie into Infinity War or what was it, Endgame?
Endgame? Yeah, Endgame. We didn't know it was called Endgame at the time, but yeah, and then there was that. It was also the first Marvel female-led movie, which I hated. Man, Black Widow. They should have made a Black Widow movie. I wanted a Black Widow movie since she was in Avengers. Like I wanted one because I was like, she's so cool. And she's so pretty. I didn't have a wife or a girlfriend at the time, so I thought she was really attractive.
but now she's just completely.
But now I have my own redhead, and
yeah,
she's
it's crazy what this ring does to you, right? It's like once you put it on, it's like every other girl is just like hideous.
There's like this. It's like a Green Lantern shield around me. You know what I mean? It's like no.
You get some Green Lantern glasses and just like paints your view of the world. Just everyone's a man now. Everyone's a man. There are no women except
except for my
man.
That's right. But anyways, yeah. So I mean, there was a lot of firsts for it. I remember I was so excited for this movie. I was like, I think this movie's gonna be good. Like she looks super powerful. Like I don't know. I was just really excited. I remember I was so excited that I watched it with Adolin, and I was just like, this movie is garbage. I was like, I hate this movie. It's so bad.
Jude Law was in it. Samuel Jackson could save that movie.
I was not even Samuel L. Jackson. Like I was like, Jude Law's in this movie. Like I like Jude Law.
Coulson came back for that movie.
Coulson, I was excited about. I was like, man, Coulson was in it for like 5 minutes. I was so upset. And they put him on the poster like he was a main character, and he wasn't. And I was watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time, and I was like, oh, are we gonna get any nods? Like that'd be really cool. Anyways, it's just so
you were so just to let everyone know, Eric is not one of those guys who just raised against what's her name?
Oh, Brie Larson?
Yeah, everyone just raised against Brie Larson. You're not one of those guys, okay? You actually want
no,
like the movie.
I was very excited for this movie. I really was. I thought her Funko Pops looked cool beforehand. I was like, well, I got some up there. I actually have a Funko Pop from the Captain Marvel movie that I bought after the movie because I thought it looked cool. I was like, I want that one. It's an exclusive one where she's like, there's that.
Is it Brie Larson or is it?
It's Brie Larson.
Oh, okay.
It's where that scene where she's like changing her suits. I don't know if you remember that. It's like she's changing them. Well, there's one that kind of looks like a disco thing where it's like got like all these different neon lights all over it, and that's the suit that she's wearing. And I was like, that's pretty cool. So it came out as an exclusive. I wanted it. I got it.
Did you hide it in the back of your stack?
No, I think it's up there. I don't know. I also have Luke Cage as well. Fun fact. Nicolas Cage. His last name is not Cage. It's something else. He changed it to Cage because he's a fan of the comic book character Luke Cage.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
Surprising.
Isn't that interesting? I was like, wow, that's really cool. But he said he grew up reading Marvel comic books. He loves comic books, which makes sense. Ghost Rider. Yeah. So I know you like Ghost Rider. I know you did. No, I thought you told me you did at one time.
I may have. Back in my uncivilized days, I liked a lot of things I probably shouldn't have liked, like Wolverine Origins. I'm going back to watch the X-Men movies, and like I am very scared to watch that movie because I know I'm not going to like it this time around.
You like it for Hugh Jackman. I think that's why you like it. Gambit's in it.
Not really. I liked it. The reason why I liked it was because Wolverine at that time was one of my favorite superheroes, and I loved his comic books. But
I liked it for his origin. I liked seeing his origin, but then it went off the rails.
Yeah, the war stuff was pretty cool. It's just when they introduced Deadpool at the end, it was just when I was like, what are you doing, man? But again, at the time, Wolverine being my favorite superhero, getting a solo Wolverine movie was really cool. It was like that's something I've never seen before, and it was live action too. So I enjoyed it. I'm not ashamed to say I did, but I probably shouldn't have.
I liked it. It's okay. I liked it too. Going back though, I remember watching some scenes later on. I was like, I was like, wow, I see why fans were so mad because like they literally did like the opposite of what you would want Deadpool to be. You know what I mean? Like, they sewed his mouth shut. Everything. You know what I mean? They gave him all these superpowers that he doesn't have. Like they just destroy. You know what I mean? Like you were so excited because he's amazing in that scene in the jungle. Like Wade Wilson is so cool in that scene in the jungle. Well, he's literally like cutting bullets in half.
Yeah,
just like, oh, this dude is so dope with his katana.
Dang, you know that I think about it. There's a scene in in Deadpool where he does that and he gets like shot a bunch of times. I just realized.
Oh, really? I guess I knew there was nods to that movie in Deadpool.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know,
he like when he's going into the weapons X facility, he's like, don't sew my mouth shut or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. And then he does if you give me a superhero suit, don't make it green and CGI, I think he says.
Yeah, and he has the little toy version of himself.
Oh, of himself, yeah. Yeah, it's funny. My wife thought it was funny when his when he saves the girl at the end and she takes the mask off and it's Hugh Jackman's face. That was really funny.
It's stapled to his face.
Stapled to his face, yeah. Anyways, so but yeah, Captain Marvel, huge letdown. I try to be fair, man. And I was really excited for that. And are we watching that show for the channel, Miss Marvel?
Well, I was planning. I'm going to watch it either way. But I mean, if you don't want to watch it for the channel, you don't have to.
I'll watch it with you.
you might like it. You don't know.
I might. It might surprise me. It might be my favorite. You never know.
Yeah. I mean, like they've been doing mostly adults and then a college kid for these shows. So maybe like getting a chance to just embrace some kiddish behavior or stuff like that.
Something different.
Yes, yeah. Different.
Yeah. I think they just put too much writing on these shows, man. I think that's what it is. They build these shows up too much. It's like, just make a good show. Just make a good, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, Daredevil, like that had such a. I'm always gonna talk about the show for the rest of the year. Probably I talk about it too much already.
Son, there was this show. When I was in college, it was the greatest show ever. This trash you kids watching the
Like, you want to watch it with me, boy? Get over here, sit on Piper's lap.
You have a DVD player? What's a DVD player?
They're gonna be like, Grandpa, it looks so fake. Like,
this isn't even in VR.
Oh, I hope we don't watch TV in VR. Oh my gosh, give me a headache, man.
You can experience the show in a different way. The metaverse.
Oh, I hope the metaverse fails. There's people who are like, no, this is the future. This is what's going to happen. I'm like, no, we can just pull a plug.
I think humanity can't get too far from being human. Like, we can think about it in shows and TVs and stuff like that, but we can never, as actual people, like I think people thought the internet was going to be the death of human connection, but it's only made us even more connected now.
Yeah, in all the worst ways.
And
some good ways.
Some good ways. Yeah, like you're in Oklahoma and I can see you.
Hey, yeah, we can talk.
Yeah, that to me is amazing. That never would happen. Like 25 years ago, I would have left Oklahoma and I would never talk to you again.
Wow, that's sad. Well, you could call me on my phone.
It'd have been a collect call, man. That's expensive.
Would have been collect?
It would have been like I don't know, some additional charges because it was
there's long.
So
well,
far,
my mom
right?
had long distance, but a lot of in the 90s, a lot of companies did long distance included. You could have unlimited long distance calls. So
unlimited.
Yeah, man. I know you
would have had that kind of money. My parents weren't like that, man.
We lived in a trailer. What are you talking about? A trailer park. So
I don't even remember if we had a home phone for a while. I think we did. I'm pretty sure we did. I don't remember.
We always had a home phone for the most part. So, anyways, we know the metaverse. That brings us to our last topic of discussion. I want to talk about was Elon Musk and Twitter.
Is he buying that too? Please buy it all. I actually did think like, man, I should get rich just to buy, just to be able to do this kind of stuff. Like, if there's no other reason to get rich, but to do this kind of stuff,
just to buy companies.
Well, yeah, and change them. Like think if you could like buy Marvel.
You sound like
you could just buy
an evil genius.
Like if you could just buy Young Justice and stop it from being as terrible as, or if you could buy Titans. If I could just buy Titans the show, like you can keep all the rights, all the merchandising, you can keep all the profits. I just want to buy the show so I can implement my own writers.
You know what you would do though? You would like, because at that point Titans wouldn't be a show. You would buy every intellectual property. Well, not intellectual property. Every piece of Titans property. So every DVD like season compilation, every single season that gets set out, like every poster, and then you'd go and you dig a hole, you throw it all in the hole, and then you
burn it. I burn it.
I don't want anyone. That's where it was going.
Okay, I was about to say I don't want anyone to come back, generations later and be like, "We found a surviving copy. We gotta watch it." No, there will be no surviving copies. I'm buying all the ones off the black market as well.
All the hard drives. All like you'd get all the property from the cloud space.
Yeah.
Like I'm deleting it all permanently.
Yeah.
And then you burn the server that was
No,
on.
honestly, what I probably would do is I would retcon the entire everything that happened from season 1 to 4. Are we
You'd
on
pull a
4?
Daredevil. You'd pull a Deadpool 2.
Yeah,
Go back in
retcon
time.
all of it.
Kill everybody.
Retcon all of it, and then be like, "This was actually a dream world the whole time. None of it's real. These characters actually don't act like that because they've been brainwashed or under the hallucination of
The only show that
evil
exists
genius."
is the early 2000s Titans, Teen Titans show. It's animated and loosely based on anime.
Loosely based on anime. That was very weird they did that. I will admit that. That was
It's a
very
stylistic
weird
choice, yeah.
it was animated like that. I mean, that was kind of a growing popular style because like Samurai Jack came out like a couple
That's
years
true.
before that.
Did you ever finish Samurai Jack?
No.
That wasn't your show?
No. It was
I thought you did
watched
like that show.
a few episodes, but I was never like really into it.
I knew a couple guys in college who were into it, so I wasn't sure.
No.
What was I gonna say?
Okay,
there
was a demon in that show, man. You think my mom let me watch that?
No, I didn't think she would. I thought there was a demon in it. Well, they made the last season was like put on Adult Swim.
Yeah,
it's like gory and stuff. It's like it was a kids cartoon. That's what's crazy. Anyways, so Elon Musk buying Twitter. Were you surprised?
No, man. I called this. Me, you were on the phone. Eric can testify, guys. Eric can testify. I called this.
I remember this now. Yeah.
We had a conversation about what was going to happen. I was like, maybe he backed out the deal so he can go ahead and just buy the whole thing because the deal was that he wouldn't get more than I think it was 14% of the stocks. And then obviously Twitter tried to take the poison pill by offering their stocks at lower value, but the only problem that Twitter had was that they were under federal obligation to inform their shareholders that an offer had been made, and
that was for a lot of money.
Yeah, that was for way over the asking price. And so if you're a shareholder, you're like, yeah, give me my money. Like, I want that. So they had no choice but sell it. Now, do I think that he's some sort of right-wing libertarian Christian who's going to, change the world with this thing? No, I'm not like worshiping this guy. He's not.
I don't know anybody
Trump,
who thinks
right?
that though.
He's not Trump, right? I'm not like on my knees, like, sir, please save us.
Trump was a right-wing libertarian Christian.
No, I'm just making it.
I didn't. Oh, you sure? I didn't know.
Yeah,
I was worried, man. I was gonna pray.
No, he's I don't think he's an atheist, but I think he's probably some sort of theist, right?
Yeah, I think he believes in a morality. That's all I know. He believes he believes in a godly ethic. That's all I can say.
I mean, he claims to be a Christian, but we both probably agree
he
not
doesn't
a
claim
Christian.
to be a Christian.
Well, yeah, he looked like took those pictures in front of the church, right? Holding the Bible up, and he was trying to at one point he was trying to quote from Corinthians or something like that, or Romans.
They asked him on. Okay, so he was on the. I know he was on the Babylon Bee. He was interviewed on the Babylon Bee, and they asked him what he thought about Christianity, and he was just like, "I'm not against it." So like.
You talking about what? Are you talking about Elon Musk? Or you talking about Trump? I was talking about Trump.
Oh, I was talking about Elon Musk. Sorry, my bad. Yes, Donald Trump claims to be a Christian. You're right. Sorry, my bad. I thought you were talking about Elon.
I was saying. I think Trump is probably some sort of theist. He probably believes in a God, but he doesn't like.
Well, he claims he's a Christian. He claims he's a born again Christian. Is what he claims. He says that he got saved. You don't think so?
No, I don't.
Who are you to say?
Well, I'm Jonathan. Obviously, I've read the Bible, one time, so obviously I know everything that's in it. I can make a moral judgment. I am God.
I don't know. I'm just waiting for
those are my personal pronouns. my personal pronouns. God and God.
Can you imagine meeting someone who said that? Like it's God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit. He's like, what? I don't. God self.
God self.
Christ self.
No.
And spirit self.
Nah, man. I'm not. I wouldn't put up I wouldn't sentence this guy to hell, but I definitely don't think he's a.
No, I know what you mean.
Just based on his actions.
It's fruit. It's fruit. If you guys
from
read
observation
Bible,
of his fruit, he does not seem like.
I agree.
But he could have changed though, because a lot of what I'm thinking about is from his, past history. infidelity and
you can
stuff like
look
that.
at him and you can look at him as in the presidency as well, I think, and still see.
You think so?
I do, yeah.
I don't
If you
know.
look
I don't know anything in the present that he's done that's like that. I would be
well,
like,
what do you mean by done? Like, because I mean, what kind of standard are you holding him to? You know what I mean?
well, the
Like, are you?
Bible. Just like I don't know that he's like a serial liar or he doesn't murder or doesn't rape. Like I'm like trying to think of like something where I could be like, okay, that's bad fruit. Therefore,
He bullying people, belittling people, like that's, you know what I mean? That's stuff you don't do. Like I'm not gonna be like, well, he's not a born again Christian or he doesn't have salvation, but it's like you should probably know that like you shouldn't bully people. You know, he's
yeah.
narcissistic. There's things in his character that aren't good. But I agree, you know, he hasn't killed anybody. He hasn't, you know what I mean? Like if he hasn't, I mean, I know he's used the Lord's name in vain before. He's, you know, while he was president, you know, like the stuff he's tweeted isn't nice. And I'm not talking about teasing somebody because they claim they were Indian and he calls them Pocahontas. And that's very light. Like that's
mild. I like
that's
the
mild.
word mild.
I mean like actually kind of like bullying somebody, making fun of somebody,
Yeah, I get that.
somebody,
So this is
you
where
know?
I kind of stand with the whole like, is someone or aren't they a Christian?
Mhm.
One, I think we're perfectly within the reasonable bounds of Christianity to have a conversation about this. I want to say that out loud. I think that's
Mhm.
perfectly fine if you're going to have a conversation. Obviously, you shouldn't like send someone to hell. That's off the table. But I think we are allowed to judge someone's fruit and like talk about that. But anyway, I do often think like with the little things, not that they're not important, but like it's a lot harder for me to go, okay, well that those little things add up to, you're not in the camp anymore, or you're outside the camp.
Well, look, yeah. Well, think
Like
of
the bullying and not being nice and not being
Mhm.
loving and not and the arrogance. It's like, okay, how much of that is now no longer a part of the branch?
Well, Jonathan, what are the fruit of the spirit? And then
Yeah.
you tell me how many of those you see active in his life that you have seen, that you're like, that's active. Like there's not.
He's getting a lot of them.
I don't.
No,
Come on.
look, but this is my thing.
I mean,
I
on a
don't know the guy's
consistent
personal
basis.
life. Okay,
You
okay.
don't. No, that's why I agreed. We don't know his personal life.
But
I'm not
what
saying
his
he's
outward
not a
portrayal
Christian.
is what you're asking me.
Yeah, and my opinion, his portrayal is he doesn't, based on his character
Mm-hmm.
and how he is in the public, when he's not trying to be a politician, which that's why this is hard with politics, right? You don't know what they're like behind closed doors. People claim that George W. Bush was a devout Christian and that he prayed behind closed doors. I don't know if that's true. I want to believe it's true. I want to believe he prayed for the country.
Joe Biden says he's a Catholic,
you know?
so yeah, you're spot on. You're spot on with that one.
Yeah.
I do not. Think
that's
George,
right.
I don't think Joe Biden's a Christian. No, I don't think Joe. Biden. But I think in the same, which is why I started off with saying I think he's probably a theist. He's probably some sort of theist where he believes there is some sort of higher power, but he hasn't defined.
I would say he even believes that Jesus Christ was a real person. I just don't know. I don't know if he believes in. I don't know how much of the Christian ethic he believes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
I mean, a lot of it is like how much of it is actually taking root in him to produce action, right? And I think that's what we're talking about right now. Is like he doesn't really act like a Christian.
Yeah.
And for some people who might say that's not important, it's very important because the Bible talks about walking out your faith with fear and trembling. So it is an action part of your salvation. Not that work saved you. It's a whole different conversation. What were we talking about? How do we get here? Oh, I think you're frozen. Yeah, Eric's frozen. No, I'm trying to remember how we got here because we were talking about Elon Musk, and I was saying that I called it. I called that he was going to, because I was having a conversation with Eric earlier about whether or not Elon Musk, what was going to be the situation. Because we've been hearing, he's making these moves, he's buying these shares. And my point was, I'm not like okay, this is definitely going to change Twitter for the better. Everything's going to be hunky dory. I don't think anyone's really saying that, but I want people, if you're listening to me at least, I want you to be cautious about it, because that doesn't mean that he's not going to be the same censor wizard or censor sort of czar that we've had in the past. But anything's better than what we currently have. Has always been my stance, is that what we currently have isn't good. Like the social media sites being able to just literally ban the president of the United States, like that's not okay. Like no one should be able to do that. Like no matter how heinous it's, I mean, obviously I think there's definitely a line where it's like, if he's calling to actively kill someone, obviously that's a line, but you shouldn't be allowed to just, like, if the president says some words that you don't agree with, that he's now able to be banned. And if anyone says, oh, well, he's the reason why, January 6th happened. Come on, man. Like, if you like my question for you would be, have you listened to his speech yourself? Did you listen to the speech yourself? Or did you hear someone talk about it? Or did you read a news article about it? Or did you see some CNN covering the news about it? Because if you actually heard his speech yourself, you would hear him say, we're going to peacefully go and protest. And it wasn't calling for violent action, whatever. Yes, he said fight like hell, but he meant like we need to go and protest actively, not just like walk around and be like hum dilly dum. We need to be like loud and let our voices be heard. Like that's what every politician says. Again, so I don't think that was okay for them to just be able to literally just remove him from the public discourse altogether. So I like that we are now being able to get to a place where all views are going to be accepted, and there's no sort of heavy leaning to one side other than the other, right? There was a time back in the day where like things were neutral, where it wasn't one side or the other, and I think that's what conservatives have often been asking for. Conservatives and libertarians have often been asking for just a neutral site. Like, we don't want you to be leaning towards our side or their side. We want you to be neutral. You're in the middle. You're the arbitrator. You don't, not even the arbitrator. You're just the host. You don't decide what's right and what's wrong and what's information, what's disinformation. All you do is you just host the site. You open the site to everyone, and that's all your job is. After that, walk away. You don't do anything else. And a lot of people have been saying like, since the I think Eric's still having internet problems. But a lot of people have been saying that since we've had what was I about to say? Wow. A lot of people have been saying that, oh yeah, because of these mega corporations, social platforms have, banned and deemed certain talks to be, wrong or disinformation or whatever. It's caused more problems in our society than what they were trying to avoid. For instance, with the Hunter Biden situation, a lot of voters have said if they had known about Hunter Biden, then they would have not voted for Joe Biden. That literally could have toppled the entire election system. And because they allow the information to be deemed disinformation, not allowing you to share it, not allowing you to, send it to other people or publish it. I think even the New York Times, I think it was New York Times who originally published the story, but they even got their account banned for posting the story. So that literally could have swung an entire election. I'm not saying I have the numbers to prove that, but I'm just saying based on what the polling shows of the people who talked about it, they've said that, hey, if I had known about Hunter Biden stuff, I probably would have voted differently. And I think that's important to understand. Also, during the pandemic, when we were talking about masks and not wearing masks, and I think Eric's back. There he is.
I'm here.
I was holding up. I put the team on my back, man.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
How tough this job is. My throat hurts now.
I know, and you see how much talking I do on the show? It's crazy.
I just don't have the lungs for it, man.
Well, I probably have bigger lungs than you, honestly. Like I'm a thick guy. I probably have bigger lungs.
Yeah.
My wife, when we were dating, my wife was always like, "Your lung capacity is so impressive," and I was like, "Thank you." Like, she's a music teacher though, so like she notices.
Oh, okay.
So like from a music perspective, she's like,
no, that's fair. My wife, she told me whatever my face once. Like, no,
but like your contour or something.
Yeah, like she was like, his skin is so like it's so evenly shaded or something like that. I was
it's perfect for like drawing. Yeah, it's like a weird artist like compliment
yeah,
that you would only get
yeah,
from an
like not
artist.
a normal human would think about. Anyway, I was talking about Elon Musk, and I was saying how we shouldn't depend on him to save us from the tech overlords, but what he's bringing to the table is probably going to be better than what we've had. So
Oh yeah,
that's
I think.
good
Do,
news.
do you think people on the internet are overreacting? Like the people who are upset about it?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
no, not maybe not really, because if what they want is censorship, and he's going to not do censorship, then they probably are reacting according to what they want, right?
For sure. But I think what they're concerned, what I hear people who are upset about it about is like, that's a fair point. I hear it in terms of like, oh, well, he's just gonna, he's just a right winger who's gonna silence the people on the left. And I'm like, one, you said that wasn't a thing just like, 5 minutes ago. But on the other hand, like, he's never said he's right wing. He's also like, he's actually openly said he's more left leaning. He's like a Joe Rogan left leaning type of
Yeah.
guy. You know what I mean? But it's like, because the people on the he actually posted a picture like of like how he used to be left, and then the left, like there's a person on the left and there's
Oh
a
yeah, I
stick
saw that
figure
picture.
here, and then there's a stick figure on the right, and then the guy on the left, like in the next frame, like runs way over here, and then on the bottom when it shows him and he's like right of center, and the left guy's like, you're a bigot, and it's like,
Yeah.
but you
So the people
ran.
in the center and the people on the right didn't move at all. They didn't move
Yeah,
whatsoever. It's
but
the
the
only
person on the
people on the
left,
left who literally ran all the way away.
yeah, and so like he's openly said what he's going to do. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but he's basically been like, there are free speech laws, and that's what we're gonna follow, is the law of the country. So it's like, that's what would you expect more than that? You know what I mean? Like
Well,
and
because the laws in this country are flawed. That's why, Eric.
I know,
That's what you don't
I
understand.
just mean from a rational perspective, right? It's like, that's a great place to start. You know what I mean? Like, that's a
Yeah.
great place to be like, okay, well, you know what? We're just gonna follow like the Constitution. Like, that's all we're gonna do. And it's like, wow, that's so crazy, you bigoted person. And I'm like, I might be on Twitter a little bit more now. Maybe, I don't know, maybe not. We'll see. I'm not really on Twitter. I have a Twitter, but I'm never on it. But now that we have the Just Visiting Twitter, which you can go follow us because we post all the time. No, we don't. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. But I have my own personal Twitter locked in there, so sometimes I'll flip back and forth and read some tweets. I haven't really tweeted at all in like a really long time. So, but I might get back on, a little bit more. It's I'm hoping that this will cause an effect for other social media companies that are big, like for Facebook, for YouTube. That's the hope. That's what I think.
Yeah, it could.
So
we'll see. I mean, I don't know that Google and Facebook are really affected by what Twitter does, but
yeah,
maybe we will get some more change from just seeing the effect of what happens when you let people be free, that kind of
yeah.
thing.
When you let people be themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching a live stream the other day from somebody I follow, and they were just kind of saying, like, prior to 2016, like, they really liked Twitter because Twitter was just kind of a place where you could just like say like your unfiltered thoughts. Like, that's what it was for. That's why it was like 120 characters or less or whatever. It was just like, I can just say a thought and let it go, and people would like have fun with it. But they were like, now you like can't say anything and you can't think anything because like people are just gonna attack you.
Yeah.
And I remember I was on Twitter, and I didn't really have, most of my friends were not on Twitter, so I never was really on Twitter. But then when I tried to check it out, I think around 2016, it was just like, this is too stressful. Like, I don't want to be on here. So like I stayed on Instagram and I stayed on Facebook where there was like less drama. And Facebook's even gotten kind of dramatic too. Like, I see people post on there all the time and I'm just like, ugh. But I don't want to unfriend them, but I can unfollow, which is nice from time to time, where I don't get their posts in my feed anymore. So I don't know. It's just, I am happy that he's doing what he's doing. I'm not like, I was never really on social media that often anyway, so I'm kind of like, you know, social media goes crazy. I don't really need it. So,
Mhm.
you know what I mean? Like, I get it for people who are like, I have a career that involves social media. I understand that. But, I was happy that he made a stand and that he did something that a lot of people were probably didn't have the guts to do. So,
Yeah,
and, and,
I'm
yeah,
excited. I'm excited to see if he allows people to come back. That's probably what I'm most excited for.
yeah.
It's like, does that
What
mean everyone now gets like a do over? Like even the people who got banned, like
there,
20, 10,
mhm.
15 years ago.
Have you heard that there's already people who are back? Did you hear about that?
Really, is Trump back?
No, he actually claimed that even if Elon Musk bought, this was before Elon Musk bought Twitter, that even if Elon Musk bought Twitter, he wasn't going to come back
That's
on
fair. I mean, he
Twitter.
has his own site now, so it'd be kind of weird for him
Yeah,
to like go join the competition.
still weird though. Like, come on. I don't know if anybody's actually going to get on. I mean, I'm sure people are on it, but like,
Yeah,
it's just going to be an echo chamber. You know what I mean?
yeah,
People don't want echo chambers. Like, I don't even like unfollowing people sometimes because I'm like, I want to hear another point of view. It's just like it becomes like bait for me to respond
yeah,
and be angry at someone, and I'm like, that's why I have to unfollow you, because I'll get angry and I'll respond, and I'll want to have this rational conversation, but it's not going to be a rational conversation. So those are for
yeah.
in person, or
Outraged, outraged.
FaceTime. So
Um,
um
Triple E actually, I don't know if you listened to his new album, but he actually wrote a song about about outrage, about how people are getting drunk on outrage. Basically,
what do you say?
it's just basically about and I've only listened to a couple times, but it was like they're going online specifically to feed their addiction to being outraged about something. And so they like purposely go and look for something to be outraged about, someone's tweet, someone's
Mhm.
post, someone like this person doesn't agree with you, so you go and purposely
Mhm.
look at their page and like, oh, what they disagree about me today, and then you get so outraged about it, and it like fuels the rest of your day,
Mhm.
and that's the only way you can like, I guess, feel like you're doing something important, even though you're really not doing something anything important by just responding to them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. It's just, I remember one time Spotify posted this is how I knew it was getting bad. This was in college. Max actually saw it. Our friend Max saw it on Facebook one time, and I remember he came after me. He's like, "Bro, that dude was being so mean to you, and you just like took it. You just took it like a champ." And I was like, I don't really know what I'm gonna do. I don't want to like lose. I'm not gonna be mean back to him. But Spotify like changed. This was around like a big LGBTQ movement. Um, I forget what it was for, but it was surrounding some sort of event, and it was like the first time everybody on Facebook, all the brands, were changing their logo to like a rainbow flag filter, and Spotify did it. Spotify changed it, and I just put all I did was I either put a frowny face emoji or sticker, or I put a one tier sticker, and that was it. And this dude, like a couple people were like, why do you hate them so much? Like, why do you? And I was just like, I forget what I said, but I was basically like, I literally like just put you know, I was like, I
This is
don't
an
hate.
emoticon, guys. Calm down.
Yeah, I was like, I don't hate. I just disagree with the thing, and and they started calling me fat. They looked at my my profile picture, and they were like, well, you're just a fat and you're a bigot and all this stuff. And I was like, wow, I literally like just posted like a emote. Like, that's all I did, and they got like really triggered by it. And it was really funny. I didn't really know how to respond. I was just kind of like, I didn't do it to like start an argue. I was just like trying to comment on it, I guess, which wasn't really wise. And so then I was like, wow, if people are going to be that mad, like there's just no reason in voicing my opinion online, because they're not going to, even if there's been times where I've sincerely been like, I really want to just like reach out to this person and
Mhm.
be like, hey, whatever. And sometimes I'm like, maybe I should do it through their direct message or something like that,
Yeah.
to have a conversation. But it's like, I don't is it even worth it, you know what I mean? Because usually this person's going to be so upset, or they just refuse to hear any other kind of viewpoint besides their own.
Mhm.
Like, the least I could do if I was having a rational conversation, if I disagreed with them, at least I could maybe see their side a little bit more. Even if I come out disagreeing, that doesn't mean it's not productive. You know, I might have a little bit more empathy. I might have a little bit more sympathy towards that viewpoint. And maybe, you know, there's Christians out there who are like, well, you know, they can be hateful, where they're just like, I don't understand how you could be friends with somebody who's like this, or I don't understand how, you know, how people can live this lifestyle. And it's like, well, you don't have to agree, but understanding is a good point to come from, right? It's like, that's a good place to meet in the middle. Is like, well, why don't I just understand, you know, why you're living this way, or you know, because I think a lot of people, because like even for people who are straight, it's a little bit deeper than just, well, I like girls, you know. It's like there's at least for me anyways, you know, it's a little bit deeper than, I mean, some guys, you know, they just straight up, they're just like, I like women. I'm like, yeah, okay. You know, I think there's more to it than that for a lot of people, but you know, maybe there's not for others. So I don't know. I wish you could do that on social media, but you just really can't anymore. So it's like, I just rather have those conversations in person, I guess.
Yeah, no, I get you. You're right. You know about my history on social media, but actually, it started a long time ago.
I use you as an example a lot because I remember when you started posting some very basic stuff and just asking questions, and people don't like it when you ask questions, man.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I was never really political until Trump got into office, just because I just kept hearing something back and I'm like, oh, he's a racist, he's a homophobe, he's a this, he's that. I'm like, dang, why is this racist, homophobic, transphobic, bigot getting elected? Like, this is so weird. And then that's when me and you met and we started talking, and I started.
We actually
met,
well, we technically met before that, but he was running.
Yeah.
That like 2014 was kind of when we were talking about that stuff, because he was running his stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I came from a very liberal, I would say pretty liberal background. Like my I remember my history teacher specifically, one of the guys I thought was really, really smart. He was a very, very left. I think I want to say left leaning. I want to say he was very left leaning, but and I grew up hearing about how awesome Obama was and stuff like that. But
he was.
I remember this was I think I was in high school. I was on Facebook, and I was just like, I was thinking about the rainbow, and I was like, man, remember when the rainbow just used to be about Christianity? It used to be about like God's promise to not flood the earth again. And now all these like activists, LGBT activists, and gay activists have like they co-opted our sign for their own evil purposes. And I was like, I'm just gonna post this on Facebook. I was like, I'm gonna remind people, like, this flag is so wrong because it's robbing God of his due glory. And I was like, and I posted it. And I mean, I usually don't get any traction on Facebook. Or at least at that point I hadn't. And I had a bunch of people who I had never talked to, like, a wow comment. Why do you hate people? Why do you hate gay people? Why don't you just leave them alone? I'm like, I'm not bothering anybody. I'm just reminding people that this sign was around long before you guys came here. We were already holding up the rainbow as a symbol of God's promise, not something that was like derogatory towards God.
Yeah.
So that was. Yeah, people on social media aren't the most willing to listen or concede. That's another thing I had learned. Hard lesson I had learned. Like, people don't concede their points, even if they know they're wrong. If you show them the data and they're clearly wrong. Last story. I remember I posted the article about Trump saving money by not taking his salary, and everyone was like, "But the Secret Service has to stay at Trump Manor and spend even more money, so he's not really saving." I'm like, no, he's literally saving money by not taking his salary. But now he has all the Secret Service at the golf course, and no, you're missing what I'm saying. This is him saving money. The taxpayer is getting savings because he's not taking a salary. He's just doing this to get himself rich. He's not taking his salary. This is saving us money. Literally, your money is being saved in this scenario.
Well, I didn't know about the Secret Service argument, but that's really lame because they're going to follow him everywhere.
Yeah.
That's not a.
So this was like early in his administration. his wife and his son hadn't moved out of Trump Tower yet. And so the Secret Service was having to patrol the entire Trump Tower, and it was costing extra money or whatever. And I was like, I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying every move he makes is saving money. I'm just saying this.
Just saying that specific one.
Yeah, it's good because he's saving us money. But also, why isn't the media covering this? Like, they don't say anything good about Trump. This is me pointing out that no one's saying anything good about Trump when he's literally saving us money. Okay, he could have took the salary and still had the Secret Service, watching Trump Tower. He could have done both of those things.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and it was so weird because it was like, man, that was such a weird time for America because it still is. It hasn't really gotten much better. I mean, maybe a tad. Definitely wasn't worth who we elected to to have. I knew a lot of people who voted for Trump the first time around, who did not vote him for the second time because they were like, we just need someone who's going to build bridges. And I was like,
oh yeah, Joe Biden, the great uniter.
Well, yeah, that was my thought. And then also I was like, I really don't think you mean what, like, I really don't think that's what you mean. I think you're just like, I don't want to look like a bad person and vote for this guy is kind of more where you're going. Because I've tried to vote on a policy standpoint. So, like, I'm doing that right now. Like, Oklahoma's about to have elections, so I'm looking at different people. I'm going to look at Democrats, too. I can't vote for Democrats yet because I'm registered Republican, but, like, for the generals, I want to look at, who's running. So I'm trying to look at policy and voting and stuff. And there's some new people who they haven't had a chance to do voting history, but the guy who's already in there in the Senate, do I want to reelect him? Everything like that. But
yeah, I mean, you gotta think though, a Democrat, an Oklahoman Democrat has to be pretty centered, right? That's what I'm thinking. Like, if you're hoping to even like get through preliminaries, you have to be pretty centered than left extremists.
There's some people who will run like on the left side of the aisle. It does not go over very well. They're not going to get the nomination.
Yeah.
Like, it's but it's like that for Republicans, right? Like, so if you go, I mean, it's like that in other states for Republicans, like where if you go too far to the right, you're just not going to have a chance at getting elected. You know what I mean? You have to kind of ride that middle, and so it's like that everywhere. But in Oklahoma, yeah, it's definitely like that because I always say Oklahoma's like Texas's baby sister. Like, they're very similar in terrain and how and pride of their state and everything like that. So and their values are very similar. So I mean, it's just yeah, I don't know. Even now, Democrats will be like, there'll be like non-Trump supporting Democrats, but like their values are like, I'm a Christian. I grew up in a small town. I believe in, it's going to be the union hook because they're trying to blue dog Democrats, I think is what they're called, but they're trying to hit some of those people. Oklahoma has a lot of conservative Democrats. So people who have like the values of a conservative, but the social side is more is Democrat. You know what I mean? Like the social side is going to, so like unions, school system, things like that are going to be more Democrat side, maybe even taxes or programs, government programs. So things like that they'll run on, but they're not going to run on the liberal stuff generally. So anyways, what's it like in Georgia?
Oh, this is a pretty I can't tell.
It seems like it's red everywhere except for Atlanta. Atlanta seems split.
Yeah. Atlanta is pretty blue, I would say.
Yeah.
I think it's mostly I think black people are the majority in Atlanta, I think. I would have to take stats, but I think they are the majority. And it's a pretty liberal town, honestly. I mean, if you've been there, you've been here, you've seen some of what Atlanta has to offer. It's a pretty
it was just hard for me to tell because we stayed in that one area and there were a lot of churches. Yeah, there were a lot of churches in that area, so I saw like half and half. So I couldn't really tell. I saw some people who were like pro-Christian, but then I saw some people who were like,
It's just like you're saying. It's like you can draw a circle around Atlanta, and that's probably going to be blue, but everything around that is going to be red.
but that's probably, I'm guessing that's probably why your state is so like because Atlanta's not always red, right? Isn't Atlanta, or not Atlanta? Sorry, Georgia's not always red, right? Isn't
No, I
Georgia?
don't think it's always red. I don't think it's a red.
I,
I wouldn't consider. At least I wouldn't consider a red state because I think Atlanta has obviously it has the biggest population of the
that's
state,
what I mean.
so
I
they're going to
think
have more.
that's where the voting kind of is offset, right? With
Yeah,
that, yeah, that's crazy.
yeah.
That's got to be interesting for your politics.
Gerrymandering, man.
Oh yeah,
Cut it up.
that's always fun. Cut it up. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's great. That's gotta suck. I would hate that. Gerrymandering's the worst.
Well,
I
I
don't
mean,
really know.
the good thing about it is that this is the good thing about our country is that we're pretty adamant about states' rights and stuff like that, and um, Atlanta usually leaves every other place alone just because like it's just so different. Like from Atlanta, and if you go to like a town like Macon, which is like way out in the country, it's going to be completely different. You're going to have a completely different experience. You're going to see completely different things. There's going to be a lot of open land and trees and farmland and stuff like that around there. And so I think for the most part, Atlanta kind of lets each city and town do their own thing, and this is kind of a hub of everything else.
That makes sense. I was trying to find. I mean, that makes sense for the area. Where is it? Is this it? Yeah, I can't find it. I was trying to find the. Oh, it's not. It's not show. Oh, here we go. President. Go.
The voting trends.
For let me see.
I think Georgia was a blue this year.
I mean, our state voted 65.37% for Donald Trump. So and yeah, exactly. Joe Biden got 32%. So like I thought we were one of the few states that like got a strong majority for him. People really like him down here. I mean, he speaks to the redneck, man. That's all I gotta say. Not the white nationalist.
Dude, I'm still looking for those guys. Like honestly, like I keep hearing people talk about the far right, and I'm like, where are these guys at? Are they all on 4chan? Like, do I have to go to 4chan to find these people? Like, where are the white supremacists at? Like, I'm not saying they don't exist. This is not me saying they don't exist. I'm saying like, I really don't know where they're at. Like, if you're saying like Donald Trump is far right, I'm like, wow, I must be an extremist then, because I'm probably further right than he is. Like, if you're saying like Ben Shapiro's a Nazi, like, wow, I'm probably like Hitler because I'm probably further right than he is. Like, the only name I keep hearing is like, what's it, that guy's name? Robert Spencer or something like that, or Robin Spencer, or
I don't know.
Something Spencer or Spence. No. It's
Robert Byrd?
No. That house that's part of the Ku Klux Klan, not him. He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, he's dead.
No, what's the guy's name? I don't know his name, but I keep hearing one name that seems like it might actually be a far right organization, but I don't know, man. I'm looking for these guys, and I'm not looking for them, but
I know what you mean.
I haven't.
You paying attention. You pay attention. You're like I'm trying to, I want to see where these people are at.
Yeah, like everyone that I keep hearing is a Nazi or white supremacist is like either a Jew or like they're like pretty center of left,
Yeah.
Like Elon Musk is a Nazi. Is like,
well, they throw the word Nazi around like oh my gosh, like it's just I don't like using it because I'm like it's so overused. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to use it. For anybody, because there's nothing like that. Nobody in our lifetime, like in our generation, has experienced a Nazi. Like nobody, like you know what I mean. Like nobody has legit. I'm not saying they didn't run into one at some time in their life. I'm just saying like they've never experienced that kind of a takeover, at least in our generation in the West, anyways. So it's just kind of like I can't take anyone seriously when they say that, and I don't want to be so naive as to use that word.
Man, dude, I really wish we could have some like honest conversations about Hitler and like
No, you can't. You can't have
Yeah,
an honest
yeah.
conversation about it.
Honestly, if we were a bigger channel and people heard us talking about Nazism and Hitler, you'd probably get a strike on our channel for some
Yeah.
sort of guidelines about talking about Nazism.
Triggered. Anyways,
But no, like, and this is not me. Like, I want to praise Hitler because he was such a great person. But like, I think there are more honest conversations we have to have about what we deem as evil and stuff like that. Because we just like, oh, Hitler was the evilest guy in human history. And it's like, well, his Genghis Khan, and he like literally murdered like tons and tons and tons and tons of people, like way more than
I think
Hitler
that
did.
stat is so funny of how like a strong percentage of the Earth like has Genghis Khan's
DNA.
Yeah, it's like, wow, that's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, let me just stop right there before someone actually does find this video, because I was gonna go.
Well, and there's, you know, nobody's saying Hitler was a great guy. Nobody's saying that. Everybody thinks that he's bad. He is bad. He was evil. You're just saying that we're being blinded by the horribleness that was Hitler, and we're not willing to see that. We're afraid probably to see that there's even greater evil out there, or has existed,
and that is connected to certain ideologies.
Yeah.
And it's not saying that like people who hold ideologies aren't like, they're not inherently evil. Like, doesn't make them like evil because they hold the position, but there is a certain evil that arises from holding a certain ideology, like holding in like, I mean, atheism has killed millions and millions of people. Like, people don't realize that, but it has, because when you don't believe there's a God, it's a lot harder for you to value a person's life. And so Joseph Stalin had a quote where he was basically saying like, one person's death is a tragedy, but like a million deaths is just a number, because those individual lives don't have any value to you, because they're just another number on a page that you have. And so I think Stalin killed way more people than Hitler did. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I believe that's right. And then a lot of people, one person who's underrated is like Hugo Chavez, right?
Yeah.
Like, and he's on people's t-shirts for
capitalism,
for socialism, you know.
Capitalism, sell them. That is kind of rolling over his grave.
I mean, if he had his way, everybody would have a free shirt with his face on it. So
yeah, but it'd be made of like the cheapest material you could possibly find.
It'd be one size.
One size fits all.
Like, it wouldn't fit me. I'd have to give them all to my wife. I just walk around with no shirt. Just how it is.
But that's good though, Eric, because we've properly distributed everyone's, wealth, and now everyone's even, except for obviously people at the
I was telling
top.
Adolin, I was telling my wife the other day, I was like, can you imagine a world where we have like a phone that was created in communism? It would suck. I was like, man, you get no software updates. Like, why would you need a software update? We'll get to it when we get to it. All right.
Yeah, service would always be bad. It's like put the UPS. it's like put the DMV everywhere in society. The DMV takes over all of society, and that's what it would be like.
Yeah, it's like what about new apps? We don't need new apps, okay? You got 3 apps. That's all you need. That's all you need. You don't need any more. We're not going to spend all this extra money.
And one of the apps is called "Listen to the Government."
We got to pay our officials, okay? It's like, but yeah, it just would suck. It would suck, man. I was just like, man, you get no new apps, no Netflix, it would suck. Simply because like there's no incentive for them to make it, just make it better. There's no incentive to do that. The only incentive that drives that is like competition.
Yeah.
In the market.
And
money.
Money drives
people will pay for it, so therefore we will make it. You know what I mean?
It drives you to make better products. It really does. I mean, it's an unfortunate truth about the human nature, but it's the truth about the human nature, which is why communism never works, because people just aren't naturally nice to each other.
if you don't put out software updates, if you don't put out updates for your phones, people won't buy your phone. They'll delete your app.
Thank you. There it is. Yeah. They'll delete your app. They will delete your app, and you will get negative reviews, and no one else will download your app.
Yeah, so, that's just how it goes. If it's crappy, that's just what it is. So yeah, it's crazy. Oh man, yeah. Well, I'm excited for the future of Twitter. I think it'll be great. I think it'll be good.
I think it'll be
Um,
great.
I think it'll be. I think that I don't think a lot will change. To be honest, that's what I think is going to happen. I think the only thing that'll change is that the the voices that'll be on there will be a little more equal. That's basically all I see
And
happening.
there won't be so much censorship.
Yeah, so I see a lot of people barking in one direction, like I don't know, like socialism, like communism, Black Lives Matter, like and then now it's just gonna be like free market capitalism. Why did I just sound like I just sounded like freaking what's his name in Texas? The guy the frogs are gay. I forgot.
Oh, Alex Jones.
free market capitalism.
I will eat you. Did you see that clip?
I think
During the pandemic.
You rotten scum.
Someone put a supercut of Alex Jones together. It was some lefty media type, and they're like talking about the dangers of Alex Jones. It was the most funny. Like, I really wish I could find his where he's like holed up somewhere. I really wish I could find him because I really want to like listen to his stuff. Because I think he's one of the funniest people I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, he's really so funny. I understand he's a conspiracy nut. Like, I'm not saying I'm looking for factual information here, but I think he has some of the funniest takes, and he's so passionate about it. He's like so passionate about his takes.
That's what I think is actually the funniest thing. Like, he's you can't pay for that. You can't
you know
what I mean? You can't.
He's definitely not a grifter. He's definitely not a grifter.
No, you can't. Like, he's gonna be who he is 110%. So it's funny. But yeah, I think.
Did you know he announced bankruptcy?
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, he filed for bankruptcy more recently.
Well, I mean, I don't know a lot of people who are watching his stuff. I mean,
well, yeah, it's so hard to find him, right?
Yeah, it's true. That's a good point.
I mean, he's banned from basically every social media platform on the earth at this point.
Yeah, that happened in what, like a day?
Yeah,
a couple days.
Like all of them, just so it was like ban. Man, it's honestly even hard to find his clips on YouTube, like his older clips on YouTube. Like,
really?
Yeah. I think they're definitely shadow banning him on YouTube for sure. Like, if you even like look up his name, like the first like 10 results are like CNN talking about like when he talked about yeah. His Sandy Hook sake is like still at the top of the search results whenever you look up Alex Jones.
I mean that so weird. Yeah. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, people like here. This is what people don't get is that like this is kind of what I think about canceling people like that is the society is going to take care of a person that says things that are so outlandish that they're hurtful to people. And I don't mean hurtful like actually hurtful. I mean like emotional, right? So like the Sandy Hook thing, right? And I think he's come out and apologized.
Back on it. Yeah, he did.
But
I think he got sued. I think he got sued for it.
Well,
for slander, because he was saying like the parents were hired actors and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, what I mean is like, so I don't think you need to cancel somebody like that, because what's going to happen is if somebody who is that dedicated to that narrative says something like that, the news is going to turn on him. Like, people are going to turn on him. So guess what? The only people who are going to listen to him are people who want to listen to him. And if you cancel him or shut him out, those same people are the people who are going to go find his stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, what's the point in deleting him from all the? It's not going to do anything. It's not going to do any better. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Honestly, I think it probably amplifies his voice, because now it's like, oh snap, he got banned. What did he say? I don't know what he said. And now you're going to go
something
follow
truthful.
him.
Yeah, he probably said something truthful. So
yeah,
and it's like, yeah, I agree.
It's the same way. I think with the N-word.
It used to be in society that you let people hang themselves on their own words. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like
no pun intended there, guys. No pun intended. I said it's the same thing like the N-word. And he said it used to be used to let people hang themselves. No pun intended there. Anyway,
Jeffrey Epstein.
but
Anyway, but you know what I mean? Like it used to be that it was just like, just, if he's gonna spout that stuff, like it's gonna end
yeah,
up
you just
badly
ignore
for
the
him.
person, right? Or
Yeah.
if someone had bad business practices, which is the glory of capitalism, right? Someone had bad business practices. They went out of business because customers stopped buying from them. Not because the government shut them down, but because customers were like, we don't think you're worth the money. We don't think you're worth the exposure. We don't think you are doing the right things by your employees or whatnot. Or employees just quit, and without employees, you can't have a job, can't have a business. So, but what I was saying with the N word is that I think, and this is not a new belief for me. I've always believed this since I was like, in high school. Is that like when you grant someone power, like you grant a word power, you're basically elevating it and giving it undue power that it doesn't deserve. So by saying you can't say this word, you're actually making people more wanting to say it. More you give it unnecessary control over your life. Where like now you have to get upset when someone says it. Now you have to fight when someone says it. Now you have to do whatever you got to do whenever someone says the word. And it's like if you never said that was an unsayable word, people probably never say it because people generally don't care about things they can do. They care about things they can't do, like especially Americans. So I think banning people from saying the N word is so stupid. It's just such a dumb thing. Honestly, it's really, really dumb.
Our society was in a place before social media where nobody wanted to say that anyways.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're already in this place of where like if you said that word, you were a bad person. Like you know what I mean? Like you were just people were like, I don't want to hang around with you. Like, you're a bad person. And if you were a comedian saying it, then it was understood that it was a joke unless there was a context there that was
that was like venomous or something
inappropriate.
like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was I really think in the early 2000s and in the late 90s we had a good handle on things, and then it was like once social media came out, it was like, well, you can't hide from anyone, you know what I mean? It became that way, especially when we got cell phones in our or cameras in our pockets. So
it's been unfortunate. I guess I'm not the right kind of black guy because I just don't find it as offensive as other people do. I mean, I don't want anyone to call me that, but I don't want anyone to call me a number of words. Do we ban all those words because I don't want them to call me that?
Yeah, I've personally never liked that word, and I've never used that word on anyone just because I think it's inappropriate. I think it's degrading. But I don't like anybody using that word. Like I've heard black people use that word, and I'm like, do you know what you're like? I'm like, do you know what culture you're like creating for yourself? Like you know what I mean? Like you always claim that that was a bad culture and that you hated it, but then you're still calling yourself that, and it's it's literally like bringing that mentality of I am a slave to the system back.
You guys should get together and say no more appropriation of that word, okay? Because we came up with that word. That's our word. You can't use that word. That's our word. You're appropriating our culture. That's what you should do. You should honestly do that. You should honestly do that. I think that'd be hilarious. Is tell them to stop appropriating your culture.
You guys can have honky. Have you watched White Man Can't Jump yet?
No, I haven't watched White Man.
Oh man, you need to watch that movie, bro. Okay. Just like I really want to know what you think. You might think it's overrated. You might think it's really dumb. I don't care. I just want to know what you think when you watch it because it's probably different for everybody, honestly. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've just never, even when I was a kid, I didn't really know of that word, but as you get older, you know about it, and you're like, that's just, why I always thought, wow, that's just as bad as saying that they're my property. Like, I'm like, that's horrible. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I took it in my brain. I was like, I'm calling them a piece of property. That's just how I viewed it. And I was just like, that's horrible. Like, why would I say I own somebody? You know what I mean? Like, it's just, anyways.
I just don't think it's fair that you're going to introduce this word into culture, but then tell people they can't say it. Like, you're going to have it in all the rap songs, and like a huge base of rap
I agree with
enthusiasts
I agree
are
with that,
white people. It's like I remember Lil Wayne was doing an interview, and they were asking him about how does he feel as a black person living in America, and he's just like, man, I don't know what y'all talking about. Like, I've always had a great time. Like, I don't. He's like, when I look out into the audience, I see a ton of white faces. Like, those are the crowds that I like when I service them. When I'm doing my music, that's who I see in the crowd. There's a ton of white people. And so it's like, okay, so you're having all these white people come to these events to listen to you say the N word 100 times, and they're supposed to sing along with you, but they can't say the words in the song. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What?
I agree with that. When you're putting it in media that you're expecting people to purchase and make you rich, it's like, but they're not allowed to say the word that you're using to get wealthy. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And they're supposed to, and you're asking them to be a fan. Like, I don't know.
And they might. It's not even that like you just can't say the word. It's like you might actually get beat up in public for saying the word, and then you would be the person who was the oppressor, even though you're the one who got the beating. It's like,
I mean,
what kind of society are we living in?
I like rap music, but for me, this is just me personally, and I'm not saying other people can't or that I judge people who do, but like I have a hard time listening to music that says that word constantly. Like, I don't like curse words in music either, but like I can take curse words over like the N word. Just kind of, it just bugs me. I don't like it. And so like that's just how I am. But the only time I'm okay with it is when it's being used in a movie or a TV show where it's got cultural where it has some sort of cultural context or historical context. So like in White Men Can't Jump, they use it all the time, but like that's how it was. That's an accurate depiction of what it was like on the streets and what it's probably like on the streets today as well. If you're out in Chicago or Detroit, like you're going to hear that word tossed around all the time. So don't like filter it from me because I'm watching something. You know what I mean? But music's a little bit different because it's a little bit more personal, so to you. So that's probably where I have to
don't want people to say the word. I just think you shouldn't say it. You shouldn't say it. You shouldn't put it into your songs. Don't put it into your media. Like, if it's going to be just between black people, then just keep it on a locally cultural level. I mean, that I still don't think that's right because I don't think you should censor someone else's speech. But I just think it's just hypocritical to me that you're going to make millions of dollars off of using this word a ton of times, but then other people can't. There are certain class of people who can't say it because Hispanics can say it. Like. But
have you seen that video going around where he's like, where there's a Hispanic dude who's like, you're my he was like, hey, listen all you people, and then he's like I can say it, and they're like, hey, and I just love that video. It's so funny. It makes me laugh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like every other curse word to me at least, it feels really like to say it when it comes out of my mouth. I've only said it a couple times in my life that I can recall. And in some situations, it might have been appropriate. No, I was kidding.
When you were married, you were just like, I'm just kidding.
No, there's a different word I would have said for that. I would have been like, woman. What a bigot.
Oh, it's so funny. Have you seen that video going around of I don't know if you've seen it. I figured you probably had. There's a video going around. It's been out for a while, but it's of Anthony Mackie talking about how you gonna make daddy a sandwich.
No, I have not. Whoa. Did he come out and officially apologize?
No, he said it on a talk show. It was he's like, you gonna make daddy a sandwich. I'll see if I can find it. It's pretty funny.
Oh snap.
It's hilarious.
Was this his pre-Marvel days?
No, this is while he was in Marvel. Like, this is like, he's Anthony Mackie. I think Anthony Mackie's kind of based, bro.
You think he's based?
I really do. Like, he's like, I'm not on. So
I have heard some base takes from him. A couple base takes from him.
Yeah, I mean, even though he was in Falcon and the Winter Soldier and there was some stuff in there. No, I mean, seriously though. Like, I was like, I still feel like he's like not on social media. He's like, he likes to build houses and stuff. Like, that's what he likes to do. He's kind of like a bro. Like, he likes football and stuff like that. He doesn't really have any hot takes as far as politics goes. Like, I'm sure he has thoughts, but he just never really talks about it. You know what I mean? Publicly. Is this it? Let me see. Okay, I think I found it. Hold on. Yeah, I found it. It was on the Wendy Williams show. You know who she is?
Yeah, I do. Interesting.
Okay. Okay, here we go. You ready? You gotta watch. Everybody's gonna watch this with us, since you haven't seen it. I think it's pretty funny when he comes out and says it. But all right, here we go.
You and I have something in common. You believe in a lot of cases that men and women have roles.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, you say it because people get
you
mad
better
when
believe
I say
it. I'm from this. Yeah, you better believe it.
I mean, I know you're from New Orleans, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm only from Jersey.
Yeah,
but I do believe that if he wants a sandwich,
you make Daddy a sandwich. No. Let me ask you this. Well, okay. Let me ask you this. If me and you out and somebody say something slick to you,
you punch him in the face.
You want me to smack him in his mouth, right?
That's right.
So if I take you on a date and I say, look, baby, we gonna go Dutch.
No.
Exactly. If we walking up to the car and I don't open your car door, what do you say?
Open the door.
You better believe it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think
so you make Daddy a sandwich.
I think
Yes.
it'll get done.
If I'm outside cutting that grass, bring Daddy some lemonade. It's hot outside. I'm cutting all this grass.
But what's not hot is when girls call their man daddy.
Anyways, that's pretty much it.
Interesting. Okay, that's a very base take.
I told you, man.
In front of a crowd, and then they
he
reacted
did
badly, and he didn't like.
He
didn't
said,
back up. He doubled down on it.
He doubled down. Yeah.
Okay,
he's pretty unapologetically himself, which I've seen it. So I like that. I
like that he was ready with the retort. That's what I liked. I like that he.
Oh yeah,
he's oh no, they didn't like it. He was like, oh really? Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah, I've also seen him. I've seen him say some stuff about like race relations before, and I can't remember. And he's got some pretty good takes on that as well.
He reminds me a lot of Denzel Washington. Denzel Washington's very, very. I'm not gonna say very based, but he's pretty based.
Especially as he's gotten older. He's definitely like, but he's talked about recently how he had some sort of like, when his mom died, he like kind of got back into church and closer to God and things like that. And I don't know if he believes the same as me, but he's at TD Jakes' church occasionally. TD Jakes was interviewing him recently about the Will Smith thing. So yeah, you make Daddy a sandwich.
Amen.
My wife thought that was funny. She also kind of agreed, but she was like, don't. She was like, don't call yourself Daddy. That's weird.
Really?
Yeah, she's like, that's weird. But she calls her dad Daddy.
Okay.
So it's
I think it's. I don't want to get too graphic here, but obviously, I think it's context appropriate, right? Like in certain situations, I think it's okay. Not consistently. No, don't consistently.
Oh, you mean like asking? You mean like asking for a sandwich?
No. Well, maybe. But if there is a certain context where I think that is appropriate.
What is appropriate?
Daddy, the name Daddy.
Well, yeah, bro, we're live right now. What you talking about? Of course, I know there is.
I was just giving my take on the word. Okay, don't.
You didn't need to give a take. You need to give a take. Okay, that's people know that. Oh my gosh. Oh. Well, I don't want to end it on that note, but you may have to.
Oh my gosh, you're not married, okay, Eric?
No, I am married.
You're not in college anymore, okay?
Oh man, this is gonna be one of those videos we're gonna have to like hide deep somewhere. This got really awkward. It's funny.
No, I've heard some people like say like, oh, it's misogynistic or like never okay or
that's where you're coming
weird.
from.
And I'm just like. No, I'm like in some situations. I'm like, yeah, that's in my book appropriate. Like, yeah. Now, don't consistently call me that. I'm not like in every situation. I'm not that, but like in some situations, I'm down. I am down.
I can. Okay.
Clown.
Well, you're making a point for an argument that wasn't like what the argument was beforehand. But I understand. But Yeah, that video's done the rounds on social media like crazy, but it's been out for a while. Like it's not like it's not like a new video. And I see it all the time. It's kind of annoying, but it is a funny. I always appreciate it when I see it because I'm just like yeah, that's like it's not bad. It's just like and he's not being rude either. You know what I mean? Like he's
Yeah.
not like he doesn't mean it in like a rude, looking down on you way. It's just kind of like, if I'm working and it's hot outside, like give me some lemonade. Like can you get me some lemonade, And he's saying it jokingly. He's not like, "Woman, go give me this lemonade." Have you asked your wife to ever make you a sandwich?
No, I don't think so. I think the most I've done is to warm up my food.
I've asked her to make me a sandwich before. She made me a sandwich. I appreciate it. I told her thank you. It was good too.
Okay, well, before we go, I got a video to share. Did you hear about the Steve Harvey video that's making the rounds?
Which one?
About men and women being friends. If you've seen it, then I won't show it.
Just play it. I think I've seen it, but it's been a while, so I don't know. You can play it. I think it's the one where he's talking about like it can't happen, right? He was just like, because the dude don't want to be just friends or something like that. But
yeah.
Remember in the classic movie when Harry Met Sally and the character played by Billy Crystal insisted men and women can't be friends? Well, hugely popular syndicated radio and talk show host Steve Harvey agrees in a big way. In his latest book on relationships, Straight Talk, No Chaser, Harvey tells me face to face why women who think he's just a friend are deluded. This kind of straight talk is why expectations
I watched it with my
are
wife.
high that
It's
Straight
pretty
Talk
funny.
will rival his first breakthrough bestseller.
Interesting.
So where did this come from?
I mean, it's a blessing, true enough, but really, it was just me sitting down being honest. All of my friends are men. I don't have female friends. I don't. I'm incapable of that.
Why? What do you mean?
Well,
he couldn't make a female friend. No.
Well, I have a wife, and I don't really have female friends because look. Okay, let's get rid of this myth right here. Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. Let's get rid of this right here. You're an attractive woman. There's some guy somewhere saying, "Yeah, we're friends." No, that's not true. He's your friend only because you have made it absolutely clear that nothing else is happening except this friendship we have. We remain your friends in hopes that one day there'll be a crack in the door, a chink in the armor, and trust and believe that guy that you think is just your buddy, he will slide in that crack the moment he gets the opportunity. Because we're
most
guys.
Men think this way?
99.9% of us think that way. And you tell this to a woman and it just blows her back. No, I have male friends. You have male friends because they know it can be nothing else, right? I tell you what, all your male friends, just ask them in a friendly way. If I wanted to date you, would you be okay with that? And watch the fireworks. Watch. I'm telling you.
I think I've seen a shorter clip of that.
Okay.
But yeah, I've seen that. It's what do you think of that? What's your opinion? Do you agree? Yeah.
Totally agree. I totally agree with that. I mean, I was thinking about my college days.
Oh man, your college days are rough. No, I'm just kidding. I was just teasing.
I was out there, man. No, I'm just kidding. I remember running to one of my guy friends. And he was like, "Man, it's so crazy. I saw you at lunch, and all your friends are women, and they're all like really beautiful." Now I started thinking about that. I was like, I actually do have some very beautiful friends.
Mm-hmm.
Because we share the same friends, so you know who I'm talking about. All our friends who are women were pretty nice looking, attractive, you would say. And I was thinking, I was like, you know what? I think I surround myself with women that I find attractive, in the hopes that one day a door might open. And not all of them would I date, Now I'm not saying like I'm definitely going to date all of them, but there's a chance there. There's a possibility there. So I absolutely believe that. Like, and I showed this to my wife, and I was like, this is like, I don't understand why women don't understand this, because like the men you dated before you found your husband. Like all the men you dated before you found your husband.
What did she say?
She was like, "Oh, I never thought about it like that." It was funny because there's this. You know who Matt Walsh is?
Yeah, I know Matt Walsh. Of course I do.
Yeah, Matt Walsh is awesome. I just started recently discovering his videos, and I've become a huge fan of his.
Are you really?
Overnight, yeah. Like
Matt Walsh is a classic bro. Well, not a bro. He's a classic man. He's like, leave me alone. Don't talk to me. His takes on women and relationships with women are hilarious. So anyways, that's all I wanted to say. He's just I don't agree with all of them, but they're hilarious. Like they're so funny.
No, and I love that he's very straightforward. He's not trying to sugarcoat what he believes by being a little there are some Republicans who are a little PC for you, right? They're like, well, I'm not trying to say this. Or
I might run for president one day.
Yeah, so I got to keep it political. He's just like, I'm a dad. I've been through this. This is exactly what I believe.
I appreciate his takes. I appreciate them. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but he was talking about Steve Harvey clip, and he pointed at data research that actually shows that this is true. Like there was a huge study. They had men and women who were friends, and they basically asked the women, "Hey, so do you find your friend to be attractive?" They're like, "No, not really." "Would you want to get in a relationship with that person?" "No, not really." But majority of the guys they asked the same question to, they thought that their friend was attracted to them, and that they would definitely date that person if the opportunity arose. And so I was
interesting.
It's just and this is what I tell my wife all the time. Like, you don't want to, as a Christian woman and as a Christian man, like you don't want to give the devil any room or any opportunity in your marriage. Because I have heard of too many marriages where they were totally in love with each other. They were nice to each other. They did everything together. But that person had that one friend who was of the opposite sex, who was their childhood friend. And, they've been through thick and thin with this person, never dated them. They've just been through thick and thin, and they were just so close together. And then one day, all of a sudden, one person's having a bad day, one person's having a bad day. And then, sparks end up flying and things end up happening.
Preach.
And so that's why, and then you talked about Mike Pence before, but that's why I totally respect that as a man, because it's like that's just, as a guy, it is just so dangerous to be around attractive women. I mean, man, it's so dangerous to be around attractive women.
I mean, I was thinking about what you said, and I was thinking of examples of women where I was like, I've been friends with them though, and I didn't think I was going to date them. However, would I be lying if I said I never thought that? I never ever thought like that there would be a chance or a possibility or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, I guess even the ones that I thought I wouldn't date, I probably thought about that. Now, that wasn't why I was friends with them.
Yeah.
I was friends with them because they were good people and I enjoyed their company and they were fun to be around. And, especially when like we had a group of friends, right? Like we had a large group. So that's a little bit different too, because you're in a group. But like, I think what Steve Harvey's talking about is one-on-one. Like, I have this girl who is my friend. We hang out. I'm her friend. She's my friend. Those type of scenarios. I would agree. I would agree that you can't, like, it's just, you're not just friends. Like the guy probably, he is probably involved. Now, I think group dates are different.
Yeah.
I think groups of people are different. I also think that you can be friends with a woman who is married if you're married. You have couple friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes. That was one of the things that Matt Walsh talked about, was that like you can be friends with a person of the opposite sex if there's a barrier of context, right? Like, you're friends with my wife, and so we're friends. I'm not friends with you. We're friends. Or like
that's such a Matt Walshism. Like, we're friends. Like, you and I aren't friends, but we're friends. Like,
or like, you work with me, so we're co-workers and we're work friends. We're work friends. We're not friends, but we're work friends. There's a context that divides us, that keeps us separate.
Like, I'm not going out with you after work. I have a wife. I'm married, so good luck.
I like your
pursuits. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Anyway. But like I can think about, like, for instance, like Rachel, our friend Rachel. I would love to go, like, talk with her, see her again personally. Like, me and my wife
All right, now
go.
watch what you're saying. She's married now, okay?
Me and my wife. Stop. Let me finish my sentence before we get gross. Me and my wife go meet her new husband and her, like, go out for dinner. I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that with Mariah. Me and my wife go see Mariah. Hey, Mariah, how you doing? Things are great. Like she's my friend. She is my friend. So in that context, yes, we can be friends. But again, like you're saying, there is a barrier, or there's something that is hindering, or let's just say is, hopefully for most married people, there's something that's protecting any chinks in the armor, right?
Yeah.
Like there's something that is there. And that's why, honestly, that's why it's good to that's why it's good to have not really have any friends that are women that your wife doesn't know about.
Oh,
or
yeah.
have friends that are women that you know what I mean? Like, just that type of thing is kind of
Yeah.
not okay, not appropriate.
Yeah.
What
I also think that a lot of times for women, they can be so oblivious to it that they can, like, they don't think the barrier is necessary for them, right? They're like, well, my barrier doesn't need to be there because I don't have those sort of feelings or that sort of thing. And one thing I want to point out,
that other dude does.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. And one thing I want to point out is, like, me and you are talking about this as Christian guys, right? We both believe in, like, a moral value set that the Bible, advocates for. And so, like, we're not even thinking about the sexual context of it, right? But most secular guys, or other worldly people, are thinking along the lines of more like, would I sleep with this person?
Yeah.
Would I like, I keep these people around because there might be a day where they want, they're interested in, sexual relations or whatever.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing I was talking to my wife about, and this is where I realized girls so oblivious. Is like, while your feelings may not be for that person, their feelings are for you. And so they are actively pursuing you, looking for those chinks, even as you're talking to them. Like especially a lot of secular guys, their mindset isn't as much about who you are as a person, more about how can I get to be closer to you? How can I get a little bit closer to that door, or open that door a little smidgen, more? And
I did think of a caveat to the whole man-woman relationship, though. In my opinion, if the chink in the armor is, maybe it's just for me, I don't know. If that opening of, like, hey, I would like to date you, or I would like to be with you, if that is quelled, and nothing comes of that, and, well, maybe I should be a little more specific on what I'm talking about. So, like, for instance, this is the example, because I'm using the word quell, and that could mean a bunch of different things. So, for different relationships, and I'm being way too, like, puzzling about this. Yeah. We're talking about broads, actually. Anyways, sorry. Bad Eric. That was sexist. I don't really see how that's a derogatory term, but anyways. I mean, if Frank Sinatra can sing it, like, why can't I say it?
Real quick, do you think dude is masculine or feminine, or is it neutral?
It's neutral.
Okay, that's what I thought too.
It's neutral. I think it culturally it evolved into neutral.
Yeah.
Girls call girls dudes all the time.
Yeah. I think it's been thought as masculine because I think dudes say it more. Sorry, guys say it more.
Well, I think it started off as a masculine term, but it has evolved into a, English language evolves. It changed into a neutral term. Even short after guys used it for guys, I'm sure, like, I'm like almost 100% sure girls used it, because I think did it come from the 70s? I want to say
don't know the etymology of that word, but, like, I think there are lots of words in the context that can be used to be plural, even though they may, or not plural, neutral, even though they may be masculine. Like, when I think about what's up, guys, I'm not like literally saying only to the guys.
No,
what's up?
That's the patriarchy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Seeping through.
Bad Jonathan.
Yeah. Yep. If you weren't black, I would.
That'd be a worse crime.
I'd turn you in, but you know, I can't. Sorry. I apologize. Anyways, what I was saying before I was interrupted was so like for instance, give you an example. I'm not trying to get into my whole like emotional history with people. But I remember I asked Mindy if she would like to go on a date one time. Mindy is a friend we had from college. And you know, I just shoot my shot. I enjoyed her company. She's a nice person. She's very sweet, very kind. She's pretty. And I was like, you know what? I'll ask her if she'd like to go on a date. Asked her if she wanted to go on a date. No, I'm sorry, Eric. I can't remember. She may have said she wasn't interested in me, but basically it was just like, you know, I enjoy being friends with you. And she didn't friend zone me either. She was just like, I think she told me she wasn't interested in dating right now. I was just like, okay. And you know what? I was done. After that, I didn't have to worry about it anymore. I was like, you know what I mean? So like in that kind of situation, I approached it, and I wasn't friends with her in hopes that something would happen anymore. I was just like, it's not going to happen. Like, I just took her no for a no, and then I moved on from there. Found my wife not shortly after that. Like probably like a year after that. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, cool, you know, I was done with that. And so her and I are still friends. So maybe there's something there to that. You know what I mean? Maybe there's something to that. I don't know. But it still involved approaching that thought, right? It still involved approaching that. So I don't think he's wrong. Just saying maybe
there may be an exception to the rule.
There may be an exception to the rule. And it may still involve. I mean, that doesn't mean the guy doesn't have that feeling, right? Like I still had that feeling. I was her friend, and I was like, well, you know, I kind of like her. Like maybe something could happen there. And it didn't. And once I approached it, I was over it, you know? And the other thing too is like in this world we live in, there's going to be people who refute it and are like, well, she can still be my friend and we can have sex, or, you know, we're not talking about that. We're talking about like not friends with benefits, like straight friends, you know. And that it's I would say it's hard for men and women to be friends and it not lead anyplace else. Even if it's just to that question of, hey, would you like to date sometime? You know, that maybe that's a little bit more full encompassing, you know, point of view. So
yeah. I agree. I do strongly. If a guy's listening to this and you're determining, you're thinking about marriage and stuff like that, try to marry your best friend, because if you marry the best girlfriend that you already have, then you don't really have to be concerned about this problem. Most guys
and also many. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say most guys don't have many girl best friends. It's usually like one girl who you tell all your secrets to, who knows you from you know your childhood and stuff like that you're still attached to. But I can see your exception. My only thing would be like, I think now even you still wouldn't, like if she calls you one day and said like, hey, I'm in Oklahoma, let's go eat lunch together. You wouldn't. I don't think you would go by yourself, right?
I want to say no. So I've thought about here's the thing. I've thought about this before.
Yeah.
I've thought about. I'm hearing like my dad and other people being like, no, there's no exception. Like there's never an exception. I've thought about like if it was for lunch and it was during the day and it was in an open place, sure. If it's dinner, my wife's coming with me. That's kind of what I've thought. You know, or if it was like breakfast and we're just meeting up, we're just like, hey, you want to go get coffee? Like coffee, I think is fine.
I think Eric's the exception to the rule. I'm gonna say that. Go ahead.
That's fine. Well, I mean, obviously, but here's the caveat. Hey, honey, one of my friends who's in town, can I go do this? Like, we're gonna go get coffee. Is it okay if I meet her? I'm not picking her up. I'm not none of that. So we're meeting almost like a business meeting. That's kind of how I viewed it, like if I was a pastor, because that's obviously what want to be when I'm as a profession, I wouldn't do that because that's just too much. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I think if I'm not in a pastor, I'm not in that kind of role. It's just a friend. I'm just meeting with a friend. I'm married, so we're not going to do. Would I go out to a movie? No. Would I go out to do something fun? No. Would I go out to eat? Yeah, I'll go out to eat and share a meal with you and talk about old times. So that's kind of that. It's a very, you say it's an exception to the rule. It's a very tight exception. It's like we are not doing anything but getting coffee and
in a very public place.
In a very public place
at the brightest time of the day.
in morning or lunchtime. Like we're not doing it in the evening. Like I just would feel uncomfortable if I did anything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. So. I get you. I definitely. I think. Man, a lot of times I'm like, man, we're basically like twins. And other times I'm like, we're so different.
Yeah. I take it it's a big no for you, like regardless.
Oh, yeah, because here's my problem, right? I've always been a naturally inquisitive, and I can be a pretty flirty guy. And I know where I got it from, and it's not like it's not always been a good thing.
We moved from your dad?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I've never met your dad, so that's why I asked.
I can be pretty like, obviously I grew up with sisters, and so it's not like I don't know how to talk to a girl. And I like talking to people in general for the most part, especially people that I like and I find interesting. And most girls that I think are attractive, I find interesting, which means I usually end up flirting. And just because I'm married doesn't mean I don't think people are still attractive. Like I see attractive people all the time.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think it's the same way for women too. By the way, I don't think it's just men.
Yeah, in a way, but and this is like me and my wife have this conversation all the time. The way they feel attract. Well, at least my wife. I don't want to speak for all women, but I think this is probably pretty common. The way they feel attraction is different from men. Like when we see a visually attractive thing, we feel a sense of like arousal. Right? Yeah. They don't feel that. They can notice it, but they don't feel anything from it until they get involved with the person usually.
And they're like, "Oh, he's nice." And
he's nice. He smells good. He looks like my dad or something like that. Right? Just being honest about it, like that's usually what it is.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's just funny to put that on.
But for me, like me personally, I'm a very flirty person, and it can be like not on purpose. Sometimes, and sometimes it can be on purpose, and sometimes it's just like my way of communicating with a woman. That's just like normally how I communicate with women. And so for me, it's like it's a hard no on any sort of conversation that's outside of me and my wife, or me, you, and another person that I know, or in some sort of public environment. That's like there are lots of people around, and we're all engaging in conversations at once.
Run into someone at the mall. Like, what a coincidence. My wife's not here. Bye.
It's a very brief conversation because usually I'm there because I got to go do something and I'm out the door. I don't want to stay there. So I'm not like trying to hold a conversation with you.
Yeah.
I will say, if I were to give a slight exception, it would probably be like something similar to what you were saying. Like it'd be something like it'd have to be, sometime in the afternoon where the sun is at the highest and like there's more than one lady around, so like someone who knows me and like can like watch what I'm doing to make sure I'm being respectful, obviously, and not anything untoward. And this is not because I'm some sort of sex demon. I don't want it to sound like I'm just like waiting to hop on the next person and I can't control myself. It's just like, man, like
it's temptation. Temptation's real. Yeah.
And you don't, and the last thing you want to do is introduce anything into your marriage that can potentially bring harm. Like you don't want to. And I was having this conversation with my wife. Was like, I think that verse in the Bible where it says, like, stay away from even the appearance of evil is so important in a marriage because you never know what someone might see you do and they go tell your wife or tell that person and say, and it comes off all wrong, and that's not even what really happened. And now your wife's upset, and now you have a whole argument about something that would have never happened had you just stayed away from even the appearance of it.
Yeah.
So,
well, and to honestly, most of the girls that we're friends with, I thank God they're godly. They're godly women as far as I know. So, to the level that I know them. So I would say that they probably would be uncomfortable if our wives weren't around.
And most of them are married now too.
Yeah, that's true. Most of them are married. So like they would want to be, and some of them are married to friends of ours. So it's like they would want to have their husbands around, So like I don't expect us to be in that situation really ever. Like it honestly, like it would also depend on how close of a friend she is. Like if it was somebody from high school, I don't know if I'd feel comfortable doing that. Versus like somebody, my college friends, our college friends are a lot closer to me than people I went to high school with, generally speaking. So like, there's a couple exceptions. There's like one or two exceptions I would, maybe say for high school, but because their relationships exceed high school. But like for college, like I would say most of the girls that we were friends with, I would probably like, yeah, sure. Like if they were like, do you want to go out for lunch? Like, or I'm only going to be in town for a few hours. Would you like to get some coffee? During the day, I'm going to check with my wife beforehand and say, hey, heads up, this is what's going on. But besides that, and I think that's, my wife trusts me. I think that's something that my wife would be fine with.
Yeah.
Versus like if it's at night or you want to go bowling or go see a movie or something. Nah, I'm not single and in college anymore. I can't just go to a movie with you. Like I did like I did like platonic dates like that. Like I did that in college. I did that with Mariah one time. Like we went and saw a movie together. We just like, she was in town. She's like, you want to see a movie? I was like, cool. Wasn't dating anybody. So I think she was either coming back or she was there during the summer. Like she came back before other people, or she was during the summer. But we went and saw a movie together, and that was fun. We had a good time, hung out. So it's just like, I wouldn't do that now just because I am married and you got to be careful. But I think there's some exclusive stuff. So it's just very, as a Christian, as someone who's trying to, like keep their marriage holy and sanctified, you have to be very careful with things that you let in. Because I mean, with your cell phone, you can let a lot of things in already, and it's hard enough as it is with that. So you gotta, it's just like you don't want to let anything else that could become real, So, anyways, but yeah, so
yeah, we're very different, man. Most of the girls I became friends with, probably they were good people, but most of them like, I'm interested in you, and there might be something, something might
well,
happen.
Here's the thing, man. Like, how I am. I'm Mr. Nice Guy. I'm the nice Eric who has good intentions, right? I always have good. You know what I mean? Like, you can speak freely for me for the most part, or you can speak for me in that regard. Like, I was always the guy who was like, man, I'm just kind of worried about her, and I hope she's making good decisions and stuff like that.
You're the general protagonist of every CW show, basically. He's a good guy. He's the good guy. He really wants people to do well in life.
Sincerely.
Sincerely.
It's very annoying.
Sorry. You're the main protagonist in every anime show, basically.
Like I saw this dude. I saw this kid today. I texted my wife, and this is a regular occurrence. Sometimes I'll just say stuff like this because I don't know this kid. I was picking up an order from Payway for delivery, and I was waiting. And this kid's like 16. He's a skinny kid. He's trying to do the best. I can tell he's new. He's a little nervous, and he's kind of like, he would say something to me, and I was like, oh, it's okay, man. I'm just like, or brother, I'm just waiting for this order. Okay, I'll go check on that, sir. I was like, all right, thank you. And then, he was kind of nervous and he didn't know when to say thank you back, so he kind of mumbled it under his breath. He was like, thank you. And then he ran to the back. And then this lady came in, and this lady was like, lady walked in with an attitude problem. And she was like, I don't know what her issue was. And she was just like, what'd she say to him? She said, hi, I'm here to pick up an order. and he was like, oh, is it a catering order? Because they had a catering order ready. I saw it over there, and she was like, no, it's not a catering order. And he was like, oh, I'm sorry, and he would like put his hand on his face like, I'm sorry, and he was just like, he kind of like got the computer, and he was like, what was the name under? And then she was like, she said what name it was, kind of snippy and a little rude, and she's talking a little louder than she should, like, just kind of like being too much. And she's a middle-aged woman. I don't know how old she was. And he was like, well, did you look over here in the cubbies? Because like he didn't know she had just come in. He didn't know how long she'd been here. And he was like, because if it's not over there, then it's probably not ready yet. And she was like, no, I didn't look over here. This is the first time I've ever picked up here before. And then she like goes over there, and she's just like, okay, she got, she found it. It was over there, and then she got out. And I like texted my wife, and I was like, this poor kid, he's doing everything he can. And I was just like, I wanted to drive back to the restaurant just to tell him like, hey man, you're doing a really good job. I just wanted you to know that, because I didn't think about it until afterwards. And I literally like texted my wife, and I was like, why do people have to be rude to him? I was like, he was literally embarrassed because he asked for a catering order, which is a legitimate question. Like he shouldn't have been worried or anything. And like he's a young kid. And my wife was just like, you're just such a good person. And I was just like, thanks. Like, thanks. I love her. I was just like, okay. But like I get in situations like that where it's like that with girls too. Like I'll just see a girl who's like struggling and who's looking in the wrong places for the wrong guy, and
you got a hero complex.
Don't.
It's okay, man. I have one of those too.
We'll talk to my therapist later.
But I think mine
Anyways.
is a little bit more severe than yours. I'm like,
you think so?
I want the trouble girls. I want the bad girls. I can save them. I can bring them to Jesus.
Okay, Michael Jackson. You're like a Christian Michael Jackson. You need to calm down, all right?
What? I don't get that reference.
I don't know. I'm bad.
Bad.
Shimon. Get it. Anyways, yeah. So I was just like, I'll just see a girl who's hurting or something, and I'll talk to my wife, and I'm just like, man, I just wish you could find a good dude. There's good guys out there, and it's so frustrating, and I want to help them too, and like you said, and then like in high school, I realized I had to be careful. I didn't really realize this until the end of the worst time to learn this lesson, but I realized my senior year, like I was just a naturally nice person. I would find out like years later that girls would like have like crushes on me and stuff because I was so nice. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I led some people on. I knew one girl I did lead on without realizing it because I was just being myself. And I was just like, I didn't realize that like being nice was I don't know. I just didn't realize that would attract, yeah, I guess. Yeah. But I guess when you've been treated like crap by people, it is. And, that's something I didn't realize until later. And I'm not trying to talk big of myself. I was just like, wow, that's weird,
No, I get you.
And, anyways. Yeah. So, like, that's why I'm like, yeah, I would have a conversation with the girl. Because, like, who, with those parameters that I've already stated a million times. Because it's like, yeah, I'd want to know what's going on in their life. I care. I want to understand, and it doesn't come from I find you attractive place. It comes from like a sincere, like, I hope you're doing okay place. But you got to be careful because they may not have that in mind, and I may find out later on down the road I don't have that in mind. So, and I'm like, well, that's not what I had in mind in the first place. So
yeah, and the thing about it is that like with marriage, there's going to come ups and downs, and Satan's just waiting on your weakest moment. So I was waiting on your weakest moment, and then all of a sudden you hear a knock at the door, and I was like, now you really got to fight. You could have fought. You could have pre-planned the fight beforehand to make sure it never had to happen. But now you really got to fight. So
yeah, crazy stuff. Messiah complex is what it's called.
Messiah complex.
Yeah, that's what it's called. I had a counselor and at ORU, and yeah, I was like, ew, Why is it called that? I was like, I'm not Jesus. Stop it. And that was like the conversation.
She's trying to save people.
Yeah. That was literally the conversation though. She's like, yeah, you're not Jesus. You can't be saving people. All right, that's not your job. That's not what you're supposed to do. I'm like, but I can save them. I can save them.
I think a lot of it has to do with like how we were raised on TV and stuff like that, and superheroes and stuff like that. I think that plays a large part in
probably
in our psyches, because I often find myself, and I find my brother, my eldest brother, doing the same thing, like just trying to save people all the time. And then you feel the worst when you realize you did not save that person, and then you make it all about you and how it's all your fault for not saving that person. And that's completely unhealthy, because people are their own agents. They make their own decisions, and you aren't Jesus, like you were saying beforehand.
Yeah,
I had to realize that myself.
I don't know where I got it from, because I didn't watch superhero.
Really,
I wasn't allowed to watch superhero shows when I was a kid.
Not even like Knights in
well, hero story is different than superhero, right?
Okay.
Like, so I guess I was taking you too literally, is all.
Okay.
But I mean, maybe that's where I got it from, was TV. Could have been TV. I wasn't allowed to watch.
Jesus.
I could have just straight up been like, I can die on a cross.
Doesn't look that hard. I mean, he did come back, so.
I mean, and you know what? If it's too painful, I can just call on the angels. Right?
Yeah. They will not let you trample. They'll let you try to. Wait, wow. I should know this.
I was just referring to Jesus, where it's like he could have.
Yeah. That's also what Satan tells Jesus in the garden.
Yeah. To carry you off the mountaintop.
Yeah, he tells him to jump from the highest point of, I think, the temple or something like that, and he's like, "Let you trample with." Oh man, I'm butchering. I don't want to butcher the verse. Whatever.
It's all right. I don't know the verse.
It's okay. Satan said it anyway, so it's whatever.
it's a lie. Anyways, not trying to believe, not being blasphemous, but it's crazy stuff. Well, anyways, Jonathan, if we want to talk more, we can talk more after the live stream. So
yes, sir. This is the longest live stream we've ever done.
We've never done it, and you know what? It flew by because we
it honestly did. It honestly did.
I'm like not even tired, but I guarantee once I end this,
super special because we've been going for so long for you guys. We this is how much we love you guys. 5 hours worth of content now. We'll be back for another 3 weeks now. We'll go into hibernation.
We'll be back. We'll be back this week, guys. I'm sure we'll have more stuff to talk about.
Yes.
We'll try to see. We'll try to see Doctor Strange, right?
Multiverse of Madness. Yes.
We'll try to see that before Saturday if we can. If not, then we'll be looking at next week. But I'm gonna try my best to see it this week. Jonathan will try his best to see it this week. Man, we need to figure out, even if we both move from where we live right now, we need to figure out a way to move to a town where we can live together, so we just go see the movies together. It'd be so much easier. You know what I mean? Like, hey, Aylin, I'm going to see the movie Jonathan this week. All right, bye. Don't have to worry about working around her schedule. I don't know who you're married to,
but my wife would not like that.
She wouldn't like that?
No, not if I'm going to see it for the first time. She would want to come with me.
I didn't know she was a Marvel fan.
She's not. She likes movies, though.
She thinks she likes movies.
She would be heartbroken to know that I watched something without her. Like something like I haven't seen before. A new movie and a series of movies that we've been watching together.
My wife's like that with TV shows. Not movies as much, but like TV shows. She's like, what are you watching? And then she gets interested in it. She's like, well, don't watch it without me. And I'm like,
oh, so that's why you haven't finished Titans yet?
Yeah. I'm about to ask her. Sometimes she'll let me. Sometimes she'll be like, all right, you're right. I'm not gonna
sometimes she'll... See, this is how we know Eric's not a misogynist, guys. See, he has to get permission from his wife in order to watch TV. This guy is a true feminist. Okay?
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways.
Roles, man. I totally agree with Mackie, though. Man, roles are so important. And I feel like if you're a man and you're watching our channel,
good take.
And you're gonna go get married or start dating a person, clearly to find out that you believe in roles before you even start dating the person.
Ask her, hey, would you make me a sandwich? I asked my wife before I did that. I did. I was like, listen, if I was
wouldn't answer that as that question, but yes, something along those lines.
It was once she got to know me, I asked. Okay, I didn't just straight up on the first date
material.
Okay. So listen, this is how I like my sandwiches. And I'd like to know if you can make one like this. You can't? All right. Nice knowing you.
Like Cam Newton said, but baby, you don't know how to cook, you know.
No, I'm the one who cooks in the house, so that's another, I'm not a misogynist, like you said.
Yes. And that's not, and that's what I love about marriage is that you can redefine certain roles. Like not all the roles have to be traditional or like stuck in place, right? Like as life progresses, you're gonna exchange different roles and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely. But no, I did ask my wife though. I remember having that conversation with her. We were sitting down. And I was like, I want to know something, and I was like, it's gonna sound funny, but I seriously want to know. I was like, would you, if I was hungry, would you make me a sandwich? And she was like, gave me that look, She was like, are you seriously asking me this? I was like, I just want to know. Like, if I was hungry and I've been working outside and I was tired and I was like, would you make me a sandwich? Would you do that? And she was like, sat here, thought about it. And she was like, I would make you a sandwich if you were tired. But she was like, I don't appreciate where this question's coming from. And I was like, okay, all right. That's all I need to hear. So it made me happy.
Well, and a lot of people think they may think that's comical, but those little things are like the foundational blocks of your marriage, because you're gonna expect one thing coming into marriage, and she may expect a whole different other thing if you don't have the conversation early.
Yeah. Now we're overblowing the whole sandwich thing. It's not really about that. It's just like
it's about your roles.
It's about would you serve me and yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's basically it. So anyways, on that note, that's a good note to end it. So we're going to go ahead and get out of here. So
let your mom know that we talked about marriage and how we're going to change the world.
She didn't watch. Marriage. She didn't watch, man.
Oh, man. Well, tell her to catch up on the episode, because she was asking us to talk about this stuff. And we did like a whole hour and a half segment on it.
We did, yeah. Even referenced Harry Met Sally, which my wife was very happy about. So anyways. All right. Well, we will see you guys next time. My name was Eric. Holla back at you. And we got Jonathan Sick of Moving. If you guys ever know what those titles are from, feel free to comment.
Not mine, though. Mine is not from anything. I'm just sick of moving.
Oh, you're just sick of... I see. I was going to say I didn't know what episode that was from. It didn't sound familiar. Anyways, all right. Well, we will see you guys next week on Just Visiting. Peace out. Saturday. We don't know what time. We'll post it on our Facebook page. Bye.